Dude, ODST Lasso, like, is like baby difficulty, dude. Like, it's not even hard, because, you know, like, ODST is, you know, the easiest game, so, like, Lasso then is, like, probably pretty easy, too.
Halo 3 ODST Lasso is not the worst thing I've ever done, and is definitely one of the easier Lassos. That being said, it is still Lasso, which means it still fucking sucks. And despite being overall easier, one level in particular I would say is the most frustrating level I've done since Cairo Station on Halo 2, but we'll get to that. So I'm a Frog, and this video is about Halo 3 ODS TUV Lasso, which is Legendary All Skulls on, skulls just being game modifiers that make it way harder than plain old Legendary. There are two Lasso playlists on MCC, one doesn't have Mombasa Streets, but I'll be playing the one that does so I can at least enjoy the open world of ODST and the sweet sounds of sad Marty music. Let's hop in. Our journey begins with the rookie being antisocial, he's literally me, while the rest of the boys that make up Alpha 9, Dutch, Romeo, and Benedict Arnold are monitoring the situation. Nathan Fillion enters alongside the lady from Battlestar Galactica, who apparently completed all the Vidmaster challenges, and after getting briefed, Romeo wakes the rookie up by breaking his jaw. Your first interaction with the only black character in the squad is getting assaulted by him. What did Bungie mean by this? Well, falling in a drop pod, as ODSTs tend to do, the Big Covenant ship jumps to hyperspace, which throws the squad's drop pods all over the place, and an unknown amount of time afterwards, we wake up in the now nighttime streets of New Mombasa. Like every Halo Lasso except CE, Twilight of Man, you can't see my HUD because of the blind skull that hides it and my weapon, blah blah blah. Most importantly, this hides your reticle. To negate this somewhat, i.e. cheat, I was using a digital reticle on my computer screen. Then I decided this was lame, and if I'm gonna cheat, I should at least put the effort in to do it with a physical piece of tape on my monitor with a black dot. One change from Halo 3 is that in ODST, brutes have an extra layer of shield, so on Lasso with the tilt skull, human weapons are completely useless against brutes until their armor is gone, meaning I'd need to rely on backsmacks and overcharges. Even if something hilarious happens, like a grunt accidentally sticking a brute for me, this doesn't even take the brute's armor off. Enemies spam grenades on Lasso because of the catch skull, and this led to me getting stuck for my first death. And on solo, the iron skull makes you restart the entire level if you die, but thankfully you can bypass it by just saving and quitting real fast. On co-op, it doesn't restart the whole level if someone dies, it just reverts checkpoints, so this game is basically punishing me for playing solo instead of yucking it up with some stupid co-op partner. Hey Frog, are you ever gonna do a collab with? No. After dispatching the first few groups of enemies, I made my way through the open world city despite blind removing my objective markers because I've played this game enough times to know where to go.
No maidens.
What the fuck? Last thing I want to make clear before we really get into it, I did not use any guides for this playthrough. This is all me figuring things out as I go along and coming up with my own strategies. After dispatching a few more grunts in a courtyard, I moved inside another building where stuff seemed to have gone down over the previous hours as the hallways were filled with dead people and aliens, and it was kind of creepy. This is where ODST turns into a horror game. I held right bumper on a broken recon helmet, which triggered a cutscene where the rookie looks around and sees Dare's drop pod, and we go to the first real level, Tayeri Plaza. Immediately after landing in New Mombasa, Buck radios Dare. She asks him if he remembers the question he asked her the last night of their relationship.
What is bro doing?
Buck then notices Covenant heading to her location, and the level begins. I started by picking off grunts at long range before advancing, grabbing a plasma pistol and noob comboing brutes. This continued when I went to a new area that was nothing but brutes until I ran out of plasma pistol ammo and had to use a red plasma rifle instead. This didn't limit me too much though, the red plasma rifle is pretty based. At this point, to be honest, I was thinking this game's lasso might be too easy. Given that I was mowing down the enemies like a snake in my front yard, rip in peace my slithery friend, I thought that maybe I should do this with a new rule, like I can't save and quit and have to do every level deathless. I ultimately decided not to though because I don't hate myself. Then I encountered the worst enemies in ODST Lasso, shielded jackals. The main Reason being, the ODST pistol isn't powerful enough to make them flinch by shooting them in the hand. My guess is because of the mythic skull, which doubles enemy health. So if you're face to face with the Jackal who has a shield up, you have to find means of killing him other than the classic hand then headshot. If you overcharge their shield, they throw their hands up over their head, blocking headshots, and run away until their shield comes back and you're back to square one. And again, Mythic doubles health, so killing them just with body shots isn't really an option. If you throw a grenade, they'll just dodge, and even if they don't dodge, grenades don't do nearly enough damage to kill them. Grenades sure can still kill me, though. One thing I haven't mentioned yet is that sometimes you'll notice my screen is pink or red and doesn't go back to normal. That's because my stamina is low, which is basically just shields in this game, and the black eye skull makes it so your stamina only recharges by mailing an enemy or grabbing a health pack. There are more skulls, but that's the last one I think is important enough to spend time explaining. If you want to know the rest, the full list is on your screen. So with the high number of jackals in this area, I found this silly fight that I've never before thought twice about to actually be the toughest part of the entire level. This still wasn't terrible though, like obviously I've gone through much worse in the history of these stupid lasso videos, but my score was rapidly dropping in comparison to Colbert's 69, so I really needed to pull this together. In the next area, my Marines were getting pelted by grenades, which was a good distraction for me to get headshots, and this part was more awkward than tough. It had brutes alongside jackals, but the brutes were too far away for me to overcharge from the safe spot, and my attempts to cross-map them were in vain. So I moved downstairs and took them head-on, being sure to look out for sniper jackals before they could cat me. You expected me to play the clip again, didn't you? A couple hunters showed up, and if you remember from my ODST firefight video, which of course you do because all of you watch all my videos, what did mean in the end is I lost like 10 lives to one pair of hunters, and sure enough, these two lasso hunters handed me another death. Individually, the hunters aren't bad. What throws me off is when they're right next to each other, then I get scared. But the second time around, I got them isolated from one another, and after running out of assault rifle ammo, I simply bludgeoned the first to death before shotgunning the second. I continued advancing until I found Dare's drop pod, where a strange creature holding Dare's helmet said howdy do to Buck, only for Romeo to snipe it through the face, leading to it exploding and launching Dare's helmet to where the rookie found it later. Oh my god! Romeo speculates Dare is dead. Idiot. Buck says he wants to gather the squad, and that was Tayari in 21 minutes of game time. That doesn't count me saving and quitting and reloading and spending time with the minis though. I was now back in the nighttime streets of New Mombasa while Marty was cooking with the music, really feeding into the noir vibes.
It was a dark and stormy night in New Mombasa. These streets, they aren't what they used to be. We got aliens patrolling every corner, and a 25-year-old gentleman who pretends to be a frog on the internet.
I encountered a few brutes wrestling with another flying squid and made sure to murder it. I paused the game for a few minutes to text my grandma before finding the next clue and triggering level 2, Uplift Reserve. This level sees me take the role of Dutch 30 minutes after the drop as he goes to the zoo to see the pandas, but unfortunately they're being guarded by apes and not the NFT kind. On your typical legendary playthrough, this level is very easy to just drive straight through without even worrying about enemies. I was a bit worried though because of the black eye skull, so I actually spent time killing guys. I didn't kill everything though, I still drove past some stuff. I'm gonna shut up for a second, you have to watch how bad my driving was here.
Yeah, I don't know.
no idea how I survived that, but I'll take it. Almost all of my deaths in the level came in this section. There are choppers and wraiths and turrets and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. I didn't even try to just drive through this part right away, so I don't know if it's possible or not. After thinning the enemies to about a Norwood 3, I drove through the rest and just barely made it with my health critically low. A good thing about this level though is that there's health packs everywhere. And that basically just sums up this level. I drove past that. Go! I drove past the last group of enemies and off a cliff where Dutch asks for a sign from God and a plane crashes, signaling that God hates Spirit Airlines. That was uplift in about 16 and a half minutes. Now back as the rookie again, instead of sad piano music, Marty hits us with the mysterious piano music. In ODST's open world, there are hidden audio logs that when you find, you get a bunch of stuff, one of which being supply caches hidden around the city. And because I'm a nerd, I already had all the audio logs unlocked, which means I had access to the supply caches, but I didn't really use them though. I could have gotten a mongoose from one and drove around, but I thought fighting Covenant in the streets and dying periodically was better for content, especially when it involves being chased by hunters and not having the weapons to deal with them until after dying like 5 times, you eventually decide to just outrun them to the next loading zone. I walked through a building, then out to a balcony where a broken turret was highlighted yellow and activated level 3 Kazingo Boulevard. This level sees me take over as Mickey and is this game's tank level. Oh boy! That's my Mickey Mouse impression because his name is Mickey. In one of my old videos, I said Kazingo Boulevard had the best tank section in all of Halo, and I stand by that despite immediately dying here after getting in said tank. My second attempt at this first fight went about the same, but as my grandpa always said, stop running in the goddamn house. Well, he also used to say third time's a charm. Tank sections are usually the easiest part of all my Lasso playthroughs, but because of the brute's extra shielding and ODST combined with the tilt skull, the tank is not very good at killing them in this game, or at least not as good as in Halo 3 Lasso. It was still mostly fine, I just had to hang back and shoot guys, but I did have a few deaths along the way. I got to blow up a Phantom, which is always cool until my comments make fun of me for how I say Phantom. In the next area, I tried to blow another Phantom up, except this happened. Alright, before I knew it, I had regrouped with the Dutchman and proceeded fighting on foot. I gave Dutch a rocket launcher, by the way. After getting brute-shotted for a death, I fought my way into the Kazingo Bazingo, where I destroyed a Wraith with my fist despite not being a genetically modified cyborg and successfully defended the boulevard with no more deaths. I didn't realize it was over though, and I ran around a bit more because I had my AirPods in and couldn't hear Dutch over the sound of Greenhouse by Def Heaven. Dutch and Mickey recreate the Predator handshake meme, then a police officer asks for help, and Mickey asks if they're being detained or if they're free to go. My final time on Kazingo Boulevard was 23:19. 23:19! Immediately after becoming the rookie again, a Phantom appeared, and upon exiting the building, I was greeted by a pack of brutes, and I was once again brute-shot. My second try, I killed the brutes only for a couple sniper jackals to start shooting at me. Thankfully, this wasn't Halo 2 Lasso, and they missed every shot. I went to the now nighttime Kazingo Boulevard, where I didn't realize until it was too late that the area was flooded by enemies. Before they could kill me, I waved the white flag and saved and quit to go to my last checkpoint, but unbeknownst to me, I didn't have a checkpoint and was back at the building where I started. After killing the brutes, sniper jackals, and walking the lonely road, I made it back to the Boulevard of Broken Dreams. This time around, I played the Boulevard more cautiously, took out a camo brute, then was face to face with the worst enemy type in the game yet again. I tried to flank him, but ran headfirst into a brute shot and died yet again. But this time I had a checkpoint at least, which gave me the confidence to be aggressive and clear the area my next try. I found a detonated explosive thing in a blown-up building across the river. It doesn't take a genius to figure this one out. And so begins level 4, Oni Alpha Site, which has me back as a lovable Dutch alongside Mickey. Mickey tells you to arm the charges on the bridge, but you actually have the option to just nod and let him do it using his mouse tool. I had a sniper rifle, which was completely useless, except against hunters after blowing their backs out. And from here, this area turns into survival against waves of enemies. I was very surprised to learn you can still one-shot race with a laser even on Lasso. I didn't have any deaths out here. This part was pretty easy, and eventually a female Marine that sounds like a baddie yelled at me to retreat inside for another holdout section. This level has basically only 3 areas, and in 2 of them you just hold out against waves of enemies. This section was unique though because it had my first ever encounter with a brand new enemy type, flying suicide grunts. Watch the replay of that, like he literally flew to me. Actually he didn't fly, he was propelled by a grenade explosion. Thank you, Midwit YouTube commenter, for clearing that up. A brute got mad and launched half my Marines down elevator shafts. I gave Mickey a laser so he wouldn't be useless, but he still found a way to be useless anyway. A couple Phantoms started dropping guys off behind us, and Mickey got tossed down the elevator shaft. After killing everyone, I made sure to collect ammo. Wait, how did Mickey get back up here? My group of bug people attacked, but I refused to live in the pod. Then the final fight took place on the roof. This was the second longest level for me thus far, but that has less to do with it being tough and more to do with just the structure of the level being almost all holdouts. I had 2 deaths the whole level, and one of them involved the rare flying grunts, so it doesn't really count. And that leaves only 1 death, and 1 death is basically nothing, so really when you think about it, I actually did only Alpha Site deathless. My final time was 21:18, by the way. As the game cut back, I heard 2 things: Marty piano and a random grenade explosion. I don't know what that could have been. I walked back to the boulevard where a phantom was dropping troops off, and I tried to just run by them, only to get sniped by a jackal and then obliterated by a couple jetpack brutes. My anger was righteous, and my vengeance was swift as I massacred the enemies my second try. I found a dead hunter, then his partner, and united the two in hunter heaven, then found a broken sniper rifle on a wire to start the next level in MPD HQ. For the first and only time in this game, this level has you play as Romeo alongside Buck. And being Romeo, you get the sniper rifle. As you can probably guess based on the level title,
You're stupid.
we're at the police headquarters. Uta Mizi Na Kuhi Fati. My furniture just started floating. The sniper rifle is useless against brutes on lasso, but I could at least use it to snipe grunts, and once I did find a plasma pistol, it was game over for the Covenant. That is, until they killed me via brute shot. In another area, I was reminded that the carbine is a terrible weapon, and its inability to shoot straight led to me getting sniped. You could call that a skill issue, to which I would say, nah, you're probably right. I sidestepped a turret chieftain, chased a grunt outside, jumped across a giant beam, and regrouped with Dutch and Mickey at their Crash Pelican, where this very quick level ends with a holdout fight against waves of phantoms and banshees. I had 1 death here because a brute threw a grenade at my feet that I didn't see, but that was it. This wasn't hard at all. That was another level where I only died twice. Unfortunately, this means that the specter of Coastal Highway grows ever closer. A cutscene plays where a chieftain shows up and obliterates a cop before using the back of the hammer on Romeo instead of the front for no reason, allowing Romeo to live, and the rest of the squad answers the 100 men versus 1 gorilla question. It felt way shorter because I spent half the level on a missile pod, but apparently NMPD took me over 24 minutes. We go back to the rookie where a phantom dropped guys off directly on top of me. I killed a sniper jackal, took his beam rifle, then sniped a brute and made my escape. The tables were turned on me a minute later when I rounded a corner and immediately got sniped, but I didn't die. And I made it to the final clue, having had 0 deaths in this level, if you consider this to be a real level. Now as Buck 1 hour before the rookie awakens, we give Romeo a hit of foam outside a train station and move inside, except instead of riding the city's light rail, we decided safer to just fight the Covenant. I picked off enemies with a beam rifle and was trying to kill one of the friendly squids until I was hit with karma in the form of a plasma grenade. I learned Mickey throws grenades like I throw a baseball, and he commandeered a phantom while I grabbed a banshee. Not only are there no banshee levels in Halo 3, I don't even think you have a chance to get in a banshee at any point, so this is something unique to ODST. And this is a cool level in the regular game, but not so much on Lasso. Mostly because the banshee can't kill anything fast. Even just shooting grunts and jackals, it takes forever. We were fighting a bunch of Covenant on a walkway until I fell too far and flew around, and when I got back around the building, all the Covenant we were just fighting disappeared. I guess I'm just that good. The worst part of this level on Lasso are enemy banshees because blowing one up takes about 20 minutes. And later on, engineers start showing up, which exacerbate this even more by giving extra shields to the banshee pilots and each other. AA Race make their first appearance of the game here. I didn't even know Race could be alcoholics. The most enjoyable section of the level for me was when you get out and fight Covenant on foot. There's nothing quite like easily sidestepping a brute chieftain and knifing him in the back. The final area of the level sees me take on a scarab, the only one of the game. I tried taking out its kneecaps and chased a banshee that had been shooting at me, but in the process got blown up by the scarab. Then my next life, I got impatient and just tried to land on the scarab right away, only to get obliterated, but okay. I landed on the scarab, got to its power core, and grenaded it until it exploded. Now to get to my banshee and make my great escape. I'm going to become a fucking terrorist. Okay, I killed the scarab, got away from it as fast as possible, went into the end tunnel and blew some stuff up, and Buck remembers Dare in the cutscene, and that's another level down, this one the new longest at 29 minutes and 15 seconds. And spoiler alert, it's soon to get beat. Veronica Dare came on the radio looking for help, so as a rookie, it's my job to step up and fix her. After spawn, I started going to the right path, saw a hunter, and then decided to go to the left path instead. I killed a couple jetpack brutes, no big deal, but what was a big deal were the brutes and sniper jackal guarding my objective, which as you can see includes a fuel rod chieftain and multiple brute shotters. I ran out of plasma pistol ammo almost immediately and tried rushing the chieftain, which worked out how you'd expect. I didn't have any other ideas though, and my second attempt I actually did manage to kill the chieftain by rushing him, only to then get brute shotted. Surely I'll get this soon, right? When I finally got through, I had given up the hope of actually killing the enemies and instead just ran past them and somehow survived to trigger the door where Rookie slides down an elevator cable. This leads me to Data Hive, my favorite level in the game by a mile and one that I actually have a legendary world record on. Granted, it was on 4-player co-op and my only job was to help block Dare, but still, I tried to be stealthy and sneak up on a grunt only to immediately blow my cover. ODST is a notoriously short game, and I love almost all the levels in this game, don't get me wrong, but this is the first one that actually feels like a complete level where things happen and you go to a lot of different areas and do different things. My deaths were about the same, though, like getting stuck by a grenade. I battled through the halls until I came across a police officer who didn't seem suspicious at all, and we were ambushed by predator drones. One, I don't know how they didn't kill me because my health was beeping for this entire fight, and two, the SMG is the best weapon for drones, and it takes 0 skill to kill them with it, but I didn't have one. Thankfully, you can actually headshot drones with a pistol, which I got kind of good at during my firefight video. I juggled a carbine to the next room, punched out a drone, and now had my cop friend by my side, and by that I mean up ahead drawing all the attention for me. How in the world did that miss? I shot more government drones in the head and punched more regular drones directly in the face. One nice thing about this level is that there are grunts and jackals everywhere, so I was never without a plasma pistol, and that made killing the brutes pretty easy, especially with Philip Brailsford leading the way. I opened up another piston thing where normally the cop would get killed by bugs, but because I have all the audio logs, he stays with me longer for a bit of bonus content. Unfortunately, he couldn't save me from getting exploded. I ran out of plasma pistol ammo as the brute was rushing me, and I panicked and stuck him, which didn't take his armor off, so I stuck him again, which also didn't take his armor off. The policeman went in a room and told me to wait outside, which is the exact opposite of what he should have told me as I followed him inside, and he tried to kill me. I guess you can't headshot him because I was obliterating his face, but he wasn't dying, and I thought I was dead until I blew him up with an exploding pineapple. Come back here, bird. I knocked on a door and Dare opened it, only to be disappointed that it wasn't Buck coming to deliver his package, and she told me that we had to go through the beehive to get to the superintendent. So at least I had backup for the rest of the level. That was Dare's grenade that just killed me. I ignored an invite from Sloth, stayed behind Dare so she wouldn't blow me up again, got in a head-to-head fight with the drone, got blown up by Dare again, continued fighting, got killed by one jackal that didn't even have a shield, and walked with Dare through the hive. I tried sniping the bugs with a beam rifle, which on regular legendary one-shots them, but quickly realized my best bet was to still just try to headshot them with the carbine. I had some close calls here, but staying back and letting them focus on Dare was a winning strategy. We got to the outside of the superintendent's office where I smacked all 3 brutes outside, and we entered to meet the superintendent only for an adorable alien to pop out instead. The human urge to give every creature we find head scratches. Buck shows up and we race to go save him before the brutes dismember him. We also have to escort the engineer, but he's not very hard to keep alive, well, not yet anyway, and he does give us extra shields. We got to an elevator and that was Data Hive in 35 minutes and 23 seconds, which means, oh no, Buck going in here and smells some Dare punches him in the face, and they make out while Rookie and Virgil awkwardly watch. Now it's time for the worst level of the game. I've always hated this level on regular legendary, so I expected it to be a doozy on Lasso, but I still was not prepared for the depths that we would fall to here. So it starts with basic fighting Covenant in the streets. I got team killed by another grenade, because why not? I found a sniper rifle that I never knew existed before. Ouch. And okay, that's the first area clear. I grabbed a rocket launcher from a box and carried forth to the graveyard crew to another elevator, which took me up to the highway where 5 minutes into their new relationship, Buck and Dare start arguing, not looking too good for them. The engineer pilots a garbage truck, invites Dare on board, and Buck and I have to escort them, and this is where things get the opposite of fun. I gave Buck my rocket launcher and put him in the passenger seat because I figured that was better than him being on the turret, but if I was stuck by grunts, it didn't really matter where Buck was seated. My third try, I decided to just floor it past the grunts, but the door was shut, and while waiting, I got hit by a Tom Brady grunt from long range. So on try 4, I decided to rock the turret for a bit to let Dare get to the door, and this time successfully made it. In area 2, I headed straight for the door and made it and thought I was gonna get through first try, but at the last second, a brute boarded me and killed me. No matter, surely I had a checkpoint. Oh, excuse me for 1 second. Fuck! This time around, I decided to do 2 things different. 1, get out and grab a fuel rod cannon for Buck because I thought it would be better against brutes given the tilt skull, and 2, kill every grunt to ensure I got a checkpoint. After getting stuck and dying in the second area, this was tested, and we are so back. I wanted to kill everyone in section 2 as well for the same reason, to make sure I got a checkpoint. Unfortunately, I ran out of pistol ammo and wouldn't have a precision weapon for the rest of the highway. But despite Buck's best efforts to team kill me, we cleared the area. It hasn't really come into play yet, but if I could just stay back and be slow and kill everyone, this wouldn't be that hard. What makes this part suck is that you have to keep Dare and Virgil alive, and if you aren't aggressively pushing up and killing Covenant, they will get obliterated. So slow playing it and being safe simply isn't an option. After clearing area 3, my first try, which included a bug dialogue fight, we advance to Area 4, which is the last one before this level becomes horrible. I didn't kill everyone, but the only guys left alive were far enough away that I figured it didn't matter. Area 5 sucks mega ass because this is where ghosts show up, which not only were a threat to me, but were an even bigger threat to Dare, and I had my first save and quit, not to me dying, but to them dying. On try 2, I tried rushing to the door right away, then getting in the gun and nothing shoots. We actually made it inside the next set of doors and we got a gospel. To my absolute shock, we made it, but I was worried that I didn't have a checkpoint since ghosts were still alive. With the Goshawk, I figured I should do the same strategy here, let Buck shoot the fuel rod while I get out and gun. But to counteract our increased firepower, this section has ghosts and banshees and was approximately 27 times harder than the last. Dare died and it was time for a reset, but I was scared of my checkpoint situation and... Okay, I had a checkpoint at least. Let's count how many resets I had in this part.
Shields are down. My shields can't take much. Okay, shields back.
My god, after all those resets, we finally cleared it. But we aren't done yet. The next area is even worse with banshees, ghosts, and a wraith. One other element that makes this terrible I haven't even mentioned yet is that Buck has scripted dialogue throughout this level, and while he's speaking, he will not shoot. This section is the worst for that. He has a bunch of lines at the very start, so after firing a couple shots earlier, he'll do nothing for like 10 straight seconds. My strat here was to hijack the wraith, then hijack the ghost to eliminate them, and then hope everyone focused on Buck instead of Dare. Here on my second try, I accidentally killed the wraith early and had to get to the tank without Buck, and with Dare way ahead of me. I thought Dare was dead for sure, but I actually managed to kill everything with her still alive. There was just one last AA Wraith and it was shooting at Dare, but Dare was out of its range, so whatever. I killed the AA Wraith, its last shots are flying towards me, so let me just cross the other side of the highway and... You have got to be fucking kidding me. And hey, wouldn't you know it, I didn't have a checkpoint, so I'm back in the Goshawk. Surely I'll at least get past this again soon, right? I was so mad by Mercer Mayor. I wanted to play with my little sister's dollhouse, but Dad wouldn't let me. I was so mad. I would like to remind you, I literally had made it past this my second try and cleared the entire next area only to get killed by stray fuel rod shots and reverted 2 load zones. I swear to God, my head right now, I feel like I could just... Finally, I made it out of this part. In game time, I was about an hour into the level, but in real time, I was over an hour and 20 minutes for whatever that's worth. This was by far the longest level of the game for me. And this time where I got past it, I don't know what I did different. I'm sure I played slightly better or whatever, but it probably mostly just boils down to luck. At least this time I had Buck on the side of the tank helping out. And with that, I made it through this area first try, in this timeline at least. Then got through the next area, taking out every single Phantom. I died twice in the next part, but that's kind of just child's play at this point. Derek gets shot by a scarab, whatever. We exit and go to a zoo entrance where we kill a few guys and have our final fight. Which, yeah, is kind of just whatever at this point. The only notable thing that happened was Buck getting bullied into a corner by a hunter. I killed Covenant, and it wasn't very hard, and we boarded the Phantom, ending my nightmare. If you watch this and my other Lasso videos, you know that I'm pretty straight with saying which parts I think are hard or which are easy, and yeah, that was the most pissed off I've been playing Lasso since Cairo Station on Halo. But hey, I did it, and that was the only Lasso I hadn't done yet on MCC, so now I have them all. I look forward to your endless wins the Halo 5 Lasso video comments. If you like this video, be sure to check out all my Lasso videos, starting with the one on screen. Shout out to my patrons like always for supporting the channel. Goodbye. Halo 3 is considered by many to be the third game in the Halo trilogy, with it picking up right where Halo 2 left off as you play as Master Chief and try to finish the fight alongside your new dinosaur best friend. If you're nerdy enough to watch videos like this, then I'm assuming that you already know that Halo's hardest difficulty is Legendary. But being an old-school Halo veteran myself, 24 years old, regular Legendary isn't hard enough for me anymore, so I wanted to try something even tougher. I'm a frog, and for this video, I played Halo 3 Lasso, that's Legendary all skulls on. Skulls just being various game modifiers modifiers that make the game way, way harder. There's 13 skulls included in Lasso, and I'll explain a few of the more important ones as we go through. So, let's hop in. Our journey begins on the level Arrival, where a cutscene starts and I immediately press the A button to skip it. See, one level down already, this isn't so bad. The journey continues on Sierra 117, where you may notice after the black bars go away that you can't see my weapon or HUD, which is stuff like my ammo, my radar, etc. That's because of the blind skull that hides it all. In my Halo 2 Lasso video, I was following along with guides the whole time, but for this video, I decided to be a Giga Chad and not look at any guides. I just went off of my own strategizing ability and prior game knowledge. Like here, before the first fight, I remembered from when I did my speedrun video that you can skip a trigger by going up this way. It's a really weird jump though, because your second jump is basically off of nothing. After dropping down, there's a couple enemies, but after killing them, no one else spawns, so doing that jump makes this way easier. I'll now mention the catch skull that makes enemies throw more grenades, because one of the grunts chucked a Hail Mary and somehow stuck me, resulting in my first death of the run. Worth mentioning, every time I die, you'll see me save and quit because of the Iron Skull. On co-op, this makes it so you revert to the last checkpoint when only one player dies. But on solo, this makes it so that if you die, you restart the entire level. I think that's complete BS, but thankfully you can avoid it by just saving and quitting real fast. As the great George Washington famously said, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. One of the most important skulls is the Black Eye Skull, which makes it so your shields don't recharge unless you melee an enemy. And I'm telling you about the Black Eye Skull because my second death happened because I was trying too hard to rebuild my shields and died to a lone grunt. He survived so many melees from a 7-foot green cyborg man because of the Mythic Skull, which doubles enemy health. But my third attempt, I backsmacked the brute, didn't get stuck by a Willie Mays grunt, killed the rest, and was home free because of the trigger skip. The second area has a lot more enemies, but thankfully is where I also get carbines, making it much easier to kill grunts. And jackals for that matter, because this is where they start showing up. Jackals are annoying because with the Mythic Skull, they don't flinch when you shoot them in the hand, meaning I had to EMP them or figure out some other way to get them to show their stupid bird heads. And with the last skull I'll mention, Tilt, having a plasma pistol was of the utmost importance for killing brutes. Tilt affects weapon balancing and basically just means that human weapons are worthless against shields and brute armor. Here I saved a Marine from a brute, he rewarded me by doing this. For my next trick, I had to shoot jackal snipers from long range without a reticle. It went about how you'd expect. And after getting sniped, I forgot to save and quit, which sent me back to the start of the level. We're off to a tremendous start here, folks. Thankfully, after restarting, I had no problems whatsoever and was able to very easily make it back to the river. This time, I approached the river with a new superpower, a piece of tape on my monitor with a black dot where the center of the reticle would be. As you can imagine, this made killing the jackals much easier. When I did Halo 2 Lasso, my shields were constantly beeping from being low. I quickly learned in this game that there just isn't a sound for shields being low, at least not on Lasso. Sometimes I died because I take hits without even realizing my shields were already down. Speaking of dying, for whatever reason at the river, there were a million brutes with the brute shot, and this is where I really started hating the brute shot. I got wrecked over and over again. It was brutal. I died a couple more times until I went into the sniper forest because Bungie heard all your complaints about Halo 2 Jackal snipers and said, counterpoint, go fuck. Sergeant Foley whipped out his sword and started rushing at enemies with no regard for his own life. I kept taking my time headshotting grunts and jackals, and we made it to a down pelican with ammo and a brute that completely jump scared me. In all my years of playing Halo 3, I'd never seen a brute down here before. In an interesting change up, I was killed by a brute with a spiker instead of the brute shot, and after a few more minutes and a few more deaths, we made it to the dam. There are snipers all over the Darn, which I focused on, but I was immediately reminded what the real biggest threat in this game is. I'm not calling out anyone specifically, but whoever's idea it was, Marty, to spam brute shot spawns owes me an apology. I found myself in a bit of a pickle where a jackal overcharged me and I wasn't able to melee another one before my next checkpoint. So I had to fight an army of brutes, some of them now with carbines from long range without shields. It is so over. For some reason, Arbiter had a plasma pistol and nothing else, so he wasn't much helpier either. Eventually, I was able to take out a few brutes and got rushed by the chieftain. Hammer chieftains have predictable attacks and are easy to backsmack, which recharge my shields. We are so bad. I went under the bridge downtown and took the brutes head on, which resulted in a death, but thankfully I had another checkpoint. After many more deaths, I was able to conquer the bridge brutes with the help of a grunt being very stupid. That was it for hard stuff this level. It ends with me finding Johnson in a jail cell, then holding out for a little bit. I ended the level with this cool hammer launch that isn't very hard.
One down.
I ended the level with this cool hammer launch that isn't very hard. And there we go. The Marines give a little fist bump, and that's Sierra 117 in just under 1 hour. Unlike the in-game timer in Halo 2 Lasso, this timer is actually reflective of how many minutes of game time each level took. Although obviously it doesn't include the time that I'm in the menus after saving and quitting. Level 2 starts with us meeting Commander Key, Skyping our terrifying looking Admiral, and getting hacked by the Prophet of Truth Social just so we can trash talk. The cutscene ends with the worst line in any Halo game.
Man, squad leaders are requesting a rally point. Where should they go?
With that, I was off on my quest to hold off the Covenant invading the base. The first fight just has grunts and jackals. I got stuck, of course, as happens when you fight grunts on Lasso. A brute shotter also appeared who I became acquainted with, and by that I mean he killed me. Next up was the hangar where I was tasked with holding out against the Covenant while more waves were flown in on Phantoms. Why don't the Marines just shut the hangar door? Are they stupid? At this point, I was still trying to get my bearings when it came to playing this game Lasso. It all just felt weird and I wasn't very good at it. And with my ODST firefight experience from the past, I frankly expected to be better, because late stage firefight is basically just Lasso except with the HUD. At one point, I got the hangar enemies down to just one brute. Then I died and had to do it all again. Classic. I restarted and this time was able to clear the hangar, killing all the brutes and a stuck jackal. What is bro doing? I made sure to grab a deployable cover because on the way back to HQ we get attacked by bug people and there's a turret over here you can drop a deployable cover in front of and camp behind. I can shoot through it, but they can't. The only flaw with this strategy is that I have no defense for an attack from the rear. A couple attempts later I cleared out all the bugs and it was time for the brute room, which has a ton of brutes. My initial strategy was to hang back and not go through the door, because that lets me keep running back to the last area and grab ammo whenever I run out and just play the long game. I did this for several minutes, slowly picking off brutes until a second group spawned which included a carbine guy and I was immediately killed. So that was like 8 minutes of my life down the drain that I'll never get back. After trying this again with limited success, I decided to change up my strategy and rush in. After dying a couple times, I found a pretty good spot where I could get the brutes one at a time, except a lot faster, and after the chieftain whiffed, I was in the clear. Now with the gravity hammer off the chieftain, there was a skip I could do called barrack skip that lets you skip the section with probably the most brutes in the entire game. Back from my Halo 3 speedrun video, I had to learn it. It goes like this. Okay, not like that. More like this. I paused for a second because I thought I was dead, but alas, I made it across and could take the elevator up. Now, there were two downsides to doing this. One, I didn't have the Arbiter or any Marines with me for backup, and two, I only brought a battle rifle and a gravity hammer. I should have brought a plasma pistol in the hammer and then grabbed a battle rifle upstairs, but I didn't think that far ahead because I'm stupid. So this section with too many jetpack routes to count, I had to clear without a plasma weapon. On Lasso, and plasma weapons were basically required for killing brutes. I had an invincibility from the chieftain, and there were a couple invisibilities, so I had that going for me, but this part really sucked. Some of the brutes had plasma rifles, so I could at least try to use them to take off their armor, but yeah, only having a plasma rifle and a battle rifle against an army of carbine brutes wasn't fun. The strategy I eventually came up with, after backsmacking a few with camo, was to hide down here where the brutes would occasionally pop out solo and give me a chance to kill them. This was slow, but I managed to get them all and could finally advance. The next fight is easy. It's only grunts and jackals, so I just had to get tough traps. In the bomb room, I parkoured up on a pipe, hit my active camo, a little bit late, so I got shot at, but was able to run out. There are a lot of enemies outside the door in the next area, so I wanted to take it safe and hang back and then kill them. What I did not realize is that the enemies by the bomb would chase me. So I died, and I was so gobsmacked by this death that I forgot to save and quit. Because of the Iron Skull, me forgetting to do that reset the level, so after making it an hour into the mission, I had to go back to the start and do it all again. Excuse me for a second. Fuck! Before restarting, I first calmed myself by watching a scary movie with my dog. Then it was time to run it back. I killed people in this hallway and traded shots with the jackals. Oh wow, berserking brute, let me just backsmack him. I will say that this time around, I was much more confident with this level. Like, I still died many times, but it wasn't as much of a slog. Like the brute room, I cleared my first try. I grabbed the chieftain's invincibility, but I did not grab his hammer this time. One big change I made was to clear the barracks instead of skipping it, even though it's full of brutes. With how annoying the landing pad was my first run, I wanted to do it this time, not only with the plasma pistol, but also with the help of Arbiter and the Marines I'd rescued in the barracks. I did die in the barracks a few times, but it wasn't that bad. I just had to noob combo all the brutes and take my time. The landing pad was pretty easy now that I had help. I kept running and got a U-up message from Cortana, killed some guys, completely forgot about a couple jackal snipers, but thankfully didn't get sniped. Armed the bomb, got killed on my run out, but did save and quit this time, and made it to the final elevator. So my second attempt at Crow's Nest as a whole, I got through in a little over 40 minutes. Next up was Savo Highway, fair at the God's favorite level, which I was told was one of the easiest. Had I been following a guide, I'm sure it would have been. But as previously mentioned, I wasn't, and this level wrecked me. It is pretty much just a driving level, so when I got to the first enemy encounter, I tried just driving past them. That didn't work. My second attempt, I tried killing most of the enemies, then driving past. That also didn't work. My third attempt, I realized I was driving past jackal snipers on my way here, so I turned around and grabbed a beam rifle, making killing all the enemies up ahead very easy. I used them in the next area too to clear everyone out before driving through that one. In the next area, I faced a wall to grab a grouty lift through it, then it was a matter of dealing with the various enemies populating the area. But rather than confront these problems directly, I drove past them all until I got to a shield gate, which I destroyed and continued on. The grab lift I picked up allowed me to take my warthog across a gap in the bridge where you're supposed to get out, but like Ryan Gosling, I continued to drive until I crashed and had to save and quit. You're supposed to do a big holdout fight here on foot, but instead my goal was to speed past it and get to the next area where I could hijack a raid. This strategy in hindsight was very stupid and I had no success. I followed up the strategic blunder with an even dumber one when I decided to quit driving past everyone altogether and attempt to do the holdout fight. Now, killing enemies in this game on Lasso is definitely harder, but it isn't ridiculous, so I was confident. What I didn't realize though is that Bungie decided to spam nothing but brute spawns during this fight, and I was completely overwhelmed. I hate this level and never play it, so I had no memory of this fight being so bad. When I finally did clear out the brutes, Paul Bertone himself gave me a middle finger and spawned in even more, including a bunch of jetpack brutes, which made the second wave even tougher than the first. After many more deaths, I just gave up and ran back to the Warthog off my checkpoint and decided to resume my earlier strategy of jacking the raid, which for some reason now is way more pushed up, making it easier to board. It still wasn't easy though. After several more minutes of trying this, I managed to steal the wraith without dying and advance to the final push. There are a bunch of enemy vehicles far away, so I took my sweet time lining up shots from distance and taking them out. There were a few choppers that I couldn't get from far away, so I did have to push up for them, whatever. But again, this level is really mean, and after I took out the first group, it seemed like another 6 or so spawned in. With the Black Eye Skull keeping my shields from recharging and Mythic giving the choppers double health, I simply just couldn't keep up. I died here so many times. Race strats were not it. So I changed tactics yet again and did what I probably should have just done from the beginning, which is grab a chopper of my own and drive past this area. The problem and why I wanted the Wraith is that there's a whole blockade of brutes to get through. I tried driving through them a couple times like you would on a regular speedrun and got destroyed. I next tried stopping and killing all the brutes, which worked fine, until I realized there was still a Wraith on the bridge. I turned my attention towards it, and after completely misjudging this shot on one of my lives, I successfully fisted the Wraith my next attempt and was in the clear. This sucked though. Like, I could kill the brutes with the chopper, but it took forever. And after getting past the blockade, I had a whole nother group to deal with, including a chieftain that I spent a solid 8 minutes putting shots on until I got impatient and drove a little too close, letting him kill me. Let me go grab my Mercer Mayor books. After reloading and killing the last set of brutes again, this time I just rushed the chieftain and gave him the old back smack to finally finish the level. This level that is supposed to be one of the easier ones took me an hour and 36 minutes. Is the level actually tough, or is Frog just bad? Discuss. But if you call me bad, I'm banning you. The next level in sequential order, which is the required order, so there's zero reason for me to specify that, is the Storm, where my weapons actually carry over, so I started with a battle rifle and plasma pistol. The plasma pistol doesn't really matter though, since the first fight is just against jackals and grunts. The second hallway where you start getting some brute action is where the challenge truly begins, and I died quite a few times. But as I shot enemies, read chalkboards, and listened to the Money Guy show talk about HSAs in the background, I managed to push past it to the first vehicle section of the level. I would like to mention now that we're reaching the end of my speedrun knowledge for Halo 3. Like this section, I didn't have really any idea of how to do fast. There's a bunch of ghosts, an anti-air wraith, and one more wraith. The only enemy you're required to take out is the anti-air wraith, but obviously I wanted to kill everything for survivability. After unloading an entire missile pod into the AA wraith with it still kicking, I hopped back in my ghost and just shot it for a bit until it eventually blew up. Then came the other wraith. I didn't want to rush it, so for a couple minutes I just hung back and shot it with the ghost dodging its mortar shots. When I finally killed the pilot, I pushed up. Well, that's embarrassing. I died a few more times in this section since my checkpoint was before I'd blown up either wraith, and this ended up being the hardest part of the entire level for me, which you may be surprised by considering that there's a scarab, but we'll get to that. I used the discarded wraith to my advantage for a second, jumped over a box to avoid a drone spawn, then did the next lake bed where I quickly hijacked one of the two AA wraiths, only to discover that my marine friend was trying to bail without me. I probably should have let him drive though, because a bit later I died by trying to drive up a ramp and being completely incapable of it. I died a lot here too. I probably had even more deaths in the other section, but they were faster, so it didn't feel as bad. Eventually though, it was scarab time. I mentioned that we were nearing the end of my speedrun knowledge, but I had one more trick up my sleeve. If you bring a mongoose back here, which has an elastic barrier to get past that blocks the mongoose, so it's actually kind of tricky, you can use it to get past the door and avoid fighting the scarab entirely. There's another section where I had to fight some brutes, whatever, but then I was greeted by the first hunters of the game. Individually, hunters aren't very tough, but they're really tough when there's two of them and you're constantly constantly looking over your shoulder wondering where the other one is, or when a grunt randomly throws a plasma across the map. Surprisingly though, the shotgun melee combo absolutely shreds them even on lasso. We had a few more guys to fight, then I took out a giant AA gun from long range because I'm just that good, and that ended the level. The Covenant opened a portal, a weird ship flew in, Master Chief says words to Arbiter for the only time in the game, and that was the storm in 5647, just under 1 hour. The next level, Floodgate, which sees you just run back through where I already was, except now with Flood. I was expecting to be really easy, and I was correct. Mostly. I grabbed a hammer at the start to have a melee weapon and quickly learned that it couldn't insta-kill Flood, but still, the run-of-the-mill Flood are really weak in this game and easy to headshot. I was racking up kills quickly and things were going smoothly. This part, there's a few more Flood, but I noticed this box I could jump up that would let me basically run past everyone. One of the Flood just died from cringe. Me and the Arb dog fought through some more good times. Except for this guy who had to kill his whole squad, but sucks to suck. We got some more dino friends who were kinda worthless, but they were trying their best. Through all of this, I literally didn't die. Like, the first 90% of this level is easy even on lasso. Then came the ending. If you've seen one of my previous Halo 3 videos, you already know what I'm gonna complain about, the pure forms. They're the absolute worst. And unless I had a sword, I really couldn't even kill the tank forms. Thankfully, on my third life, I got a sword gift wrap. Santa deniers in shambles. But the real villains in this story are the ranged forms. They have super high health and deal crazy damage from long range. Thankfully, it seemed like there was only one range form up high and the rest were tanks. We pushed up to the ship, literally the end of the level, and I discovered that the entrance was being guarded by 3 ranged forms. The dervish was pinned down, and if I tried to rush them, I'd be cooked. So I scavenged weapons and put as many shots as I could into them. I didn't have any grenades, unfortunately, but I kept shooting them with everything I had, to the point where all I had left was a single plasma rifle. And after doing this for a couple minutes, I died, and went back to the start of the final area. Yep. My next life, I made a big adjustment, which was to play more aggressive and kill every single pure form I could before they could retreat to the ship entrance and form a defensive line. And it worked. Thankfully, I didn't have any more deaths here and got it that try. So the other death was annoying, but didn't ultimately matter too much. 343 Guilty Spark showed up. Cortana was having a rough time without her SSRIs.
We have to go through the portal. No, damn it.
We go through the portal in 2305 Floodgate. One of the 2 cool cutscenes in the game plays, and we've landed on the arc for level 6. You start out with the sniper, which unfortunately because of the tilt skull is pretty worthless against brutes. So after missing 4 straight shots on a jackal's head, I immediately dropped it for a plasma pistol. A brute shot me with his brute shot, but my second attempt I was able to kill everyone. The next area was rough. I was grenaded and brute shotted and huntered. There wasn't anything too special about it. I just had to kill the enemies and couldn't, cause I'm bad. Pepe point. Eventually, I did just have the idea to run past everyone, which almost worked my first try until a hunter blasted me in the back. After getting through, I looked at the terminal because I couldn't remember if I had the achievement already or not. Mendicant bias. More like, man, I don't care bias. With all my complaining about brute shots, I don't think it can be understated that carbines are also incredibly dangerous. Brute shots can be dodged, carbines on the other hand not so much. A couple prowlers showed up, and after dispatching the first, for some reason I tried rushing the second head on. It went about as well as you'd expect. In the next part, I only had a mongoose, and my strategy was simple. Hijack a chopper and get the HE double hockey sticks out of there. My first attempt saw me successfully get the chopper, only to get killed on my escape. This took several attempts, but I did not get impatient, nor did I rage. Even when I did finally get through, only to get killed by a couple ghosts and realize I didn't have a checkpoint and had to do it all over again. But it was fine. My days of raging at video games earlier in this video are behind me. Do I look like I'm annoyed? The next time I got through, I took a detour to make sure I got a checkpoint, which was a good call because these 2 ghosts were nightmare fuel and I died even more times to them. My first strategy was to splatter one and hijack the other, which, yeah, didn't work. The strat that worked was dropping a bubble, hijacking one, waiting for the second to get close, then hijacking it. Easy. The next group wasn't too bad. There's this whole area with a bunch of guys and vehicles, but I just hung back in a chopper and took them out from Jafar. It did take a while though, but I was rewarded for my efforts by a gift from the gods, a tank. The Halo 3 tank is the best tank in the franchise. I have a tendency to change my opinion on this in every new Halo video though, so stay tuned for my Halo Reach Lasso video where I say it has the best tank. But yeah, there's this tank section that wasn't difficult at all because I have a giga tank and could just hang back and shoot everything. This was a lot of fun. We went inside a structure where I activated a bridge, and once back outside on my way to get another tank, I got stepped on. In this section, you're supposed to get a Goshawk and stuff. I've actually never done that and didn't even know that's how it's supposed to go until I started this channel and people told me. I've always just dropped down here and grabbed another tank. So this was once again all easy with the tank until we made it to the Scarab. And unfortunately, there was no way to glitch through a door this time. I had to actually fight it. I still haven't watched any Lasso guys as I'm recording this, so if there is a way to skip this fight that I don't know about, then I look forward to reading the 100 comments letting me know. The Scarab fight sucks. It's not so much the Scarab itself as it is the waves of choppers that spawn while I'm trying to kill the Scarab. My third attempt, I actually got on the Scarab, took out its power core, and successfully hijacked one of the choppers to make my escape. But because the chopper is terrible, it flipped and I was killed by the ensuing explosion. Another attempt, I blew up the power core, only to turn the corner and get jump scared by a couple brutes who pelted me with spike grenades like I was back in my freshman year of high school playing dodgeball with seniors. After many attempts and a prayer to Moloch, I finally managed to kill the Skurrob and survive the escape. There was an easy fight up the pyramid. I met up with Arby Sauce and a couple of Marines, and we broke into the Forerunner structure where I assassinated a pissing brute. I respect your time enough to cut to the chase. All of this last section was easy. I had a hang of Halo 3 Last Ditch Covenant combat at this point, and none of the fights were particularly difficult. The Gold Chieftains are always a little tricky, and I did get killed once, but my second attempt on this guy, he focused on a Marine for some reason instead of the cyborg death machine they literally referred to as a demon, allowing me to get an easy backsmack. Fun fact, there was a Jackal who tried to overcharge me, so I waited. It turns out that if you just let a Jackal charge his plasma pistol and never show yourself, he'll charge it until he runs out of ammo and can't shoot you anymore. I've been playing this game for 17 years and never knew that. The last fight was easy. I used an active camo and assassinated the chieftain, then turned on all the other brutes. When my camo ran out, I grabbed the chieftain's invincibility, and that was basically it. Some robots show up, Johnson smokes a cigar, Miranda tries too hard to be cool, and that's the arc in 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 47 seconds, the longest so far. The Covenant is one of the Halo levels of all time when you fly in with your elite allies who spray painted their phantoms green, and you start by taking over a beach. This fight is pretty $0, which is what speedrunners refer to tricks as right before they fail them, as I did by dying a couple times. You have a Spartan laser to start, and I used my last shot on the chieftain only for him to survive and then Mountain Dew blast me. My next life, I saved 2 shots for him. He survived those too, but thankfully I was able to punch him in the back. I was out of Spartan laser shots, so I picked up his fuel rod gun and gave it to my passenger Marine so he'd have some extra firepower. I very quickly realized this would not cut it. So I restarted the level, did the beach fight again, and this time saved the laser for the Marine riding shotgun. Between all of this, the $0 beach fight ended up taking about 10 minutes. This part sucked because there were ghosts and I had to exit the Warthog to avoid them, but during that time there was a Wraith volleying shots at us, and as long as the shot was just in our zip code, the Marines would bail from the Warthog. Even like here, when it was so far away that it wasn't even on screen and I took no damage. This was really annoying because then I'd have to get back in the Warthog, then wait for the Marines to get back in the Warthog too, and then I'd die. After several deaths, I had the epiphany to just push up so we were as far away as possible from the race, could take out the ghosts, and then focus on the race and newly spawned prowlers. When we got to the structure, I exited the Warthog and attempted to clear the enemies inside on foot, only for the Marines to cavalierly take charge. Then once inside, I could skip basically everything by just jumping up this way. I died a few times in the Chieftain room, then gave him a little smack, drove like Derek Thomas when he's late for a football game, did the Hornet section, and even though MCC screwed up the flight controls versus the original, this was one of the easiest parts of the entire playthrough. I was barely even shot at the whole time. It did take a bit though, just because of the Mythic Skull and enemies being tanky. Me and my new dinosaur friends pushed inside where we killed more brutes. I had to take out a couple hundred without a shotgun, which took forever, but just involved dodging the same attacks over and over. At one point, Arbiter tried to solo them. He got destroyed, but I appreciate the effort. And then I realized there was a shotgun outside, and that made this fight a lot easier. We killed more brutes, fought a pack of Butterfrees, and dealt with camo brute firebenders. Unfortunately, they were also paired with the worst chieftain of all, a turret chieftain. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't like the fire either. Right as Mr. White Elite is about to kill the Prophet of Truth or something, a Brethren Moon appears and sends chunks all over the place that carry Flood. But much like Floodgate, they're fine to deal with. This first fight I just ran past too, I didn't even kill him. I killed a few going back the way they came from, then it was once again tank time. Much like the earlier tank section, this is also really easy. Take it slow and steady like a tortoise. Just don't run into any alligators. I got another Hornet and ran into 2 Scarabs. I repeat, 2 Scarabs, which I attempted to do all cool-like by parking on top of the first Scarab. My first attempt though, the Hornet fell off and I got wrecked. My second attempt, I got out of the Hornet and immediately walked off the edge like an idiot. But as my aunt once said, before yet another marriage, 3rd time's a charm. With the first Scarab destroyed, I focused on the other enemy vehicles around around until the second scarab was completely isolated, which made it easy pickings. Jeff Arbiter and I ran into the control center or whatever. Miranda died in one of the dumbest cutscenes in the franchise, and the Flood teamed up with us to kill General Shepard. We fought our way across the bridge, nothing much to talk about, until we reached the Prophet of Truth, who grows some tentacles in his face. What is bro doing? So Arbiter doesn't like Han Solo. The Flood betray us, and the coolest shot in the game happens. As far as the fight back out goes, there weren't any pure forms. I don't think I need to elaborate further. I walked through a door at one point and found the Flood running a train on Arbiter. Robots who definitely won't also betray us showed up to help, and that was that. Meanwhile, Chief still has one itis and sees Cortana, so he follows her only to find the rebuilding Halo 1. Oh my god. 11209 Covenant, by the way. But before worrying about the rebuilt Halo, we have to go back to High Charity for the best level in the entire franchise, called Cortana. In all seriousness, besides just being an awful level, this is the hardest level by far on regular Legendary, so I wasn't looking forward to this at all. I did know where to get a sword right off the bat. You walk around this way, it takes you up top, and there's a sword. This level also had me deal with Gravemind and Cortana constantly talking, which is kind of cool the first time you play, and then horribly annoying every time after. Elite Flood, by the way, are the worst non-pure forms because most of them have shields that refuse to go down. Even not playing Lasso, sometimes it'll just take forever. I don't know if it's a bug or what. After clearing the first Flood wave, I pushed up, and the speedrun thing usually here would be to basically just run past everyone, which I thought there was no way I could do. Until I attempted it and was barely even shot at and made it through. Good thing too, because that room has a ton of range forms usually and is awful. It appears that Cortana's gone deep into the danger zone, boys. There's a few Flood here that I could easily run past, and then it was time for the next main room, which also sucked, and this time I had to actually clear it out. It has a lot of pure forms, so I had to cower behind cover and play the long game, which the Flood were not having. They liked rushing me. Thankfully, there were needlers by this spot, so when I did finally clear out the regular Flood and the tanks, I had the loadout needed to get the range forms. They're still really tanky, but super combines are their weakness other than swords and grenade sticks. This room was way easier than I expected, and in this room, I also made sure to grab an active camo because this hallway is absolute cancer. But if you have a camo and use it about halfway up, you have just enough time to run past all the enemies. They do this in the speedrun, but this is something that I've been doing before I even knew what a speedrun was. And then it was time for what's lovingly referred to as the Hell Room, where there are a million pure forms who love shooting at you from every direction. My strat was to kill as many as I could as fast as possible before they had time to climb to the ceiling and get set up. This seemed to be a valid strategy, but wasn't without its deaths. However, it was around this time that I realized something major. The Black Eye Skull, as previously mentioned, means your shields only recharge when you melee an enemy. In this room, I realized that all sword attacks, even lunges, apparently count as melees and recharge your shields. So as long as I could just keep swording enemies, my shields would keep recharging. This room still took me several minutes, but this was a godly realization. Like, I was almost blind my whole life, and someone gave me my first pair of glasses. Just insane. Anyway, check out this stick. With that, I made it out of Hellroom and into the reactor room where I sorted everything as much as possible to just keep regenning shields. I found Cortana, who took her sweet time getting up even though there was an army of zombie aliens trying to kill us. And yeah, that was basically it. Blowing up the reactors is easy. I knew what must be done with the sword. There's not too many enemies on the escape. I ran past Flamethrower Arbiter and Rip High Charity in only 37:04. I expected that level to be a multi-hour nightmare. So fun-wise, it was a pleasant surprise. Content-wise, because you psychopaths like watching me be miserable, it was a disappointment. Anyway, Chief and Arbiter are terrible pilots and crash a Pelican on Halo. Ignore me conveniently leaving out that it was horribly damaged. And it was snow time. And y'all thought this video wouldn't be Christmas related. So here's the thing, right? With the battle rifle and sword, it was really easy to kill the Flood. I killed so many with no issues whatsoever. However, at the bottom level of the tower, I ran out of sword. And as far as I know, there are no more swords the rest of the level. At least I didn't find any. So, that was a problem, and I started getting wrecked. As easy as Cortana ended up being, this level took me by complete surprise with its difficulty. If I tried to take it slow, the game would just drop in more Flood behind me. When I pushed up, I got wrecked. I had no answer for the tank forms. For me and my dog Arbiter, this was rough. But after 15 minutes into the level, I somehow made it to the top where we had to hold out against even more Flood waves that I was horribly unequipped to deal with. I got lasered by Johnson at one point, which gave me an idea, which was to run up top and camp with him. This turned out to be a horrendous idea. But after jumping back down and doing the fight like a man or cyborg, I was able to fend off the waves and get access to the control room, where 343 Guilty Spark freaks out, lasers Johnson, and there's a glorified cutscene of a boss fight that for some reason when I was a kid I thought was super hard. Literally all you do is laser him a couple times. Young Frog was bad at video games. Anyway, me and the Arbmeister had to now escape before Halo explodes. I learned that Sentinels are OP, and we fought our way through the snowy hills into another room where Sentinels continued to be OP. I got blown up too, and it was Warthog time. Problem being, I had no shields. This was irrelevant my first attempt though, because our deaths were solely due to my inability to drive. It also didn't matter my second attempt, because Yeah. Despite my previous 2 deaths being solely because of my terrible driving, my 3rd attempt I tried something crazy. How do you recharge shields? You get out in the middle of the run and punch a flood. I couldn't get back in the Warthog right away though because Arbiter was in the middle of getting jacked, but after lending a helping hand, somehow I got back in basically unscathed and now had full shields. I know the Warthog run path from this point, so yeah, no more stupid deaths. I made it to the final jump and we were home free. Halo blows up and Lord Hood speaks at a memorial full of duplicate images. The elites plan their invasion of India, and with the 40-minute, 38-second Halo, that was it for Halo 3 Lasso. Was it as hard as Halo 1 or 2 Lasso? Definitely not. Do I ever want to play it again? Also no. I'd rather watch Togo. If you enjoyed this banger of a video, click the one on screen to see another one from me. Thanks to my patrons like always for their support. Goodbye and Merry Christmas. Ho ho ho. A wise man once said that there are only 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and cat taking you directly off a cliff if you let her drive the Warthog. Hello, I'm a frog, and in this video, I tried to beat the ultimate challenge in everyone's favorite Bungie Halo prequel, Halo Reach. That challenge is Lasso. Lasso, of course, stands for Legendary All Skulls On. Skulls just being various game modifiers that together make it way, way harder. Significantly harder than a standard Legendary playthrough. I'll explain a few of the more important skulls as we go through. Let's hop in. Our journey begins by showing us the end of the story first, like we're watching Memento, then it cuts to the past where my Spartan, who's green of course cause Frog, meets the members of Noble Team: Bald Guy, Ghost Rider, the Hot One, Boring Leader Guy, and George. We fly away to Mission 1, Winter Contingency, despite it clearly taking place in either the summer or the fall. Upon arrival, I exited the Falcon and you probably immediately noticed 2 things. 1, Rio Mikami has negative 2,147,483,648 points, and second, you can't see my gun, health, shields, or anything else. That's because of the blind skull, which disables your HUD and hides your weapon. After investigating a car wreck, smacking a giant bird, being told by libertarians to come back with a warrant, and finding a couple Marines sleeping on the job, we encountered another flock of birds seeking revenge on me for killing their cousin previously. They were joined by grunts who were all ultras because of the thunderstorm skull, which promotes almost every enemy to higher ranks. While fighting, I learned that Emil is an armor lock kid, which immediately made me lose all respect for him. One thing I'll note as I pushed up outside, I did not watch any guides for this playthrough. Everything I do is my own strategizing based off of my own knowledge of the game and trial and error, of course. Because boy, were there a lot of errors. Like here, you're supposed to fight a lot more enemies, including a few elites, but I remembered from my days of playing Halo Reach as a 10-year-old that you could avoid the rest of the valley by just running on the edge. And just like that, I was driving around with a giant cyborg man looking for more illegal aliens. At the next stop, I grabbed a needle rifle and almost immediately ran out of ammo because of the famine skull, which makes dropped weapons have half as much ammo as usual, which makes ammo management obviously a lot harder. Not to mention that with the mythic skull, enemies have double the health, so getting headshots, back smacks, super combines, etc. was essential again for ammo management. Although one issue with getting headshots is obviously me not having a reticle to tell me where I'm aiming. In past Lasso videos, I mentioned putting a piece of tape on my monitor with a black dot where my reticle would be to help me aim. I did not do that in this video. The reason being that I was too lazy to get out of my chair to go get tape. I had my first couple deaths at this house, one of them because I learned the hard way that plasma pistol overcharges don't take down elite ultra shields in Lasso. I just save and quit real fast after each death because of the Iron Skull, which on solo means you restart the entire level if you die. But if you save and quit real fast, you can get around it and go back to your previous checkpoint, which I do because it's a BS skull that punishes solo play and encourages co-op, because on co-op, all it does is revert you to your last checkpoint if one player dies. I will not be punished for not having friends to play Halo with. My next life, I tried overcharging again, and it took 1, 2, 3. I feel like Mr. Owl. Then a plasma explosion, so we'll call that 4 overcharges to take down 1 elite's shields, which told me that noob comboing wasn't really a viable strat. You can see while I'm driving that my shields are perpetually down and not recharging, but a bit down the road I got out and meleeed a grunt, which then let them recharge. This is because of the black ice skull, which makes it so your shields don't recharge unless you melee an enemy. And I'm gonna emphasize I'm saying black eye, not black guy. With all these skulls under consideration, I determined that the best way to take down elites was to give them the old back smack or assassination. Recharges my shield, saves ammo, is an insta-kill. If I could manage to get an elite to show me his back, this was the way to go. The issue, of course, being that this wouldn't always be so easy. The final fight of the area wasn't hard per se, until I ran out of DMR ammo, then it became really hard, because I could no longer take out grunts efficiently, and there were 2 elites instead of 1, so if I tried to assassinate one of them, the other would just shoot me. After a couple attempts of sneaking around the back, I tried exercising other options. First, I looked all around the area for more precision weapons. I found nothing. I I tried DMing Marty for help only to get crickets, but then when I thought all hope was lost, I had a realization. Wait a second, I'm operating a 4,000-pound death machine. So I tried a new strat, running over the elites. I died the first attempt from getting EMP'd, so my next attempt I first took out as many grunts as I could before going in and splattering both elites and clearing the area. We went on another helicopter ride where June sat in a really precarious position until it dropped us off in the courtyard where we're supposed to hold out, except I immediately ran to the side and all the way around to get to a hiding spot inside the base where I would remain until all the other Spartans killed enough guys for me, while I offered words of encouragement. After moving inside the base, we discovered the Covenant had killed Santa Claus, a lady tried to fight off George by punching his metal armor, and we were ambushed by a group of dinosaurs which kicked off the end portion of the level after they retreat further into the base. This part was really tough, and I learned almost immediately that in this game's lasso, jackals don't flinch when you shoot them in the hand, meaning the easiest way to kill jackals in every Halo game simply wasn't an option. The Covenant pushed up on us immediately and had us backed into the wall where I had no plasma weapons and therefore no way to kill the elite, while George got pummeled by concussion rifle shots and grenades because of the catch skull, which makes enemies throw away more grenades. There are more skulls, but that's the last really important skull in my opinion, so I'm not going to explain anymore. If you want the full list of skulls, then just Google it or something, I don't know. You're a grown adult, figure it out. Unless you're a child, in which case, please don't mess with me. I'm not a Minecraft YouTuber, I don't want to talk to you. To avoid getting cornered immediately, in my next life I pushed up immediately, which was definitely the way to go. And George and I had a fighting chance. We advanced to the final area where there were two zealots, one with the sword and the other being the concussion rifle elite from earlier. I got rushed by the sword guy and my attempts to overcharge him were in vain as his shields were too strong and he sworded me. For those of you rushing to the comments to let me know what I could have done with the plasma pistol instead, I will tell you now that I did figure out the better way to use it later on. You know what, that death was okay though, because surely I had a checkpoint before the end fight, son of a bitch. Okay, let's just fight through the enemies again and this time I'll make it. Okay, I finally made it back where I was once again killed at the end, this time by the concussion rifle guy, but thankfully this time I had a checkpoint. My next try, the sword elite got stuck behind a computer thing, which was great news to me and allowed me to take him out, leaving only one alive who I rushed with the other guy's sword, and after a couple hearty swings I was able to get around him and assassinate him. That was it for enemies, so we returned to the rest of the group where George was comforting the girl and Emil was instigating him, so like a school teacher, Carter told them both to knock it off despite one clearly being in the wrong. Kat did big brain stuff while her brain was still in her head, and that was winter contingency in 50 minutes and 13 seconds. That doesn't count my time in the menus, but that is the actual amount of time I was in the level playing, unlike in Halo 2, it doesn't reset to what it was when I got my last checkpoint every time I save and quit. Sword base is level 2 and takes place on my 552nd birthday, shortly after I get woken up from cryo sleep like Walt Disney. The level began with me and Kat versus a few grunts and me getting obliterated before I assassinated an elite in an animation that seemed to get canceled a quarter of the way through. Weird. I expected this opening to be the hardest part of the entire level. There are tons of jackals, grunts, and elites, all of whom were ultras. Kat and I were on opposite sides, so to get jackals, I just had to wait for them to focus on her and overall just stay patient. After the lesser Covenant were clear, I killed the first elite with the back smack and retreated. Then was still trying to overcharge the other ultras because I'm stupid before successfully back smacking one of the last two elites. Only one elite left and I moved into position. Oof. Well, surely I got a checkpoint during all that at some point. Nope. Well, I was one elite away from clearing it my first try last time, so I'll just do it again. Excuse me for a second. I was so mad by Mercer Mayer. I wanted to play hide and seek in the clean sheets, but Grandma said, no you can't. I'm going to fucking kill myself. Okay, finally, Kat and I pushed up and we'd gotten it down to two elites who were both focused on her. There goes one elite. I got the second elite's shield down, and for some reason I tried to backsmack him instead of just shooting him in the head. As painful as it was to die again, I probably deserved it there. But thankfully I had a checkpoint that time with only the one elite left, so I was free to reload and this time get the backsmack. We are so back. Next up, I grabbed a target locator, which calls in an airstrike on whatever target I mark. My strategy here was to kill one of the two race with it, then steal the other, which is easier said than done, but after a few tries I got on top of the race so I could shoot the driver without damaging the wraith itself, and this is where I discovered the correct way to take down shields with the plasma pistol. Tap fire rather than overcharges. After taking the wraith, this level turned basically into an auto-scroller. I didn't die at all. I just had to hang back, volley shots, and kill stuff before moving in. It's so easy that, dare I say it, a game journalist could do it. I activated an AA turret through a wall to avoid a fight with the general elite, and to complete the objective, which let me get back in the Wraith before a bunch more guys showed up. At the other objectives, similar stuff. I wraithed everything. I got out for a bit to headshot skirmishers, then ran up onto a building and hit another button which I don't remember the purpose of, but Kat told me to. After taking out a few more vehicles, Kat and I were back at Sword Base, where all of our work from earlier was for naught, as the base was once again full of split lips. It also had the first hunters of the game, who I was killed by a few times. However, they honestly weren't nearly as hard as I expected. I just had to alternate between shotgun blasts and melees. What is bro doing? The rest of the level from here on out was pretty easy. I had backup from Marines as well as most of the rest of Noble Team, who do a really good job of distracting elites and letting me backsmack them. I found a golden Moa, then got ambushed by grunts who I'm pretty sure stuck me, but somehow I lived. Unfortunately, I don't have the theater file to check because I didn't think to check until now as I'm writing this because I'm stupid. Like I said, none of the rest of this level was too bad, but it certainly wasn't deathless. The ending involves rocketing Banshees alongside Emil, which I was having trouble with because they dodged every rocket I fired. Eventually, Emil took out the last one for me. I accidentally skipped the ending cutscene, and that was Oni Sword Base in just under 1 hour. Sword Base is followed by Nightfall, where we go to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant to exterminate the Jedi. After seeing how many 6-year-olds Anakin can take on at once, the rest of the level involves June, Noble 6, and the camera guy sneaking around in this game's sniper level. Now, I mentioned that I wasn't using guides for this playthrough, and that's the truth. However, many moons ago, I did a Halo Reach speedrun video, and this was the one level that I actually kind of learned and got a respectable time on, and I mostly remembered what to do, and it pretty much all transferred over. This first big fight, you can literally just run past by going this way. That's like 20 minutes of fighting skipped. In the next section, I killed a grunt on a turret, ran to a hiding spot, then bolted past the area while they were all focused on June. I was met by a couple enemies, but I had it under control. I ran past a couple strange dogs, then a holdout section with militia, and came across a Covenant base. I backsmacked as many enemies as I could and hopped in a forklift. There's a trick with the forklift where if you park it just right against this door, you can get out and clip through the door, skipping the rest of the level. I couldn't remember exactly where or how to line up, but I thought it was worth just trying it over and over until I got it. Then I got it first try. Giga Chad. Once through the door, there are no more enemies the remainder of the mission. June and I do some scouting of a giant Covenant armada, and that was Nightfall in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. The next mission starts with us challenging this giant Covenant planet-destroying genocidal alien armada with a bunch of cars that have machine guns on the back. Ours driven by Kat, and after crashing, Kat is like, "Tee-hee, I'm just a girl," and the level begins. You start the level with a grenade launcher and a DMR, and since I was planning on dropping the grenade launcher ASAP, I just spammed it at the beginning, and quickly died after encountering 3 grunts. After a couple more deaths, I successfully cleared the area, and we entered a rocket hog, and we drove to the next encounter where our gunner immediately got domed. I was fine with that though, because up ahead there's a big AA cannon, and you're supposed to fight through enemies to get inside it, but instead I just used the rocket hog to shoot it in the back of the head. We approached a factory with a bunch of Covenants, so I got back on the rocket gun and was taking my time shooting them. I let Kat get in the driver's seat because there was no place for her to drive anyway, so I didn't think it mattered. And of course, for no reason at all, she drove us directly off a cliff. It's strange how Kat is depicted throughout the game as being the smartest woman on the planet, yet she still has no ability to drive. What did Bungie mean by this? In the factory building place, I had more basic combat. Nothing too special. At this point, I would say I had a pretty good hang of how to kill aliens in this game's lasso. Although I did get the big boot from an MK Ultra Elite a couple times. I got in a Revenant, then made it to another AA cannon where I again just shot it in the back of the head using my trusty Revenant. The Revenant is the worst vehicle in gaming history. Trying to clear the rest of the area with it was painful. It's slower than a Ghost and does way less damage than a Wraith. It's like the kid in school who isn't athletic enough to play sports or smart enough to be a nerd. It's just a loser. Afterwards, we went on a Falcon ride where I shot at guys and didn't die, then the pilot yelled Kobe and crashed the helicopter. We were close to the Spire, our main objective, and I again remembered some speedrun strats where you kinda run up the side and grab a truck and go straight up just like that. Easy. But it wasn't over just yet because there are a few enemies at the top, including grunts, fuel rod grunts, and a sword elite, all of whom killed me multiple times each. For some reason at this point, I had reverted and was trying to overcharge the sword elite, until one of my attempts where I ran out of DMR ammo and instead grabbed a plasma rifle, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise as I plasma rifled him to death. We blew up the Spire, a giant Covenant ship called a super carrier showed up, and that was tip of the spear in just under 40 minutes. Which brings us to the mission you probably came here for, Long Night of Soul Ace, where the boys sit around a cave reading poetry and Kat sits in a pose that was absolutely perfect for the best thumbnail I've ever made. We travel to the beach and fight Covenant while epic music plays in a clear homage to the classic Halo 1 level, the silent assault on the 343 Guilty Library. This fight has several elites, so as you can probably surmise, I died several times. One of these deaths came when I only had one elite left alive, which really sucked, but as the great Gary Vee once said, if at first you don't succeed, simply picture your family being shot in the face as motivation. We pushed inside the facility on the beach and saw a beautiful spaceship, which Jorge and I took into the final frontier, and the worst part of this game on Legendary, which is actually made even harder on the Master Chief Collection because the increased tick rate versus the original makes the enemies even more aggressive. So of course, I did not get through this deathless and I had my fair share of deaths. Going directly at the enemy ships is suicide because there's a lot more of them than there are of me and they have superior firepower. You do have allies though, so I did want to try to be aggressive and keep them alive, but the way I did this was by shooting at a target for a bit, then bailing as soon as I got shot back at rather than sticking to them until I blew them up. After clearing the first Seraph wave, the defenses for the big station come back online, which meant my strategy changed to just hiding behind it and occasionally popping out for pot shots. This honestly wasn't much harder than just regular Legendary. Mythic matters because the enemy ships have more health and I can't see my reticle or shields or anything, but I played this basically the same as regular Legendary, which is still really tough in its own right and the worst part of this game on Legendary, but it's not unbeatable. So Phase 1, I didn't have any more deaths. Curious George and I parked at Anchor 9, and we later met up at a Covenant Corvette for Phase 2 of the space section, which is definitely the harder one. I tried to to rush the ship's engines and blow them up right away, which was a mistake because I had no cover. So afterwards, I use a strategy of hiding behind the Savannah, the big old ship, except unlike Anchor 9, it's always in motion and I have to keep up with it or get blown up because there's only so many shots you can avoid by taking evasive maneuvers. But yeah, this wasn't much different than just regular Legendary. It took me a few minutes for sure, but nothing too crazy, which I was honestly disappointed by because I know how much you, the viewers, love watching me suffer. If I was a good YouTuber, I would have died a lot more times on purpose and taken 3 hours, but alas. Look at this though, I'm tap firing the elites with a plasma pistol. I'm learning. No cap, for real, skibbity. I died more times in the Corvette than I did in the Saber, because unlike the Saber section, this is substantially different than basic female dog Legendary. Getting to use fully loaded needle rifles was good though. I was nailing dudes left and right with combines, and noob combos actually kind of work on elite rangers. Overcharges don't take down their shields all the way, but pretty close. After clearing the hangar, I was ordered by command to press a button to open the hangar doors. The problem is, with the blind skull, I had no objective markers and had no idea where this button was. So I spent a few minutes running all around the hangar trying to find a button until I gave up and Googled a playthrough of this mission.
Frog, didn't you say you wouldn't watch guides?
Ah yes, a guide on where to press a button, you caught me. The rest of the Corvette may surprise you. I cleared the first fight just fine, as well as the next haul. The elites were being very kind. I died a couple times on the bridge before nailing down my strategy. I backsmacked this stealth elite, then his buddy right beside him, took out a third stealth elite with a sword, died, thankfully had a checkpoint and backsmacked the elite general, clearing the bridge. This time I didn't need a guide to find the button to press. A few more enemies arrived who I could take out just fine, except there was an elite ultra who ran back to the previous room. No matter, I'll just kill him on the way back. Except a second ultra spawns alongside other Covenant. I was low on needle rifle ammo, and for some reason I was still overcharging the elites even though it was almost completely ineffective. I died several times in this room. I probably spent the most time here, but after a few tries I managed to get them both. I ran back to the hangar where there was ammo everywhere and George drawing fire, so finishing this level out was very easy. In the cutscene, George turns evil and decides to steal the ship and control the galaxy, so he pushes us off the ship to burn up in the planet's atmosphere upon re-entry, but joke's on him because he crashes the Corvette into the supercarrier and gets blowed up. Long Night of Solace done in 57 minutes and 8 seconds. And that brings us to my favorite mission in Halo Reach, Exodus, where Mobile 6, after surviving falling back to the planet, makes his way to New Alexandria armed with only a pistol and walks crouched even though he's 7 feet tall. After taking out 3 skirmishers, this level turns into me versus nothing but suicide grunts, which aren't very hard to deal with because all you have to do is stay back and let them blow themselves up. I worked my way out after a couple minutes and found my first brute of the game, the main bad guys of this level. In Exodus, there are 0 elites. I got off on a terrible foot though because I tried meleeing this brute for shields only to get killed by a punch of his own despite being 12 feet away from where he was aiming. Whatever though, I'll just reload the last checkpoint and I don't understand how this keeps happening. Okay, fight through the grunts again, get back outside, this time headshot the brute and we're good. A bunch more brutes get dropped in by a phantom, but thankfully there's a somewhat hidden sniper rifle up top which can blow their stupid monkey heads off. And they are stupid, the last brute of the area died by sticking himself. Because this level didn't have elites, this made weapons viable that previously weren't. Like the Needler, who super combined insta-kills regular brutes and kills captains in only 2. Sticks were also useful for insta-kills as well as, of course, headshots with precision weapons. I walked up a flight of stairs at one point only to see a captain's corpse go flying. I have no clue what happened or how he died. There's a holdout section which got me once after I was cornered before I successfully defended the area my second try. I got in an elevator which took me to an airport terminal, then after killing dozens of civilians, I grabbed a jetpack in another area where I kind of remembered a speedrun path. There are a ton of enemies you're supposed to fight, but you can bypass everything by running around beams and edges below. I couldn't remember exactly how to do this and almost died once, then actually died another time. Until I finally made it to the last jump. I let my jetpack recharge, then flew up and got obliterated. Apparently I'd gotten a checkpoint before this last jump though, so I was now locked in and would need to just try it until it finally worked, and after a few attempts it did. This led me to more of the same in terms of combat, but I love it. Fighting aliens in city environments is peak. I wish Halo 3 had this too, but instead we go to Void. I encountered my first brute chieftain of the level. They're the only brutes that have shields, but take those down and they get blowed up as easily as anyone else. Do you like Huey Lewis in the news? Their early work was a little too new wave for my taste. But when Sports came out in '83, after clearing the building and the landing pad, I hopped into a Falcon for a section which I thought could be terrible because I have no way to regen my shields from being shot, and there are a few Banshees that try to kill you here. Somehow I survived though. My guess is my health was basically 0. I got off the Falcon by Discount Sergeant Johnson, who recruited me to activate missile batteries with an army of Marines. This part wasn't too bad either. I jacked a Wraith, hit a sick shot on a Ghost pilot, watched as my Marines didn't shoot at brutes that were directly in front of them, armed the first battery, killed a few more brutes, armed the second battery, and cheesed my way into activating the missile defenses without actually having to fight the chieftains. The level was done, Cat called and asked you up, Noble 6 lit a flare, and that was Exodus in about 57 minutes. I backed out to the minion and sent Sloth an invite, which he didn't accept. Feels bad, man. Before starting the next level, asking New Alexandria where it's raining and Noble 6 is depressed because George is dead, but Carter is like, suck it up, little bro, there's still 3 more levels left. This level is another certified banger where you fly around going to 3 main objectives in a randomized order. Because of the blind skull, there are no objective markers, but thankfully I played enough to know where the 3 main buildings are and which one is which. First up was a nightclub which has 4 hunters in it attacking Marines. My objective wasn't to save the Marines though. It was to disable a jammer, so I ran past the hunters, hit a button, and ran back out, leaving the Marines to fend for themselves in the Halo equivalent of throwing a baby into a swimming pool. In between the main objectives, there are side objectives, which are completely randomized. There are 10 different side objectives you could get, and every time you play this level, it picks a couple of those at random. The problem, of course, is that I don't have objective markers. So when I got the objective to just kill jackal snipers, I had absolutely no idea where to go and just had to fly around. Until eventually, I came across a few jackals focus rifling one spot and figured this must be it. So not too bad, all things considered. I at least had a visual indicator of some kind that I was in the right place. My second main objective was at the hospital, where the Covenant was trying to steal the medicine drug because only stupid people try the medicine drug and they are stupid. I had a death in the hospital, but in this early bit there are no elites, so the difficulty is greatly reduced and it was just a matter of patience. Get it? Because we're in a hospital? So patience like hospital patience? I fought my way to another jammer, hit the switch, and on the way out a bunch of elite rangers spawned. Thankfully, as I learned on Long Night, the rangers have pretty weak shields, so this wasn't very tough. Although it would have been even easier if I had a tape and black dot on the center of my monitor. There was an elite ultra on the way out, but I managed to get around him for a back smack. Upon leaving, I got my next side objective, to escort Sergeant Buck from ODST's Falcon. The problem, once again, being that I had no objective markers. This time, though, there weren't even big, bright focus rifle beams to help me find where to go. I just had to fly around until I found the Falcon. Which I did. Right over here, I found a Falcon and flew with him and watched his back as he flew around the city until he flew outside the bounds of the map. After a few seconds where nothing happened, I realized, though, this was not the correct Falcon and I still had to find the right one in the giant dark city. Which, here we go, I found another one over here. Also not the right one. A couple minutes later, I found a third Falcon. We flew for a bit until he randomly stopped for no reason, and I thought that this must not be the right one either. I flew around the city some more, then came back and he was still in the same spot. I saw a random Phantom and took it out because I was bored, and even though this Phantom was nowhere close to the Falcon, apparently taking it out was exactly what I needed to do to get the Falcon to move again. Joke's on me, though, because this also wasn't the right Falcon. Just kidding, it was the right one and I could move on to the last objective, which I entered through the back door, avoiding combat with a bunch of brutes. I took an elevator up to Ivory Tower from Halo 2, where after getting this one's jammer, a bunch of drones start spawning infinitely and you have to bolt out before they get you. I expected to die here at least once, but got out my first try. The last objective involves taking out anti-air turrets. There are Banshees too that seem to also spawn infinitely, but as soon as the last turret is destroyed, they all run away, so I focused on blowing them up and just trying to dodge the Banshee shots, which was the winning strategy, and I landed at Oni, where I was reunited with the rest of Noble Team, including my favorite member, Kat, who I hope nothing bad ever happens to. For some reason, Noble 6 thinks a Magnum will do anything against a Zealot on Lasso.
4709.
The penultimate mission, the package, is about us going back to Sword Base because Halsey ordered something from Amazon but forgot to update her shipping address. After a moderately difficult combat part to open the level, I found a fully operational tank with the key still in it. The Halo Reach tank is very good. It shoots extremely fast and its shots go exactly where you aim it. It's the complete opposite of the war crime known as the Halo 1 tank. I came across more AA cannons to take out, but as I realized on my own as a kid, just like in Tip of the Spear, you can take them out by just shooting them in the back of the head. After I was the George to the second cannon's Lenny, I continued advancing to Sword Base until I got shot by a Revenant, which somehow killed me, even though when I use a Revenant, it's a worthless piece of garbage. Inside Sword Base, the rest of Noble was in a sticky situation, but I saved the day by showing up and immediately back-smacking 2 more Ultras and then headshotting a third before getting shot at by a turret I didn't know was there and subsequently dying. I killed some Jackals and Skirmishers, no big deal, Spec Ops elites with their really weak shields, whatever, and an elite general whose neck got stabbed. We gathered around in a coat closet before a hidden door opened that led us to a tram where Not Cortana told us we had new orders and needed to defend her lab in the North Pole while she gets data ready, which means it's time for another holdout section. And this was one of the hardest parts of the entire game, but at least I had backup from the rest of Noble Team. Because the remainder of the mission is just me standing around the same area defending the position, I'm not sure what else to say. So here's a supercut of all the times I died. Hit it, Johnny. That was 22 deaths. This part was really hard. We went inside the base and Halsey Claus showed us a purple AI chick and handed her over to Noble 6 since he's the main character. The package was the longest so far at 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 7 seconds. The Pillar of Autumn begins with Carter bleeding out all over the cockpit of a Pelican before Emil and I jump out despite me carrying a fragile glass container holding the key to saving humanity. When the level started, I stood in place for a little bit because my pet anteater shit all over the carpet before wasting a few more minutes trying to jump off the ledge and assassinate the elite below for swag points. Eventually, on one of these attempts, I did not die from the fall, but not because I landed on the elite. I came up short and then assassinated him and started picking off grunts. Then I died and reverted back to the top of the ledge again. fuck? Eventually, after getting the elite again, instead of standing back and killing everything, I rushed ahead to a house with a couple mongoose, which Emil and I drove to the next encounter, where I just hung back and shot enemies with the DMR. Again. I did have to dodge wraith shots, so that was something. At this point, I was ready to be through with this already. Carter flew a pelican into a scarab. I wonder if he's okay. There are more bug people in a cave, and this time I have to actually fight them, but they die to a single headshot at least. This area suck because there are a billion elites. That's an exaggeration. There aren't actually a billion because that would crash the game probably. And be unfun. Speaking of unfun, did I mention I was playing Halo Reach Lasso? Kill people, shoot people, punch people. This part sucked because there were 3 Elite Ultras all grouped up together. I died a number of times. I found a hologram armor ability and tried using that to distract them, but that didn't really work. Eventually, I just got lucky. But check this out, I'm not trying to overcharge the Elite. I told you that by the end of the game I'd learned. Jumping ahead a bit, this holdout section was the hardest part of the entire game, despite it being brutes, grunts, and jackals, but no elites. Mainly because ammo is an issue, which is weird because the building below is full of ammo. I couldn't find any for the DMR though, which meant after a couple waves, I was out of precision weapon ammo. It's still not as bad as Hangar 1 and Cairo Station back on Halo 2 though. I've done all these lasso challenges, and that stupid hangar at the start of Halo 2 is still the pinnacle in terms of difficulty for me. This section I was able to get through after like half an hour of real time. That hangar took me hours. Captain Key shows up and looks way better in this game than Halo C Anniversary, even though it's the same model. Some elites drop off by Emil, who was on a gun, by the way, forgot to mention, but who cares, and he gets stabbed in the back because he didn't check his radar. Since Emil is dead, I have to go get on the gun to cover Keyes' escape, which requires me killing a few Zealot elites. No big deal. I was a seasoned Lasso elite killer at this point, and they're stupid. You're supposed to get on the gun and fight off ships while a thing charges up, but that's really hard on Legendary, let alone Lasso, so instead I hid below until Keyes yelled at me to blow up the carrier, where I rushed to get on the gun, completely whiffed on my first shot and thought I was toast before nailing the second shot and ending the level. The Pillar of Autumn escapes and finds the Halo ring. My current objective became to survive, but instead I died on purpose. But wait a second, even though we see Noble 6 get held down by elites and his helmet destroyed, could he still be alive? Here's how Bernie can still win. The achievement I unlocked is called Why Do This to Yourself? And my answer is, of course, views. If you like this video, check out my Lasso playlist, or just click the video on screen to see another one. Thanks to my patrons, like always, for supporting the channel. Peace out. Halo 2 on Legendary. Halo 2 on Legendary has a reputation for being one of the hardest gaming challenges out there. It's really, really hard and has a lot of BS. I'm a frog, but I'm also a masochist, so I wanted to do something even tougher than just regular Halo 2 Legendary. A challenge so hard it makes regular Halo 2 Legendary look like Viva Pinata. I don't even know what that means. I'm talking, of course, since you read the title, about Lasso. Lasso stands for Legendary All Skulls On. Skulls just being various game modifiers. There are 14 skulls in total in the official playlist for the Lasso achievement, and unfortunately for us, they make the already stupidly hard Halo 2 Legendary difficulty way, way harder. So, let's hop in. Our journey begins at a local bingo hall where a bunch of old people and a gorilla put Keith David on trial for letting Halo get blown up. But speaking of Halo, we cut to the man himself getting a brand new suit, and the playable game starts with me looking at lights. Along with the light test, this tutorial also involves taking our shields down to test them, but we actually fail the shield test because later when I was standing on Johnson's head, you could still hear them beeping and not recharging. That's because of the black eye skull that makes it so your shields don't recharge unless you kill an enemy with a melee. The beeping is my only indicator that I don't have shields though, because I can't actually see them due to the blind skull that disables your HUD, including the motion tracker, reticle, grenade, and ammo. counter and doesn't even let you see your own weapon. But we carry on anyway and go on a tram ride with Johnson, and this dude's doing the weird whistle with 2 fingers thing. Lizard Boy gets branded like a cow. Rita from Dexter gets a medal because her dad died while a crowd of clones watches. Master Chief needs a weapon, and it's showtime on Cairo Station, the first level where bad guys are actually trying to kill me. My troubles began in the very first room. I did have a strategy, which was to hide up top and jump down below after the enemies came through, but this didn't work at all, and the enemies immediately noticed me, largely because of the That's Just Wrong skull that increases enemy awareness of the player. Unless you're either completely blind or just listening to this in the background while doing other things, which makes me question why I even bother to edit visuals, you also probably notice that the enemies are all invisible, which is an effect of the assassin skull. My second attempt, I waited longer and snuck around and did get a couple enemies taken out before once again getting wrecked. You'll never guess what happened here on my third attempt. My fourth attempt, I took out the grunts, and then the elites went full meltdown mode and pulled out their swords. The Thunderstorm skull makes all enemies the highest rank, and yeah, white elites love whipping out their swords in public. Thankfully for me, they were really focused on Johnson and the other Marines and paid me no mind. I did learn that it took 2 plasma overcharges instead of 1 to take down their shields, presumably because of the mythic skull, which doubles enemy health. Now let me tell you, the worst thing about this entire challenge was the constant beeping for my shields not recharging. But here I was able to stop it for a second at least by backsmacking this elite that was bullying Johnson. I was thrown off for a second because this Marine on the turret was shooting at me, and then I realized it wasn't a Marine, it was an elite. I didn't even know that they could do that. In the next area, I got killed by an elite even though he was clearly swinging his sword in the complete opposite direction of me, but regardless, one skull I haven't even mentioned yet is Iron, which in solo restarts the entire level if you die, as you can see from this earlier example. But a workaround for this is just saving and quitting real fast, which you bet your sweet bippy I did because that skull is complete BS. On co-op, it doesn't restart the whole level. Why should I be punished for not having friends? I mean, for choosing to play alone. My next try, the elite just rushed me like an idiot, so I was able to hit him in the back for an insta-kill before moving downstairs and getting destroyed. One issue I kept having was swiping elites in the back with a sword instead of just punching them. The sword works, obviously, but I don't get shields for that. The problem is that I was scared. I died again and again and again, but then I somehow managed to ninja one elite and take out the other 2, and onward I charged. There were a couple more elites to take out and a few grunts, but I just plasma pistol BR'd them, which in hindsight was stupid because I had no shields as I entered the next part, the hangar. The problem with the hangar is that there are a bunch of elites and grunts, and because of the catch skull, which makes enemies toss and drop more grenades, the grunts just chuck grenades at you the entire time. I tried a number of strategies, like noob comboing the elites, which kind of worked until all my Marines were dead and the attention shifted entirely to me. I tried sticking the elites. The problem with this is that I didn't have a reticle because of blind and couldn't hit a stick to save my life. After one of these resets, I decided to turn on the game timer for medals and to give a better idea of how long this took. Note though, every time I save and quit, the timer resets to where it was when I first got the checkpoint. So like this says about 9 minutes, but actually I was 35 minutes in at this point. But still, at one point I tried jumping down and had the single scariest moment of my entire life. I don't know how I survived, but the other elites quickly made sure to fix that. I had a lot of deaths here, and I mean a lot. This hangar alone seriously made me rethink even doing this video. I almost quit. Especially after one of these deaths, I just wasn't thinking and didn't save and quit, which meant I had to go all the way back to the start of the level. So I killed these guys and some more guys here, and oh man, even more coming in up here. He's on the turret again, Zooey mama. Ouch, I died. Oh, I guess I saved and quit too late, because look at that, I'm back at the start. Fuck! Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
Hey, Frog, you should do a Halo 2 lasso video. It'd be so fun. Oh.
Alright, you know what? Screw this. I was so mad by Mercer Mayor. I wanted to keep some frogs in the bathtub, but Mom wouldn't let me. I was so mad. Okay, I killed everyone and the hangar was up next, but I didn't have shields and really wanted them, and I knew about this box you could punch that gives you shields back at the start of the level, so I turned around and ran all the way back to this box and started punching it. It killed me. I got killed by a box. But my next life, I killed everyone and preserved my shield, so we were back in the hangar. I once again tried the old noob combo and six strat to not great results, but I did learn that if I stuck an elite, he would pull out a sword and stop shooting. One other thing I used to my advantage was the anger skull, which makes enemies shoot faster. The problem with that for the Covenant is that plasma weapons overheat, so shooting faster means more overheating and a chance for me to pop out and land a stick. But still, this stupid hangar was exactly that. I spent another half hour in here. I pulled up a guide from Halo Completionist, also also known as Silver, where he said to try to stick the elites from over here, and yeah, that worked better than where I was before, and I managed to get every elite to pull their sword out and not shoot and could take them out with the noob combo. Another lasso person you probably know is Jervalen, the winner of Moist Critical's Halo 2 Lasso Deathless Challenge, who I saw come to this spot where elites can't see you for some reason, which gave me a chance to backsmack the last guy for shields. There's one more Covenant squad to take out, then we come to Hangar 2, which I learned has a really dumb strat. So there's these plasma turrets up top, which you may think are worthless, but actually what you can do is move a box in front of one so that when you jump on the turret, you're inside the box and the Covenant can't see you. So you can just take them all out. That was the attempt where I actually got it. I had my fair share of deaths just trying to set that up. The last elite hid behind a box where I couldn't get him, so I had to jump down and take care of him, which was really nerve-wracking. Not sure how that happens, but yeah. After slowly working my way through the next group of enemies, I had to deal with a couple of stealth elites that weren't white for whatever reason, which you'd expect would make them easy to deal with, but I'm bad. This big room had a ton of enemies, so I had a choice. At first, I tried hopping up and running past everyone and jumping through a window. Unfortunately, I'm also bad at jumping and missed. My second attempt, I just flat out got shot to death, and my third attempt, I missed my jump and got shot to death anyway, which led me to reevaluate and decide to clear this room entirely and then jump through the window so there'd only be a couple guys from the next hallway shooting me. I missed the jump and died. My next attempt, I got impatient again and decided to just go for it right off the bat, and this time I actually got it. The next fight is easy because you have Marines with you drawing the Covenant's fire, then the jetpack elites in space are still blue, so you're able to just easily noob combo them. Then I pushed up to fight a bunch of buggers from Ender's Game, which were actually way easier than I expected. The guys on the elevator weren't too bad. There's some more flying guys outside. Then the last room has quite a few elites guarding the bomb, so I may need to get creative. Unfortunately, I was voted in my high school class as least creative, so what I did instead was noob combo and try to hit sticks. It took a couple tries for sure, but at this point I was much more confident when it came to killing enemies than when I started. A cutscene starts where Master Chief delivers a bomb to the Covenant, Ted Kaczynski style, but more importantly that means level 1 is finished. The post-game timer says 56:27, but for reference that level actually took me a little over 4 hours. Not a fun time. Now on Earth, Cortana intercepts a message from the Covenant that just repeats regret, regret, regret. With how easily she intercepted that message, I bet the Covenant regret not taking their online privacy seriously. But with this video sponsor, NordVPN, who helped make this video possible, you can protect yourself online. Thank you, NordVPN.
You're welcome.
Say you're playing a Slayer match and you dominate someone and they're super salty and they say, "I'm gonna find where you live." Well, I got my NordVPN set to the other side of America, so good luck with that, little bro. But NordVPN isn't just about hiding your IP address. They also have something called Threat Protection Pro. Say you come across a file online that you want to download, but for whatever reason you aren't 100% sure that it's safe. NordVPN will scan it for you and let you know for sure if it is safe or if it isn't safe. They'll also scan links, block pop-ups, and stop other unwanted web trackers. With their dark web monitor, if my password, best YouTube frog, gets leaked online, I'll know. Wait a minute. So go to nordvpn.com/frogarchist and sign up for an account to get a massive discount on a 2-year plan, plus get 4 months extra on top of it. And there's zero risk involved. Nord has a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's nordvpn.com/frogarchist. It really is a great deal, so if you don't have a VPN, or maybe you don't like your current VPN, or whatever your reason, please consider it, and thank you very much to Nord for sponsoring this video. The good thing about the next level Outskirts is that you can skip about half of the level entirely with a skip that's so easy my grandma can do it. You literally just jump on a light and up again and find yourself on the rooftops where you can just run past everything until you reach the Hotel Zanzibar. There's an elite you can easily backsmack and some grunts and then some more guys at the end of the hallway, then some more guys outside. None of this was that bad, honestly, but unfortunately for me, the Warthog I was supposed to get in got blown up. So I had to improvise and jump down to take this ghost and try to drive past everything in it, which is a lot harder than in the Warthog. At least it probably should have been, except I got past everything my very first attempt. Easy. Once you get in the tunnel, a Warthog spawns in that I decided to take because it would be stupid not to, and I tried to abuse one of the benefits of the Black Eye Skull. So the skull recharges your shields when you kill enemies with melees, but if your shields are already full, you can actually get over shields by killing more enemies with melees. This also works for destroying objects like a ghost. So I meleeed a couple ghosts to death, and as you can see, I have an overshield now. A bad skull that came into play here was the Sputnik skull, which messes with the physics and makes every object have a lower mass. This means you can do crazy grenade jumps and stuff, but for now all it was doing was making it harder for me to drive the Warthog. I was slipping and sliding and flipping all over the place. This entire part was just me driving past stuff over and over until I got lucky and lived. There are more trucks and cars and stuff you can melee for shields too throughout the tunnel, which is helpful and I did take advantage of. But yeah, driving through everything is still way harder than on normal legendary. Stuff like this would happen where I just couldn't drive at all anymore with the jank physics because I was being shot too much. Eventually, through sheer determination, willpower, and a desire to finish before the 12 o'clock NFL window, window so I could watch Scott Hansen, I persevered and made it through. The next level starts with a cutscene featuring Michelle Rodriguez and the less talented half of Mr. Show with Bob and David before we go on our merry way, which is honestly a poor expression for the mood I was in at this point, but despite me being a zoomer, I can't help but use expressions people said in the 50s. It's also funny that I'm plainly saying the 50s, given that we're much closer to the 2050s than the 1950s, so in the near future, we'll be having to clarify which 50s we're talking about. In other words, you're old. So the strat on the opening here is to drive a Warthog all the way into the tunnel, then drive back around across the bridge where all the enemies that were here are now despawned, then take the tank and bring it into the tunnel. I drove the tank where you're not supposed to be able to get it and hung back and shellacked everyone. This was a very comfy strat. Now back in the great outdoors, I backsmacked this jackal, then because of the Sputnik skull, we can do a big old grenade jump. Except I suck, so I had to save and quit. But my next try I got it, and then I walked a bit further and did a grenade rocket jump. Using the powers of levitation, walking on invisible geometry, I walked along this way towards where the Scarab was headed, and when he got close enough, I boarded him. The problem is that he despawns, but before that happens, you have to melee a couple spots on him for shields and run down below to avoid death, but I was too slow and died. After messing up the jumps a couple times, I got back to the Scarab, and this time made it and commenced fourth. British. There's a trigger you have to walk to over here, then another rocket nade jump over here. In the last area, there's this despawn thing where you kind of just push up, then go back around, and then wait, and wait some more, and more, until magically all the enemies are gone or dead or something, and I could just push up to the Marine hideout. From there, it was easy. I just shot rockets at the Scarab, boarded, and took my time taking out the elites inside to finish the level. The Scarab gets blown up, Johnson calls them mothers, Regret's ship jumps to slip space, and we follow along, and that's Metropolis. It's followed by a cutscene that hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in 2004 skip past, only to be very confused after, but basically the most evil person in the Covenant makes the elite from earlier an Arbiter, which is nerd speak for I now get to play as him. Unlike Master Chief, who has a flashlight, the Arbiter has active camouflage, which temporarily makes him invisible. There is a skull called the Envy Skull that gives Chief this ability too, but it's not in the official Lasso playlist because 343 is sadistic. This level took me a while because I was very stupid with my strategy. Like, mega stupid. The first group of enemies I just snuck past, which also despawns other enemies, so there's just no one here, and I took the elevator down to the hangar. I wanted to sneak to the other side so I could press the button to open the hangar doors and get reinforcements using my active camo as well as head glitching. Basically, enemies can only see you if they can see your head, so if you stick your big Arbiter head into a wall, you're effectively invisible. The problem with this strategy was that the Lasso enemies were very, very alert, so the second I popped out, I would pretty much just get instantly melted. I spent about 20 minutes here just dying over and over again trying to get to the button for the hangar. As opposed to the previous level where I mostly just copied Halo Completionist, this level was a result of me trying to come up with my own strats and being very bad. Eventually though, I did manage to make it to the button and successfully head glitch my way to safety to allow the friendly Phantom to enter. From there, the hangar was all about taking my time and shooting enemies. I did realize that the heretics were not in fact white elites, which meant a single plasma overcharge would take down their shields and make noob combos much easier, and after that the level itself became easy. I worked my way through the hallways and shot the bad guys who were actually kind of good guys, but in the context of me trying to get this video done before October, they were very bad. The best was that sometimes when I stuck a heretic, they'd rage and drop their gun and go to pull out their sword. The problem is that they don't have swords, so they would just run at me with an empty fist and serve as a living punching bag. Eventually, I worked my way outside to a Banshee where you're supposed to fly around with a Phantom and look for the heretic leader, but if you know where he is already, you can just fly right there. So that's exactly what I did, and the level was over. Halfjaw shows up and smells something rancid, and despite my first guess being Redditors, it was actually just almost as bad, the Flood. I've heard people, and by people I mean Cambid, refer to this level as Boracle, and that's a very fitting title for what you're about to witness. To start, I killed infection forms. Then I ran onto the elevator and ran back into the starting room and waited a couple minutes. Next, I ran back to the elevator, which causes it to drop, and jumped back up where I waited a couple more minutes. I did a couple drops. The first lets me get onto the top part of the elevator, then I do a second drop onto the lower part of the elevator, then a drop down off the elevator towards where I need to go, then one more drop to get to the final platform. There are a couple Flood to take out, then I waited for the elevator to finish coming down, went into the next room, dropped down, grabbed ammo, and parkoured back up to the elevator where I had to wait for over 10 minutes. I'm not exaggerating, over 10 minutes. I decided to pass this time with my dog.
It's a couch, you can't dig through it.
After waiting the 10 minutes, I could run back to the other room where the door to progress was now open and I could just walk through. Now, outside, there's some cool jumps you can do to avoid enemy spawns, so I did those and wound up inside, where after killing a few Flood and Sentinels, the Heretic leader locked himself away, my elite friends practiced levitation, and even though the level was only halfway over in length, this is basically the end. Because after the cutscene, I could run up to the elevator and press the button to start it twice, so that it would come down on top of me and crush me and launch me up. This makes you invincible the remainder of the mission. So for the rest of Oracle, I could literally just run through everything and just let people attack me. I didn't have to worry about dying. And thank God the invincibility glitch is a thing, because otherwise the boss fight against the Heretic leader would have sucked, but you know, it's easy. Now, if you have a problem with me doing that, even though literally everyone who plays this game on Lasso does it, and you think it's cheating, please send your complaints to feedback@frogarcus.com and use the subject line, "I'm a dumbass." Speaking of sucking, we found another Halo ring, and I started the level Delta Halo by trying to team kill one of my ODSTs to recharge my shields and accidentally pushed him off the map, and that's how I got my first restart. But thankfully, Delta Halo is pretty easy. You do some walking and get up to places you're not supposed to be able to go, and then I fought a couple of the bad guys and pushed a button, walked some more, found a ghost, and did some more out-of-bounds driving. This goes on for quite a while and lets you skip basically the entire mission. There is one scary part where you have to go down and hit a trigger that spawns a couple sniper jackals, and it's a good thing I had overshields, because after spawning them in and carrying on, I thought I was safe. One of them actually managed to snipe me and I now had no shields. In front of the temple, thanks to my terrible driving, another one finished the job. My second try, I parked the ghost by the door, and there's a really funny strat here. You bait the elites out and camp by the ghost, and their dumb AI behavior should make them ignore you and try to get in the ghost, which makes backsmacking them easy. Unless you're like me and miss and let them get in the ghost, in which case there's an issue. My next attempt, I got extraordinarily lucky. I took out most of the elites, including one who drove the ghost inside, and tried to rush the last guy who had me dead to rights. Except he decided to ignore me and jump on the ghost himself, allowing me to end his bloodline and finish Delta Halo. Unfortunately, the next level is Regret. Aptly named because at this point, I regretted ever starting a YouTube channel. But the opening I expected to be super hard, and it actually was easy. There are a few white elites that spawn in, but giving them a little slap Sean Connery style was easy enough. Outside, there are a few jackal snipers to take out. The problem was, I didn't have a reticle. Prior to this, I was doing nothing to simulate having a reticle, but it was this level and this part especially that finally got me to concede and put a piece of tape on my monitor with a black dot where the center of the reticle would be, so that I had some kind of an indicator where I was aiming. They still got me from time to time, but this obviously made getting them much easier. But basically, a few things needed to happen here for me. I had to take out every jackal sniper. There were like 5 or 6. Then I had to do a grenade jump. After that, there was this tricky jump where you have to time it literally perfect. Pulling these 3 things off in one run was a struggle. This took me about the same amount of time as Hangar 1 on Cairo. Either I'd get sniped, or I'd mess up the grenade jump, or I'd pull those 2 things off and botch the last jump. I knew this level would be bad, but I was stuck just on the beginning. Eventually, I did finally make the last jump, and then you have to hit a trigger, which spawns a bunch of enemies, but there are grenades you can pre-throw to make it more survivable, and I ran back to the gondola, and we're home free. Except for this opening, I was following along with Halo Completionist and watching his guide as I went through. And he mentioned that this entire time I was supposed to just be meleeing in the air to delay a checkpoint to get a giant despawn to work. But I didn't hear him say this in his guide until I was like way past the point where I needed to be meleeing to delay the checkpoint, so I didn't get the despawn, which meant I had a tough decision to make. Okay, snipe the jackals, hit the grenade jump. Someone in the comments on the guide mentioned you can literally just jump from the windowsill instead, which is incredibly easy as opposed to incredibly difficult. Throw the nades. Run to the gondola. Son of a bitch. Don't botch the nades, don't botch the nades, don't botch the nades. Okay, that time I got an overkill and I was barely even shot, and this time you can see my camera shaking because I was meleeing to delay the checkpoint and get the despawn. The Phantom disappeared, which means we're good. We are so back. So there's no enemies on either gondola, and there's no one at the next building we go to. Until you get inside, there's a few jackals to deal with, but they're no big deal. There's supposed to be drone spawns too, but just by standing up top, you prevent them. I killed everyone and got some marine reinforcements, and we went in an underwater elevator. I then killed my marine buddies for shields. No hard feelings. The underwater part was easy. I shot some guys. This room would be the worst in the game if you had to clear it, but fortunately you don't, you just run through it. There's some more dudes to kill, and then we're in another elevator. The next couple bits, there's honestly not anything interesting to talk about. It's more just killing guys and staying patient. There's a bunch of drones and elites and jackals, and it's tough, but yeah, it's ultimately just about shooting stuff and not being dumb. Afterwards, I got more reinforcements who I promptly murdered for shields again, jumped up a tree, and made it to yet another gondola. At this gondola, I just head glitched in a corner. This works like head glitching as the Arbiter, except Chief's head is obviously smaller, so it's a little trickier. And at one point, the Covenant found me, so that was a little awkward. But eventually, I made it to the temple where everyone ignored me to run inside so I could start taking them out with no resistance. I triggered a cutscene where Chief walks all cool until High Charity shows up and he looks flummoxed. Then after the cutscene, a whole lot more Covenant spawn in who I needed to hang back and take out. Because after they're all cleared, I could run up to the side of the temple and do this. And from there, I could get into the temple early with no one around. What this does is let you set up spawn traps and prepare the boss fight in advance. So I punched some boxes around and placed some pedestals. It's very important to put them all in front of these doors so you don't have to worry at all about respawning elites. I'd never done this before, which certainly slowed me down, but all in all, this setup took me about 25 minutes. I ran back and checked all my work, and there was one box I thought I should try to adjust slightly. And just like that, I lost my shields. I was ready to start the fight, so I had to go back and open the door the game expected me to be coming from, and then the enemy started spawning. A couple of elites spawn initially, but after you kill them, no more should spawn in because of the traps. And the spawn traps up top should start trapping new grunts. Now, the issue I ran into was that before even doing the setup, I made a grave mistake. The weapons I brought into the temple with me were a rocket launcher and a plasma pistol. I didn't have a battle rifle or carbine or anything to just headshot enemies with. I ended up getting cornered by one of the first elites that spawned in, and yeah. At this point, I was not a happy camper. So I once again had to kill the enemies outside, then do the crazy jump up to get inside, then set up the room and punch boxes. Okay, let's try it again. This time I did have a BR, so I could easily take out the honor guards and the grunts, and I started beating Regret. On legendary difficulty, it takes 5 boards to kill him. I boarded him a second time, then a third, then a fourth, and finally a 5th time. He didn't die. Maybe I miscounted. Okay, let's do it a 6th time. Nope, still alive. My next guess was that the Mythic Skull, you know, it doubles enemy health, so maybe that meant I needed 10 boards rather than 5. So there's 7, 8, 9, and alright, here we go, 10. He's still alive. What I eventually learned is that you have to nade board him, where you throw a grenade at the same moment you board, which puts the grenade under his shield or something like that. Because of the spawn traps, it was just me and Regret, so I had all day and no pressure. But okay, after the 5th nade board, he finally died, and that's Regret, the worst mission since Cairo. In actual playtime, it took me almost 3 hours. My victory was cut short because there was a giant ship overhead. That's not very good. Master Chief runs past the Golden Moa and into the water below, where he apparently doesn't know how to swim, and a couple tentacles get him. Meanwhile, in distant space, i.e. right outside the Halo ring, the Arbiter is walking around and sees the elites giving up their honor guard status to the brutes, and the prophets tell the Arbiter he needs to get the index so they can activate Halo and ascend to godhood. Do they not know that Halo kills everyone? Are they stupid? Tartarus drops off the Arbiter at the Sentinel Wall, and it's our job to make it from here to the library. And it's funny because this terrible level is, for all intents and purposes, just the library to Electric Boogaloo. But yeah, so this first part of the level is easy. You just run through, and there's sentinels you can easily avoid. You get to this big room where you shoot some things and hit some buttons and lower a shield or something like that. Look at the lore! There's this big guy called an Enforcer you gotta take out, then you run past everyone and do a jump up on this ledge and run past some more Flood, because Miranda, like an idiot, sent all her Marines here to get infected. I ran past even more Flood, then did this jump that was actually pretty tricky. But you can follow that up with a grenade jump that skips triggers, so there's only a couple Flood here, so even though I alerted a couple of the Flood behind me, I think I'm fine if I just keep going. I can make it to the next part. I lied. Okay, I got past it, then I got past this other part that's kind of like a half outdoor section. It's really cool, but you can just run past everyone there. Then in this room, there's a lot of Flood, but they're all human forms, and you can just one-shot them if you hit them just right, so I killed everybody, although it did take a bit. Then I ran past more guys, and this mission really sucks. If you can't tell, I hate it. And okay, we're out and down to this piston. I fell down, and after punching popcorn to regain shields, I bolted ahead to the final piston in the way out, and in not much time at all had achieved snow. The end of this level, again, I just had to kill guys. guys. Nothing interesting happened. You just kill Flood and wait for a Phantom. We did it. Halfjaw gives an epic speech to make up for the unfunness of the previous level, and I began this one, Quarantine Zone, by team killing my own elites for shields and hopping in a ghost. This is a driving level and a very easy one at that, although I did mess up a couple times and die. But yeah, there's like not even anything to show. You can literally just drive in a ghost past everything, including in the parts where you're not supposed to have a ghost. It's very easy to get it inside places. So yeah, I just drove until I made it to the final gondola. And then on the final gondola, you can get out of bounds where the Flood can't attack you very easily. So I did that, waited 5 minutes for us to reach the library, then hopped down and made it into the library to trigger the end of the level. The Arbiter runs into Johnson and Miranda in a crossover that was very hyped to me as a child. Then Tartarus shows up and is like, I'm a bad guy actually, and expels Arbiter to the Shadow Realm. Arby and the Chief are picked up by a giant Venus flytrap who explains to them that Truth is a bad guy and they need to team up to stop him, and he teleports them away. We cut to High Charity where Jason Jones just got out of the shower, Master Chief appears in the throne room, and the level you've all been waiting for begins. Yep. My second try I actually got to cover before dying and was able to super combine the first brute, causing the second one to freak out and make it easy to super combine him too. After that, a bunch of grunts spawned and my strategy was to back smack them all for shields. I expected to die trying this, but I actually made it through my first attempt. But after killing the last grunt, I had to quickly run and get in position. Because if you sit in a nook against this pedestal and wait a bit, you can actually do a despawn. Now, the problem is you have to sit here for a specific amount of time, and I realized as I was doing it, I didn't know how much time that was, so I just guessed. And fortunately for me, the despawn worked and I skipped one of the enemy waves entirely, jumping straight to the Brute Captain wave where he has a Brute Shot, which was also the single worst fight of the entire playthrough. The problem is that at this point, I only had a Plasma Rifle, a Needler with not that much ammo, and I think 3 Plasma Grenades. The issue with the Needler is that since the enemies are invisible, it doesn't even track unless I shoot them first with the Plasma Rifle. Also, as I learned, the Super Combine doesn't even kill the Chieftain. So at first I was just trying to get Needler kills, then my strategy progressed. You know what, I'll just show you all the times I died here. "21 deaths. Just on that checkpoint. There was still more stuff to do after. I actually screwed up another despawn, or that would have been it, but I instead had to fight more guys. But now, at least for the last wave of guys, I had a carbine, and I died a couple more times, but I was past the hard part. After looking at Cortana's feet, I made my way through the next couple areas, which wasn't hard at all because unlike elites, brutes are easily headshotable, and I had a fully loaded carbine. I got killed by a single grunt at one point, which was pretty embarrassing. But yeah, just working my way through and killing bad guys. Just had to take my time. At this point, I was a seasoned lasso veteran, and I made sure to recharge my shields here because up next is the lift to the prison. Not to brag, but what you're about to see I pulled off my first try. Although my understanding is that the way I did it isn't 100% consistent, even if you do it right. But basically, you bait the brute to walk into the thing and he goes up, then you step in and he's above you. You go down the lift, and once you hit the load, you can start melee canceling or butterflying off him to get up the lift. That skips the entire prison section. And once at the top, you're greeted by Marines for some reason. I tried to do this next room how you're supposed to and kill everything, and that wasn't going too well. I died here many times too, probably as many as in the first room. There are a few white elites and a bunch of drones. It's really hard. After over half an hour of this, I adapted and ran past everyone instead, making sure to head glitch at times since I didn't have camo, and this worked. Outside, you can literally just run up and avoid everyone and go down here where there's no bad guys and take a lift and run up here and down here and get to this room where you grenade jump past everything. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough overshield and died. And then I learned I didn't have a checkpoint and had to do all that over again. But okay, next attempt I got my overshield by punching out a couple brutes, and the grenade jump that time didn't kill me. The next part is easy because there's just a bunch of panicking grunts and easily avoidable berserking brutes. I also learned this brute shot jump that lets you skip a trigger and run through the next outdoor area with no enemies whatsoever. This is a very boring level in my opinion after prison skip. Like from here on out, I just had to slowly kill enemies until I made it to the mausoleum of the Arbiter where the elites and brutes start fighting and Breaking Benjamin kicks in. You'd probably expect this to be a really tough and engaging fight, but instead I just noped out and ran back until I got here and waited and waited some more for 12 minutes until finally I pushed onto the mausoleum where the door to advance and end the level would be open. You have got to be kidding. Okay, my second try, I unloaded all over the White Elite and made it past the Mausoleum, which concludes the Grave Grind. Monkey Man escorts Johnson and Miranda to a Phantom, Mercy gets eaten by a popcorn, and Truth says to let it happen and not help, which doesn't send off any alarm bells to Mr. T about him being bad because he's dumb. And we cut to the Halo ring where Arbiter has been teleported almost to Halo's control center. Uprising starts with an easy jump that I failed at first, which was pretty embarrassing. And even here I didn't do it right, but basically you jump up and backsmack this brute that comes around for shields. Then you run back to the start and do one big ol' nade jump followed by another big ol' nade jump, and you just skip this entire fight. I didn't look at guides or anything for the rest of the level. It's another brute level. It's easy. Just shoot the bad guys and don't die. Which is good strategy for Halo as a whole, really. Just shoot the bad guys and don't die. There was this grunt who begged me not to hurt him that I then beat to death for shields. The staircase bit was kind of tedious, but just required patience. One more room with Covenant, and then we find ourselves outside. After killing everyone out here, you can jump up to this tree and do a super easy jump. After killing everyone, you can jump up to this tree and do a super easy jump up from there that lets you get on top of the map and hit the level in trigger early, skipping the entire vehicle section. So that's Uprising. Meanwhile, back on High Charity, Cortana and Chief are game planning when a drunk driver drops off a bunch of flood and the appropriately named level High Charity begins. I was considering learning a trick called HC Skip to skip this level entirely, but I was assured by my advisor, Rossick 101, that this level wasn't very bad. And it turned out he was correct. It's another level that just requires patience. Patiently killing enemies, patiently running past guys when able, taking time to punch these flood sacks on the floor to regen shields. I don't want to sound like I'm just blowing through the level and not talking about it, but there's literally like nothing to talk about. I did a brute shot jump that was kind of cool. That's about it. It only took me about 20 minutes to get through, and probably half of that time was just waiting. Like here. Literally just standing and waiting for a door to open. At the very end, there's this light beam thing that connects to the Forerunner ship, and I never knew this before, but you can actually jump up on it and run to the end. Master Chief boards the ship, and Cortana takes one for the team and stays behind. And that's it for Master Chief's side of the story, but I still have one level left. I was told by my advisor that this was also an easy level, and spoiler alert, this level took me 2 hours. Let's go over why. The start of the level's easy. You team kill an elite for shields and take the Spectre and then drive past everyone. There's a door with a bunch of enemies in front of it, including a couple wraiths, but if you drive close to it and then turn around and drive a little ways back, all the enemies in front of the door despawn. So just like that, I'm already a decent way into the level. I had hunters, which is cool because they take a lot of damage for you. Outdoors, I died because I got blown off the map, so that was cool. But yeah, this one was mostly just another take my time, get headshots, kill guys. I didn't learn until after my run through that there is a skip you can do here, but whatever. It was easy enough to kill everyone out here and then clear the prison. And then outside, you kill the brutes. Johnson boards a scarab, and we agree to team up. There's a despawn you can hit by just turning around after the cutscene and hitting a load zone, and I flew a Banshee down to grab the Spectre again from earlier. This Spectre I not only took back to where I started, but even further. You can drive it up the mountain and over the control room and get it here where I waited for Johnson. This is from the Halo 2 legendary speedrun record by Zoo. Using the Spectre, you can actually duplicate Sergeant Johnson. You get a bunch of Johnsons all sniping Tartarus at once, making the boss fight go much faster. So after Johnson blew open the doors, I let the Spectre slide off, and if everything goes correctly, my Spectre should be in the control room where I can use it for the trick. Well, the Spectre did make it in, but the problem was, it blew up. Like, it spawned into the room blown up. I don't know what happened. I tried fighting Tartarus without it, but yeah, that wasn't happening. So I restarted the level, and I did all of that again. Drive the Spectre, kill some brutes, kill these guys, free the prison, despawn, fly the Banshee, except this time I stayed in the Banshee because instead of the Spectre thing, you can bring in the Banshee, which is slower because you can't duplicate Johnson's, but still a lot safer and easier than the Spectre method. So okay, Johnson blew open the door and I let the Banshee fall in to hit the trigger. Good news, the Banshee did not blow up. Instead, it just wasn't there. I then learned that if you're doing this with the Banshee and not the Spectre, you have to hit the trigger from a different spot. And you know what that means? Well, as they say, third time's the charm. Let's see what horrible way I'll botch it this time. You'd probably expect me to get better at this level with all the times I had to play it, but I actually got worse. I had by far my most deaths this attempt versus the first two. I don't know why, I just couldn't kill things without dying. But okay, I'm back in the Banshee. Johnson's blowing open the doors. Please, for the love of God, just work. Okay, if that didn't work, like seriously, you probably would not be watching this video right now. So with that, the boss fight is easy. You just let Johnson snipe him to lower his shields and just continuously shoot him with the Banshee. He does get brute reinforcements periodically though that you do have to watch out for. But yeah, that's it. All in all, that took me about 17 hours of playing. It sucked and I didn't enjoy it, but I did get an achievement out of it, so that's cool. And you people don't have to ask me when I'm doing Halo 2 Lasso anymore. I did it. It's done. Over. Thanks again to Nord for sponsoring this video. Seriously, check them out. VPNs are important. And shout out to my patrons whose names are on the screen. I'll catch you next time. This video is sponsored by War Thunder. Halo 4 Lasso is the worst thing I've ever done, and I once binge-watched the entire Halo show for a video. Trying to beat Halo 4 on Lasso was even worse than watching the awkward romance scene between Master Chief and Draco Malfoy while Cortana sat in the cuck chair. I'm a frog, and this is Halo 4 Lasso, which stands for Legendary All Skulls On. Skulls are just game modifiers that make it significantly harder. So if you thought plain old Halo 4 Legendary was bad, just imagine that but about 20 times harder. And you're lit on fire. Let's hop in. Our journey begins in 2557 BBY with the torn-up ship floating in space an unknown amount of time after Halo 3, during which Cortana transformed into walking clickbait and Master Chief's suit turned into a war crime. Chief gets woken up, busts out of his cage, grabs Bonnie Blue for the road, and away we go into Halo 4. Like always with Lasso and games not named Combat Evolved, the most noticeable thing right away is that you can't see my gun or heads-up display, which is stuff like my shields, reticle, ammo, and so on. That's because of everyone's favorite skull, Blind, which hides it all. The Blind skull also means that when I got my first QuickTime event, there wasn't a button prompt on screen. Thankfully, I'm not a gaming journalist, so I was able to remember that you just tap right bumper once to kill him. I found another elite in a very smackable position. Get killed, idiot. But then I had a bunch of grunts to deal with. I thought I had a pistol, but I didn't, which is a problem because of the mythic skull that gives enemies double the health. So trying to just use an AR is very inefficient even against grunts. I did find a pistol eventually though and began tearing through the little ones like Anakin Skywalker. One thing I'll mention right off the bat, I know it's hard to believe with the incredibly skillful gameplay you're about to witness, but I did not use guides for this playthrough. This was all my own strategizing and me figuring things out as I went along. Cortana stared at me with crazy eyes and then our ship got boarded. Because of the Thunderstorm skull, almost every elite in the campaign is max rank, and against these gold elites, plasma pistol overcharges were not very effective. Even more so when I could only get 2 or 3 overcharges per plasma pistol because of the famine skull that makes dropped weapons have half as much ammo as usual and causes 1/8 of the Irish population to starve to death. I tried rushing an elite and died for the first time of many. I quickly saved and quit to bypass the Iron Skull, which on solo means you restart the entire level if you die. Saving and quitting real fast lets you go back to just the previous checkpoint though. On co-op, the skull works differently and you don't have to save and quit, but unfortunately all of my friends who I asked to play Halo 4 Lasso with me blocked my number. This was probably the second hardest fight of the level for me, although a lot of that was just because it was my first real fight and I was figuring things out. Also mention, overcharges suck in Halo Reach Lasso 2, but as I learned in that game, tap firing is OP. That wasn't the case here. Plasma pistols just overall are not good for elites. What I eventually figured out is that basically the only viable way of killing elites is by backsmacking them. Unfortunately, their hitboxes are also weird, so depending on how they're standing, this doesn't always work and you have to hit them from weird angles for the insta-kill. One benefit of backsmacking elites is that it plays into the black guy skull where your shields don't recharge unless you melee an enemy. So backsmacking an elite kills the elite and recharges your shields. It's very copacetic. It's like a symbiont circle. I spent a few more minutes in this fight repeatedly dying and ignoring an invite from the grave because I don't play with losers. I kept clearing every enemy except the second elite, but just could not finish him off until eventually, of course, I did, or else you wouldn't be watching this video. Nonetheless, with this experience, I now knew that elites were not to be trifled with in Halo 4 Lasso. What is bro doing? Enemies don't throw grenades at all in the previous section, but now that I'd progressed enough, they were spamming them because of the catch skull that makes enemies throw more grenades. The bright side is that when an enemy is throwing a grenade, that means they aren't shooting at you, making it much easier to run up on them for a backsmack. There are more skulls, but that's the last one I'm going to explain because I'm lazy. At this point, I was still trying to shoot the elites like an idiot and having moderate success, which means I was dying several times in each fight before finally advancing. I was introduced to everyone's favorite space bird adversary, jackals. Hitting them in the hand with a magnum doesn't cause them to flinch on Lasso, at least not on full health, so I was having to find other ways to get them to show their big, beautiful beaks. After killing all the miners, there were 3 elites guarding the door to the next area. This, I would say, was the toughest fight of the level and the one that forced me to adapt to just backsmacking the elites because it simply wasn't wasn't possible to beat trying to play safe. This took many attempts, but eventually I was able to stab, ring around a Rosie, and mount the 3 elites to advance. Afterwards, you go into outer space, and I died a couple times, but this part was easy. I now had an invitation from Dabble Duya, which I also ignored. Master Chief kicked a thing, which launched a nuke at the Covenant, then the big metal planet opened its hole and vacuumed everything inside, which meant it was time to run back inside to safety. The mission is basically over at this point. There's no more fighting, and you just run through hallways. You've got to be I have never in my life died during this part before. I don't know how that happened. Nor have I died again since, because I made it through the next time just fine, and she flew around in outer space before getting clobbered by a piece of debris breaking every bone in his body, leading to the rest of the game being a hallucination while he floats around in space. Level 2 Requiem starts with a cutscene where Chief and Cortana discuss Cortana's deteriorating health from an unfortunate condition called being a woman. Chief assures her that he can fix her. Everyone loves this cutscene, I'm not sure why. I ran through the wreckage, killed a poor grunt, and grabbed a useless plasma pistol. I looked at the pretty scenery, then hopped in a warthog even though I didn't have a gunner. When I got to the first combat section of the level, I hung back and got headshots on grunts. In past lasso videos, you may recall, I would put a piece of tape on my monitor where the reticle would be to help me get headshots, but for this video, I upgraded and got a virtual reticle. This may or may not have just been the result of me not wanting to get up to go to the kitchen to get tape. Ammo is famously a problem in Halo 4. If you go to the comment sections on any of my Halo 4 videos, half the comments are, Cortana's hot, and the other half are, 343 ruined my childhood. But approximately 6.3% of the 343 ruined my childhood comments will also mention that this game is really sparse on ammo. So with that in mind, I did my best to conserve and scavenge ammo, like here where I used the Warthog turret, grabbed ammo out of crates, and assassinated bad guys. So far on Requiem, no deaths. Yet, which continued all the way through the next section. I fought some Sangheili, Kigyar, Patar, and grunts before making my way onto a structure where I faced off against a sword elite who rushed me and whose shields I couldn't take down fast enough. He swung at me and I paused my game because I thought I was just dead, except he missed, so I unpaused and killed him. I'm insane. I grabbed an active camo, which I completely forgot about until the last area, hit a computer that spawned a big blue circle, pressed this button, shot a couple guys, pressed this button, shot a couple more guys, and died for the first time this level. Rip the deathless attempt, Jervalen wins again. I don't even know who Big Unit 4125 is. I died so many times here I can't even count. Actually, only twice. Until I finally killed the elites, then Chief and Cortana went back to the terminal where I failed the eye tracking challenge, and we continued on to a bridge that reminds me of Assault in the Control Room, except I died a bunch here, and when I play Halo 1, I never die except when I'm on the last level of a deathless run and stick myself. You have to be The worst part of the bridge was probably entirely self-inflicted, where there were banshees flying around and I was scared, so I shot them both down on foot using regular guns. And as you can imagine, this took a very long time. The final area of Aliens vs. Predator, Requiem, has a couple ghosts and turrets and goons as far as the eye can see, which for me isn't far, I wear glasses. And this was finally the part of the level where I remembered that I had active camo, which I hadn't used at all prior, but I used it here to inch my way up towards the ghosts where I could then hijack them or shoot the drivers depending on my mood. Back when this game first came out, this was the area that dissuaded me from trying to beat this game on Legendary. Like, I could not get past this part. In hindsight, I was just bad because even on Lasso, this wasn't too bad, although I still had my fair share of deaths. I encountered another sword guy who I couldn't just dodge, so after trial and erroring, I lit him up with the good old-fashioned needler. The rest of the level was more of the same, headshotting grunts, punching elites, then fuel rodding a couple hunters. Thankfully, 343 gives you a ton of ammo here. I took a magical elevator that led me to a bright light before another cutscene played where a chief walked on a bridge, things lit up, Cortana did beep boobs, robot aliens appeared, and we jumped through a portal to finish the level. This one took me well over an hour, not even counting my time saving, quitting, and reloading. Next up was the level 4 runner. The previous level, Requiem, had a bit of vehicle combat, but this is where vehicle combat really gets introduced. Do you like vehicle combat, audience member?
It's alright, I guess.
Of course you do. And that's why you should check out War Thunder, the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made, which is now available on PC, consoles, and mobile devices, and best of all is FREE, that spells free to play. There are over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, Ripkobi, and ships from 10 major nations you can control. War Thunder has a comprehensive customization system that lets you make your vehicle yours, with camouflages, historical markings, decorations, and skins, including community-created ones. Play War Thunder today by using my link in the pinned comment or description. For PC and console users, if you're a new player or returning player that hasn't played in the last 6 months, you'll get a bonus pack that has several premium vehicles, the exclusive decorator Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, and 7 days of premium account. This is a limited time offer though, so don't dilly-dally. Thanks to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Forerunner is a very purple level, but more importantly is very tough, and I was mentally prepared to to want to kill myself. Chief and Cortana use a terminal, while I try my hardest to not make any more comments that'll get me called a simp. I wandered outside and was attacked by a pack of robo pit bulls, but thankfully I'm not a toddler and they died to just a single headshot. Boop. In Halo 4, the Flood were replaced by an enemy that somehow is even less fun to fight. Along with the dogs, there are watchers who fly around, but the main foe are knights, which are just the elite equivalent. One positive, besides my recent test results, is that the knights seem to throw even more grenades than elites, making them easier to run around and backsmack. I wasn't without my deaths though. But either way, at this point I was only 1,999,974,521 points behind Smoked Remix on the MCC scoreboard, and I was determined to beat him. Unfortunately for me, the next area featured a knight with a shotgun, which kinda complicated the whole backsmack strategy. So my next life, instead of backsmacking him, I employed the run past everything to the next area strategy, which worked like a charm. There are 2 areas where you have to destroy 3 power cores, and these are the 2 worst areas in the level. My first attempt here, I tried to hang back and died. So my next attempt, I rushed and also died. My third attempt featured a half-hearted rush attempt and another death. Then on attempt number 4, I camped inside the door without going outside, and this was a correct move. Once a sufficient number of tennis ball chasers were dead, I moved in and hit the low knight from the back before destroying Power Core 1. On my way to Power Core 2, another knight killed me a couple times before I got the best of him and destroyed Power Core 2. Power Core 3 had one knight in the way who I expertly eliminated, but once you destroy Power Core 3, a few more spawn, and this meant a few more deaths. But with me saving and quitting, I could take as many deaths as I needed to get through this and just had to win a battle of attrition. I can remain a sweaty Halo player longer than they can stay solvent. On the structure after I had moved up, there was another shotgun knight who I was terrified of, so I once again just ran by in advance, leaving him alive. Master Chief pulled a thing, the Covenant made an appearance, and I ran outside where there's a big multi-faction battle between the Covenant and the Prometheans, which I tried to run through and died. Shooting a couple guys first was all I needed to do differently, and that allowed me to progress the second time. I grabbed a ghost, drove completely past another encounter, and found myself in the worst part of the level, where there are ghosts, banshees, ghouls, goblins, and sleep paralysis demons like this one that punched me in the face. One time when I had sleep paralysis, I opened my eyes and saw the beak part of one of those Plague Doctor masks above me, so it was like there was a Plague Doctor behind me leaning over me. Aw hell nah, SpongeBob took too many Benadryls. Speaking of Benadryl, this game's campaign almost made me fall asleep. Like I was saying, this part of the level sucks. All the enemy vehicles everywhere are the main culprit, but it also doesn't help that every other Covenant on the fucking map was shooting me as well. The strat you can probably glean from the footage I've shown so far.
Unless you're stupid.
I kill an elite before he gets in a Banshee, so I have one less to fight, then steal that Banshee and fly onto the structure for cover. Until one attempt where I said F-word this and ran off the structure to grab a ghost and go to Power Core 1 with 2 Banshees still in the air. There was also another ghost left, but he was right by the door and I could just board him. Speaking of board, in this video I played Halo 4 Lasso. After taking out the second Power Core, I shot the third from across the way, then tried commandeering another Banshee and making a break for it. Unfortunately, I parked the Banshee in such a way that it blocked my path and I died. Then I did it correctly and made it through. We are so back. Kansas City Chief pulls another thing, then we go through a big portal that takes us outside a giant metal orange ball, even though the rest of the level before this was purple, for whatever that's worth. I don't know where I was trying to go with that. Eventually, I made it to the end where there were a couple elites and a couple of knights, one of which had a shotgun, which intimidated me. So I bolted to the last terminal while they were still alive, and one of the knights threw a grenade as I activated the terminal, and I was terrified that I would die right before the cutscene and get sent back to the start of the level from basically the end. Thankfully, that didn't happen. If it did, you wouldn't be watching this video because I would have uninstalled this game and done a Republic Commando video instead. Master Chief talked to the giant 8-ball, and just when we thought things couldn't get any worse, it spat out the big bad guy of the game. I bet he's gonna look sick. Oh. He looks like one of the aliens from that old Tracy Morgan prank show, Scare Tactics.
If you haven't mastered even these primitives, then man has not attained the mantle.
The mantle? I love Agalok. I made that exact same reference in my other Halo 4 video, and I'm repeating it here because it's a really good one. I don't care. The level ends with ghost driving. I didn't crash or die or anything. It's not hard, just follow the path. Or don't, I can't make you do anything. Or can I? I drove through a portal and Chief nearly drove off a cliff, and oh wow, it's the Infinity, and it got sucked into the planet's atmosphere or whatever. I wasn't really paying attention. I was absolutely shocked that that level took me under an hour, but I'll take it. Master Chief walked around the rainforest until he found the Infinity being scanned by the giant marble in level 4, also called Infinity, insanity began. In a regular playthrough, this is considered the longest mission in the game. Lasso obviously changes the equation a bit. Let's see how it goes here. Spoiler alert, not well. We begin with another Prometheus fight, except this time the dogs and knights are orange instead of blue, significantly decreasing their aura. Get back smacked, you stupid dog. Not you. I killed the lone knight of this group before getting reminded that Watchers are the worst enemies in the game when the Watcher immediately revived the knight, which of course led to me getting dead. The downside of taking your time killing everyone before moving up is that when you do die, the wasted time stings that much more. I died a second time, but as always, except when it isn't, third time was a charm and I backsmacked the knight, then the Watcher before he could use his revive ray. The next area was more of the same, no big deal. Then there's a part where there's mist and you're supposed to use Promethean vision even though you can easily see through the mist and just headshot everyone and then again just run behind the knight and backsmack him while he throws a grenade. The area Area was clear. I pushed up and got more spawns, died from a Promethean grenade, the first person ever to do so, and didn't have a checkpoint and went all the way back to the start of the mist section. Classic Halo checkpoint moment. On try 2, I got jump scared and killed by a sniper. You know who else got killed by a sniper? That's right, John F. Kennedy. Try 3 was yet again the winner, and I got through because this part thankfully wasn't really that hard. I made my way to a structure where Chief met Pete Buttigieg and a Spartan lady that only exists for the terrible Spartan Ops mode that I'm never doing a part 2 of for the record. Sorry to kill your hope. I activated a terminal for an achievement, then resumed my effort to stop the bad guys from tearing down the forest to build a Walmart. I had my deaths along the way, but for the most part, this was all fine. Until I got to this area where you're supposed to hold out against waves of Prometheans. This sucked, and I died a ton of times. All my friends were dead, so I was on my own. And as I learned, it's not like, kill 2 guys, then more guys start coming. No, whether you kill 1 wave or not, the next wave will be coming, so if I didn't kill guys fast, I would just get overwhelmed. And it's super fun when a watcher would bring the knights I killed back to life. God, I love this enemy design, so much fun. Eventually, I figured out the spawn pattern for the first few knights and got a decent rhythm for backsmacking them all right away. There were still more knights afterward, plus robo-dogs and flying guys, but this was at least something. Several minutes into this section, after doing my opening strat, I tried running away out of the area completely to regroup. This kinda backfired and let the knights all stare at me, but after killing all the non-knights, I had no choice but to rush in and try my luck. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The next area shows Prometheans working with Covenant. What a twist. I got a bit ahead of myself here and got blown up by a plasma grenade. No big deal, my checkpoint shouldn't be that far away. And I'm at the beginning of the holdout section again. Alright.
Frog, you gotta give us more lasso content. It'll be so good. Please play Halo 4. Ugh.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna crash out.
Police officers in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, were asking people to be on the lookout for a man who robbed a store. We do have his description. Can we take that? Let's take his description.
After getting bailed out by PETA, I resumed my attempts and was able to once again get through the holdout. And this time I advanced slowly to hopefully make sure I got a checkpoint. After dying in the next area again, I was really nervous, but had a checkpoint. Let's go. We are so back. I killed the rest of the enemies here, then got picked up by a pelican. The screen turned black, then unblackened in a brand new area where I was given a tank. This game's tank is a direct copy-paste of the Halo Reach tank, which I'm not complaining about because the Halo Reach tank is great. The tank sections on every lasso I've done are always the easiest part of the playthrough. You just sit back and blow people up, and it's not too different than just regular old Legendary. Speaking of Legendary, do you know what else is Legendary? You, unless you're a Redditor. I made my way inside the USS Indianapolis, where I was gifted with a Mantis, by far the best new addition to Halo 4's sandbox. Similar to the tank, this Mantis part wasn't hard at all. The Mantis has shields, but I guess they aren't affected by Black Eye because they would recharge once I stopped getting shot. I did have a death here, though. I wanted to melee an enemy to death before the last area to regen my own shields, but as I was exiting the Mantis, it got stuck and I blowed up. Next life, I successfully beat an enemy to death, so I went into the final area outside with completely full shields and a fully functional Mantis. I remembered this part being kinda tricky on plain old Legendary, but I guess I was just bad at the game because I did a deathless this time and it wasn't hard at all. You do have to watch out for phantoms coming in and firing at you though. But yeah, I blew some deals up, pressed a button, drove the orb away. Chief and Cortana had a meeting with Lasky and Captain Del Rio, who's antagonistic for no reason except to add forced drama to the story, and that was Infinity done, the longest mission to this point. In the next cutscene, Del Rio stares off in the sunset. Then in the Pelican, we have a meeting where he condescends to the main character of the franchise, and level 5 Requiem begins with us in the desert. This level is interesting because the majority of it just takes place on this giant vehicle called a Mammoth. For some reason, the first officer of the Normandy stands on top of it where he could easily be sniped, but no matter because as military people say, we're on the move, or Oscar Mayer. The Mammoth has missile turrets on either side you can shoot bad guys with, and a giant turret. Except the laser gun to mark targets for it was behind enemy lines for some reason, and my first time leaving the Mammoth was to go retrieve it. My first attempt, I targeted a Phantom right after grabbing it, which was a mistake. So my second attempt, I just grabbed it and drove back to the Mammoth right away. Easy enough. Let's see what the cannon can do.
Target acquired.
Welcome to your Kodak moment, Didac. You're supposed to stay outside and fight off Phantoms and Banshees, but instead I hit inside where they couldn't get me. Then we got to another area where I was supposed to hop off and destroy a few shield generators. I slow-played it and took out as many enemies as I could from afar before moving in, and utilized a new weapon called a rocket launcher. After punching the first shield to no results, I ran it over and moved on to the second, and immediately got stuck and died. And my checkpoint was when we first got to the area and I hadn't killed anyone yet. Splendid. But I needed to stick to the plan and be slow and safe. As Obi-Wan Kenobi said, patience. Use the Force. Think. This was 5 minutes after he threw himself out of the window of a 3,000-story building to catch a flying robot, but still. There was a wraith guarding the final shield, and I was terrified of dying and having to go back a long way again, so I played it as carefully as possible and fired rockets from far away, then hopped on one of the missile pods where I'd fire a few and run away. This took a few minutes, but worked like a charm. I had to get back on the Mammoth to continue the level, but unfortunately, whoever designed this level is a silly goose, and the ramp was closed on the Mammoth, which meant I couldn't drive the Warthog back on and had to leave it, as well as the Marines in it behind. But in the next area, there's a Goss Warthog at least that comes with its own Marine, so it wasn't all bad. I did more slow playing here by using the missile pod on the Mammoth, then camping on the Goss Hog from inside the Mammoth and shooting enemy vehicles from there. Then a strange Covenant ship appears that looks like a June bug, and I had to board it. The first challenge was getting past the enemies guarding it, which included a couple elites. But what I learned is that elites are vulnerable to something called getting run over. Get punched in the face, idiot. The fight inside the ship was even worse because there's very little space or cover, so the elite here would just rush me and I'd be cooked. It took me quite a few attempts to get past him until I eventually just used a needler and started blasting. I destroyed the power core and the ship was gonna blow. Cortana told me to get out of the ship ASAP, so I jumped off, and there is absolutely no way, dude. After clearing the ship and blowing up the power core again, this time I moved back down to the lower level of the ship before jumping off, and I aimed for a higher place to land. Thankfully, this time I lived. We rode the Mammoth some more, then departed with it for good as I moved through this sniper alley area with Jackal snipers aplenty, but it was all Jackals and Grunts, so that's actually pretty good. Until I moved up far enough that the K9 unit appeared. I'll be honest though, at this point, I wasn't scared of the Prometheans at all. After you kind of get the hang of the Knights, they're so much easier to kill than the Elites, like not even a contest. The Elites are the toughest enemy in this mode, and the Knights are really easy to just run behind and assassinate. I put down the dogs, took the trash called Knights out, posted an Officer Bonk meme that no one understood, and moved inside the strange structure where sentinels were flying around, and after putting Cortana in a computer, she vanished and I had to find her. Which brought me to a beam of light where a Voldemort lady with a stupid hat called the Librarian, even though there wasn't a single book in sight, told Master Chief about Evil Monster Man and the Prometheans before sending us on our way to get Cortana and fight more of them, which were easy. The level ends with another tank section, also easy. We called in a Predator drone on a Promethean thing, then returned to the ship where we had another meeting where the captain continues to talk down to Master Chief, then Cortana gets mad and yells, and the captain yells at Chief, and Chief is stoic. It's like a Soy Jack and Giga Chad meme. That level was even longer for me than Infinity at over 90 minutes, which I was not prepared for at all. I thought it would be a breather. Cortana stares off into the sunset and thinks about her craziness, and Lasky shows up and says he got them a pelican. To get serious for a second,
Hey, wacky dog, say something funny.
actually, I have something serious on my mind today. Make sure when playing games to stay well hydrated. There's never a bad time to take a drink of water. I'll go ahead and take one during this cutscene.
Come on, Chief. Take a girl for a ride.
I began the level by trying to trade weapons with one of these guys to get a DMR, only for it to not work. So I just killed one and grabbed it off the ground. Shutdown is famously a terrible level that's boring and feels like filler. So after getting in the Pelican and having the freedom of flight, I flew to an area where you can do a skip, or at least attempted to. Like I said earlier, I wasn't using guides and was just going off memory, and my memory was fuzzy. But eventually I found what I was looking for and exited the Pelican to enter the last building super early, skipping at least half the mission, probably more than that. It's called We Do a Little Skipping. This building was easy. There were a few guys here and there, whatever. I died a couple times. A couple hunters showed up, so I grabbed an incineration cannon and blasted the first one off a ledge, which actually got me an achievement, then just shotgun and punched the second one in the back the old-fashioned way. Upstairs, I grabbed a Banshee and flew past everyone. Then went to an observatory with Cortana, who was really losing it at this point. John Halo jumped off the building and landed on one of the ships and went through a portal, and just like that, I was done with Shutdown, the shortest mission by far at under half an hour. Chief steals a shuttle and lets Cortana drive, but she gets emotional and they crash, and level 7 Composer began, which is my favorite level in the game on a regular playthrough. I think it's great in its own right, not just by Halo 4 standards. The combat kicked off with me taking out Jackals and Grunts, then I went to backsmack and Elite, but got insta-killed by a Jackal sniper. I thought this was Halo 4, not Halo 2. I died a couple times trying to clear this area out. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Let me jump ahead to the next area, the hangar. Oh my Lanta. This section has wave after wave of Covenant. We have had plenty of that throughout this playthrough. However, on this one, my last checkpoint of the area had a few Jackals, a couple Grunts, but most importantly, 4 Elites, who, after I killed the other enemies, would all fall back and huddle together. So they'd be far away where I couldn't backsmack them, and even if I did somehow get close to one, the other Elites would be around too, and they'd just shoot me. I died here so many times. In game time, I spent about 40 minutes in the hangar. In real time, counting saving and quitting and reloading the level, I was trying this one area for well over an hour, and I'd given up hope. I actually just took a break from playing entirely for a bit and touched grass. When I returned from the grave and Dabbledoya, we're still playing Halo, but more importantly, when I loaded up Composer, for some reason it started me back at the beginning of the level. I was so mad by Mercer Mayer. Actually, that's not the end of the world. I had a really bad checkpoint, as you saw, and thought restarting might have been what I needed to do anyway. So I fought my way back, no real problems to speak of there, and made it back to the hangar. This time I realized you could activate the switch to close the hangar doors right away. You don't actually need to wait and clear everyone. And the sooner you hit the button, the fewer enemies come in, so you have less to fight. So I revised my plan and thinned out the Covenant somewhat and then made a break for it. There were 2 Elites and 4 Jackals, which wasn't great, and I died just running to the button a couple times, but this was definitely better than having 4 Elites alive all camping the button. I had a few deaths where I hit the button and then didn't survive afterwards, but I knew at this point that this was the winning strategy. My favorite part of this strategy was blowing Elites off of ledges with the Needler. About 13 and a half minutes into the level, I succeeded by hitting the button and surviving afterwards, and could finally advance to the next area and see more of this level besides the stupid hangar. As a secondary to the DMR, I continued carrying the Needler because there was lots of ammo for it everywhere, and it could actually kill Elites or at least take down their shields. I moved up through here and knocked another Elite off a ledge, only for me to get killed by a box. Further ahead, I encountered a couple hunters who I killed yet again with the old shotgun backsmack strategy, then met Dr. Tilson, an interesting new character who I'm sure will become a staple of the games going forward. None of the level past the hangar was that tough. Obviously, it's all tough. I'm playing on Lasso, and I died many more times, but at this point, I was comfy playing this game's Lasso, even having to deal with the Elites. There's a couple areas where waves of Covenant come in through airlocks, but you can cold equations them by ejecting them out of the airlock into the vacuum of space. I found a couple stealth Elites and was very glad I had my trusty Needler, because otherwise I don't know how I would have handled them. Fight some more guys in a hallway, then we have another mana section that I remembered being tricky, but wasn't at all. I don't know what happened with these mana sections in the past for me to remember them being hard. They're not. The level ends with a big orange light, and then a cutscene plays where Cortana can't do a thing, and the Didac gives Dr. Tilson and the other scientists a really bad sunburn, and Cortana is real sad after.
They'll they'll pair you with another AI. Maybe even another Cortana model if Halsey lets them.
That's not going to happen.
That one didn't age quite so well.
So this attempt at Composer was under an hour, but counting my first run that got reset, it was obviously a lot longer than that. Moving on, Chief takes a spaceship, and the final level, Midnight, begins with flying that ship on the outside of the much bigger Didac ship. I had a death a minute in, seemingly from crashing, even though I didn't hit anything. This space section is cozy. It's not like Long Night of Solace on Reach. You're on a linear path until the end where you fly around in circles a bit. Easy enough. Then we go inside the ship for the meat of the level. The previous level, Composer, was all Covenant, and this one is all Prometheans, which I was perfectly fine with. It's funny how I remember teleporting knights always being annoying this game's campaign, but with me rushing and backsmacking them all, this just wasn't even part of the game. So if you were wondering about that, I never had to deal with the knights teleporting. At least not in the ways that I would remember, where like I'm about to kill one and then he teleports away. The only really bad enemies were still the Watchers, but even then they were mostly a non-issue outside of my earlier experiences on Infinity. Cortana teleported me to a room that had a gravity hammer, among other things. This fight took me a few tries. I'm not sure why, because it was more of the same. I think I was just getting impatient and ready for it to be over with. There's a holdout section where you fend off infinite waves of robo-dogs, then have to run to a portal while they continue to spawn, which was one of the hardest parts of the level. Mostly because I was trying at first to save ammo instead of just unloading. Then the infight where Cortana multiplies herself and we run around and backsmack even more knights. This area has a ton of them. And I died a few times, but I'm not gonna BS you and act like this was some incredibly challenging part or anything. It wasn't. I did this entire end part in less than 20 minutes. Like I said earlier, the knights are really easy to backsmack. If you swap them out for elites though, this would probably be one of the hardest parts of any Halo game on Lasso, but as it stands in reality, this level was pretty anticlimactic in terms of difficulty. And that's not a complaint, by the way. I'm definitely not complaining about that. Nor is it humble bragging. Literally just heed the frog's advice. Just run around the knights and backsmack them. It's not complicated. Chief goes on a light bridge and Didac force chokes him until a bunch of Cortana clones awkwardly appear and Chief sticks the Didac with a grenade. Fall off into oblivion, idiot. Chief hits a nuke, but Cortana saves him and they have a scene where they talk face to face and she touches him, now kiss. And Cortana says bye because she's dying and will never appear in another Halo game ever again. And that's Midnight and 5137 to complete Halo 4 Lasso. I unlocked the achievement for beating Halo 4 Lasso called Naked Tyrant, named after Naked Eli and Mythic Tyrant. And I unlocked the Lasso Master achievement for completing the Lasso playlist for every game. Even though I haven't done ODST yet, but whatever, I'll take it. Every great journey begins with a single step. This is our beginning. Thanks for trusting us with the universe you love and joining us on this epic adventure, 343 Industries.
That one didn't age quite.
Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. You can play it for free on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or on mobile using my links in the pinned comment or description. On PC and console, if you're a new player or haven't played in 6 months, you'll get a bunch of free stuff too, including premium vehicles at 100,000 Silver Lions, so check it out. If you like this video, check out some of my other banger videos. I even have a whole playlist of these lasso challenges. We'll see if I ever do another one. And shout out to my patrons like always. Toodaloo. Game's almost over. Let's do this Warthog run.
We thought.
Alright. Hey everybody, I'm a frog.
Hey Frog, when's the Lasso video?
I'm doing it right now. Yes, I've read your many comments, live chats, and even text chats sent in matchmaking games asking me when I'm doing a C Lasso video. Because I'm a man of the people and want more channel members, that's what I'm doing here today. If you don't know What lasso is, it's legendary all skulls on. What these skulls are, we'll go through here in a second. For this video, I played through the lasso playlist on MCC, the one that gives you an achievement for completing. And I died a lot, and it wasn't particularly fun. So let's hop in. Right off the bat, you'll notice that I don't have a motion tracker. This is because it's disabled by the fog skull. But hey, not having a radar isn't that big of a deal. Half the people who play this game never even look at it anyway. After getting the Magnum, I had to start shooting grunts, which is a bit harder because of the eye patch skull that disables aim assist. I only had to shoot one grunt though, because the grunt funeral skull makes it so grunts explode when they die. Combined with the boom skull that doubles the blast radius of all explosions, this means grunts are very dangerous when they die. You may also notice that I don't have a reticle. That's because of the malfunction skull that randomly disables one part of your HUD. This time it happened to be the reticle. For the cafe, I did the usual speedrun tactic of running past the enemies, trying not to kill any grunts though, because that would definitely kill me. My shields aren't recharging until I backsmack an elite. The black eye skull makes it so your shields only recharge by meleeing enemies, but when you do melee an enemy, they immediately go back to full, so that can help a bit. You can walk here just right so that the grunt doesn't shoot you. I had to fight the urge to kill the grunt there. The basic strategy for this level is just shoot grunts and run away. Usually at this point in the level, I would want to have a plasma pistol, but there's the foreign skull that prevents you from picking up plasma weapons or plasma grenades, combined with the famine skull that causes drop weapons to have half the ammo they would normally have, plus the recession skull that makes it so you fire 2 rounds with every shot. Ammo is a problem. And it's also worth mentioning that enemies have twice as much health from the mythic skull, so landing a quick headshot on one of the grunts and not body shots is important. And I'm sure you noticed, but anytime I headshot a grunt, they yell yay. On anniversary graphics, you'd also see confetti, but I don't play on anniversary because it's awful. Headshotting grunts without a reticle or aim assist was not fun, and here it cost me my first death. No biggie though, I'll just revert checkpoint. Oh wait, I'm back to the start of the mission. That's because of the Iron Skull. On co-op, this makes it so if only one person dies, you revert to the previous checkpoint. In solo, this makes it so that if you die, you restart the entire mission. Yeah, it sucks. Okay, try 2, I made it through the hallway. I can pick up over shields and keep on going. The stair room I ran past. A Marine hit me with a grenade for some reason. Using the grunts as walking nukes tactic, the next 2 fights weren't that bad, although I did have to use my frag that I would have liked to save. This room sucked. I thought I could backsmack a grunt and be safe in the tunnel. I was incorrect. Look at all the elites back in the hallway. This is ridiculous. They're lined up at a choke point like in 300. 2 yellow. Good on shields. I killed the elite from afar, then let the grunts blow each other up. That's the toughest part of the level out of the way by far. To end the level, there's a bunch of grunts and elites standing by those grunts, so clearing everything wasn't an issue. The main thing was just not moving up too fast and getting blown up. And that was Pillar of Autumn Lasso. 1 level down, only 9 more to go. Level 2, Halo. This was a definite step up in difficulty from Pillar of Autumn. If you've seen a speedrun, you know instead of crossing the bridge, we do a grenade jump to skip it. This prevents the first group of enemies from spawning, including a couple of banshees. So with this skip, the first group of enemies we fight are the ones attacking the Marines by the Forerunner structure. The shoot grunts and blow up elite strategy still works, but with this being a wide open environment, the massive chain reactions where everything in a hallway gets obliterated weren't really a thing anymore. Plus, it's harder to corner elites and punch them out when they have all sorts of space to maneuver around. But this first fight, I still made it through just fine. When the dropships started coming in, instead of running out to them like usual, I camped on top of the structure. I quickly realized that headshotting grunts without a reticle is not easy. But on ship 1, thankfully they were all grouped up and I cleared them out by getting one of the grunts. On ship 2, I tried to get a grunt as soon as he exited right by 2 elites, but I missed and that really sucked. I did manage to use them to my advantage a few seconds later. Ship 3 has a lot of grunts. They were helpful. But then ships 4 and 5 come in at the same time. The 4th ship always has 2 elites and sometimes 3, then the 5th always has another. Not to mention the other grunts and jackals on board. It wasn't too long until I was cornered. For some reason I didn't use one of my grenades. In hindsight that seems like it would have been the right thing to do, but I just tried the old melee strategy. Rip. Okay, made it back. Time to clear the first ship. You have got to be kidding me. You know what they say, though. 3rd time's the charm. They lied. For attempt 4, I did something I saw Halo completionists do, which is stand on this rock and let the Covenant group up and come to me. This strategy worked well, until I ran out of Magnum ammo. And then I ran out of grenades. All I had was an assault rifle and a dream. I tried to see if there was a way I could run back up and go to the life pod and get more ammo, but nope. So at this point, I decided to go take on the Covenant and face the inevitable. Somehow, I managed to kill one of the grunts with that AR burst, and they blew everyone up. I don't know how I got that lucky, but hey, I'm not gonna complain. Then it was warthogging time, and I hogged all over the place. I expected the button for the light bridge to be dangerous, but I somehow made it through barely even being shot. By a life pod, I made sure to grab a health bag and a sniper rifle. Then it was time to save Marines. The way the Marine rescue sections at the end work is you're supposed to save the Marines, but if they're all dead, the game just tells you to move on to the next one. In a speed run, we kill the Marines ourselves to advance quicker, and here I did the same, obliterating the first group of Marines with one frag grenade. Moving on. At the rocks, I did things a little different. Instead of killing the Marines, I drove into the rocks, ran over one Marine, and picked up the other two on top of the big rock, including the Sniper Marine as passenger. The Sniper Marine does crazy amounts of damage, so he's good to have. This also removes them from the encounter, so I don't have to kill them. There's more Marines below, but the Covenant take care of them for us. At the final area, instead of charging in, I sat back at the entrance and sniped as many enemies as I could. I went until I ran out of ammo. Then after going in with the power of the Warthog Marines and more sniper ammo on the ground, this wasn't too tough to clear. And since this is the last area, once it is clear, Foehammer will come in and pick us up. Wait, search for last survivors? These are the last survivors. Oh no. Okay, so this area obviously is cleared, we don't have to worry about it. I got the all Marines are dead message from the rocks. So that means it was the first area, which I realized I didn't walk all the way down to where the Marines were to hit the trigger. So as far as the game knew, I had never been there. Because it's now the last area, I had to actually kill all the Covenant and clear it for Foehammer to come in. I'm glad I picked up the Marines earlier because these guys did a lot of the heavy lifting.
That's the last of them.
Okay, we're good. And that's Halo. That level was tough. If you've ever played this game last, though, you know the next level is even tougher. Hey, wait a second. What's that? A War Thunder logo? This video is brought to you by War Thunder, the ultimate vehicle combat game that's available now for free on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. You can choose from 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships from 10 major nations. Stuff like biplanes and armored cars from the 1920s to the high-tech fighter jets and main battle tanks of modern day. Between these highly detailed vehicles, realistic graphics, and authentic sound effects, you'll be fully immersed in War Thunder's combat. So join a worldwide 70 million player community in vehicle PvP battles today and dive right into the awesome War Thunder experience using my link in the pinned comment or video description. New and returning players that haven't played in 6 months will get a bonus pack that includes premium vehicles, the exclusive vehicle decorator Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, 7 days of premium account, and more. This is only for a limited time though, so check it out quick. Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. We are on to Truth and Reconciliation. This level sucked. So obviously it's just one of the tougher levels in the game, but the skulls make this one so much worse because as we all know, in this level you have the sniper instead of the magnum, which by itself isn't bad, but there are no magnums on the map at all, or rockets or shotguns. All I have for this entire mission is my sniper and assault rifle. There's ammo on the ground scattered throughout, but with all the skulls affecting ammo management is a really big problem on this level. I wanted to clear the first part as efficiently as I could, so I reset a few times until I was happy with how I killed everything. I also died because I underestimated the power of the lasso grunt. My next attempt I did a similar thing, except I survived with 1 red health and no shields. This was a problem for the next area. There's a jackal and a grunt on the hill. I sniped them and I was content to hang back and just snipe everybody. Then a couple grunts from the first area shot me in the back and killed me. Important thing here, in the first 2 levels, I was resetting upon dying like you're supposed to. But from this mission onwards, I did the save and quit method where you just save and quit, resume the playlist, and start from your last checkpoint instead of restarting the whole mission because I didn't want to completely lose my sanity. This part took me a few more tries though. Who needs a reticle to snipe? The next part of the mission is easy. There's an active camo you can grab to run past it, but this takes you to the lift, which was the hardest part of the mission by far. So while camoed, you can take out 2 jackals plus an elite, easy enough. Then there are a whole lot of grunts to kill too. You don't want to backsmack them for obvious reasons, so I ran further down and picked them off. So far, nothing too bad. Then you have to hold out against enemies as they come down the lift. On lower difficulties, there's only 4 waves. On legendary, there's 8. So you have to take out 8 waves of Covenant on lasso. You don't get a checkpoint in the middle of it either. My first attempt, I just completely skill issued it. My second attempt, a Marine threw a god-awful nade. My third attempt, I was pretty good on health and getting through it. Then there was another Marine nade that caused a chain reaction. Attempts 4, 5, and 6 I skill issued some more, until finally on attempt 7 I got into a groove a bit. My first couple attempts I was trying to do it like a speed run where we time a frag so it explodes right when the enemies hit the lift. This doesn't really work on Lasso though. What I figured out you should do is snipe a grunt so he blows up all the enemies as soon as they come down. So 7 tries, I finally cleared the lift. The hunters weren't an issue because even on Lasso there's still just sea hunters that die in one shot. When I got into the ship it was time for a trick called belly skip that involves blowing up this wraith with grenades. The problem is with my grenades I killed a specific marine. The marine who says the famous line, "No covenant here, I think maybe nobody's home." If that marine is dead, you get a checkpoint and the waves of enemies immediately start coming. So I had to run around and grab an active camo so I could keep doing the trick and hopefully not get killed. I then got killed. My second try I pulled it off. I'm not going to explain the intricacies of this trick, I'll just let you watch it. After coming back inbounds, the next hallway was more of the same with trying to kill grunts to blow everyone up, except I did have to do something kind of risky with charging a jackal. Once you get to the hangar, in a normal speed run, we have a grenade jump to get to the bottom of the top floor, but it involves plasma nades, which because of foreign I don't have. I still obviously wanted to do a grenade jump instead of trying to do the whole hangar fight, plus all the enemies on the path after, so I had to do one of the Lasso-specific grenade jumps to the second floor. The problem is that I did not practice any of them prior to attempting this. It took me quite a few attempts. Let's count. I spent over half an hour in that hangar. That's time I will never get back and may even come to regret on my deathbed. Anyway, doing that grenade jump, you can walk up the rest of the second floor to the third floor with no more enemies until you get to the bridge. The bridge wasn't bad at all. I just had to take my time sniping everyone. Same thing with the next couple hallways. Before getting to keys, there's another prison block that has a health pack and a hidden active camo, which I picked up, which let me backstack all the elites before cleaning up the grunts. Then the keys escort. I expected this to be really bad. I just took things slow instead of trying to rush. I was never in danger of dying myself, but I didn't get through it my first try because Keys is an idiot. My second try, the exact same thing happened. On attempt 3, I made it back to the bridge where you just kill 3 stealth elites. On normal legendary, you can kill them by hitting them in the upper body with a sniper, then meleeing them. That does not work on Lasso, but the good old method of headshotting them does still work. Move, Marine! Because of the grenade jump I did earlier, the triggers in the hangar get messed up. So instead of having to go back to the hangar and getting the dropship and all that stuff, once all the dialogue here is finished, the level ends. And that's Truth and Reconciliation Lasso. Not fun, that really sucked, and I was glad to move on. Silent Cartographer I wasn't worried about at all. I'm a speedrunner, I knew I could do this one just fine. Upon getting out of the Pelican, I turned around and went the complete opposite direction of the fight. I grabbed an overturned Warthog on the island, drove to the structure that has a Silent Cartographer, and drove the Warthog in. Usually the door coming up locks and you have to go to a different part of the island to unlock it, but you can do something called a Warthog fling instead and not have to worry about that. Then you can fall down below just right so that you don't die. Never mind, and back we go. Okay, drive in, Warthog fling, fall down below. Nice. There's one more fall I have to do now. I didn't have enough health to survive the landing, apparently. Okay, back we go. Let's get it this time. I didn't even get the Warthog fling. I'm regressing. For the next attempt, I stopped to grab an overshield outside of the facility for extra shields, and this time I managed to make it down to the bottom. Then it's a matter of getting back up. We do a grenade jump called Stick Stack in normal speedruns. It takes you all the way up. But like in Truth and Reconciliation, that requires plasma grenades that I don't have, so instead you do this. Who needs a reticle for nade jumps? That was my second try. It was easy to learn because it's the same frag throws as Stick Stack, except you fire 3 shots before the last one for timing. From there, you can grab an active camo, and running a pretty specific route, you can get all the way up still camouflaged. There were still enemies alive in the Warthog rooms, so I shot a grunt and took care of that. Then it was a matter of driving back up and waiting. There's a bunch of stealth elites that spawn, so you want to wait for Foehammer so you can just drive past him and get in the Pelican. And that was Silent Cartographer. That was the second easiest behind only the next level. Assault on the control room. So to start, I took my time with this group of enemies. Same thing in the next room, I went around the side of the room just killing anyone in my way, and only a minute and a half into the level, I made it to the first bridge. On the first bridge, I walked into a specific spot, shot a grunt to my right, and waited for the Banshee. After the Banshee flew far enough, I crouched and turned around, watching him fly into the wall, where I then walked into the door frame and to the right, and hey, that's a free Banshee. That trick's called Banshee Grab. You just saw why. Knowing how to do that is a cheat code. Because I didn't cross the bridge, there's no more enemies the remainder of the mission, so that's literally it. I did this one my first try. Not much to it if you know Banshee Grab. Moving on! Guilty Spark is the last of the mid-game levels in the speedrun, and just like the previous two, it's really trick-heavy. So first off, at the start, we go left instead of right, and you can do a grenade jump, or you can jump on this rock and up. This lets you get to the facility way faster and without fighting any enemies. Once inside, after the elevator, I cleared the way a bit before running on the left side of the room. You're supposed to go to the right side, but you can do a grenade jump instead. I messed it up. After restarting the mission, I did it again, this time getting it. The grenade jump puts me into the floor, and I can then do very careful platforming. By crouching and then uncrouching and hitting forward at the same time, you can bounce across the gap onto another solid part of the ceiling, and then run into this room that you're not supposed to be able to get into until after the flood shows up. This is called reveal skip because we're skipping the flood reveal. Spoiler alert. From here, we can just run to the next elevator. After this elevator, I grabbed an active camo and did a jump called Camo Jumo. It used to be called Camo Jump until one of the old Halo speedrunners like 10 years ago misspelled it in a chat. So it's still called Camo Jumo today and a continual roast of that person. Doing that jump lets you run through most of the rest of the facility while camouflaged. When I got to the last room, I decided to take my time killing enemies instead of rushing through like in a speedrun. Then I did an identical jump to Camo Jumo to get to the other side. This avoids the light bridge, which upon activating spawns a bunch of enemies in the elevator room. And just like that, we're outside. Once outside, you run until you get to the last structure where Spark and a couple Sentinels spawn. On Legendary, the level end trigger is tied to these Sentinels dying. Once they die, a timer starts and the level ends. My strategy was to hide and wait for the flood to kill them. So I hid, and hid some more, and the level wasn't ending, which told me one of the Sentinels must be stuck in a tree. Like a cat. I ran out of my hiding spot, and sure enough, he was up in the tree not doing anything, but I successfully baited him out. I went back into hiding and nearly died, but that's 343 Guilty Spark. I was feeling really good after that. Unfortunately, the next level was the toughest in the entire game. After the last 3 levels, I was feeling really confident. I hadn't planned on doing more levels that night, but I decided to give Library a shot. And oh my god, was it awful. You can get to the first door easily. You push up to Guilty Spark, then do a grenade jump that lets you get to the other side of the wall towards the center, then you can walk back a bit and trigger Guilty Spark forward again. There's 2 carriers and 2 combat forms that are pre-spawn, but otherwise this skips the trigger to spawn the rest of the flood before the first door. So far so good. If you go left instead of right after the door, there's a hidden shotgun and health pack that you want to grab. And thus began the toughest part not only of the level, but of the entire game. This hallway sucks. At first I was trying to go slow and take my time, but that wasn't really working. So I changed strategies and decided to try it like we do in the speedrun and run through everything, being sure to melee flood as I was going through. Here there's a cool jump with the overshield, and since you do the grenade jump while the overshield is still charging, you don't lose any of it from the jump. This part was really sketch with all the carriers, but I made it somehow. And this is the home stretch. See if I make it. So clearly the right strategy there is to just run through everything instead of staying back. You have got to be fucked. Surely this won't take me that many more tries, right? That sucked. That part alone makes me never want to play this on Lasso again. The second floor starts with a door you're supposed to hold out at, but if you just turn around after hitting the trigger, no more flood spawn and you can just wait it out. The rest of the second floor, and really the whole level, was really, really boring. Basically, all I did was sit back, clear waves of flood, and take advantage of ammo glitching where you can backpack reload, pick up a weapon off the ground, and when you pick up your old weapon after waiting long enough, it'll be fully loaded without lowering the ammo counter, effectively letting you have infinite ammo. With how many enemies spawn, plus the skulls relating to ammo, I don't know how this level would be possible without ammo glitching or just running through stuff and getting extremely lucky. I did still have plenty of deaths throughout because all it takes is one carrier sneaking up on you or a grenade chain reacting and you're blown to bits. At the end of this hallway that looks identical to the rest of the hallways because we're on on library, there's always a flood who spawns with a rocket launcher. So I grabbed it and had shotgun rocket launcher the rest of the mission. After the third elevator, I had 1 red health and a dream, so I let the sentinels take care of the flood for me. Then a bit further ahead, there's another door you're supposed to hold out at called Dark Door. In a normal speedrun, we would skip past it using a trick called a flood bump, but you can't really on lasso. So once again, I hit the trigger for it, then ran away and hid. After Dark Door, instead of running how you're supposed to because there's a rocket flood, I ran all the way around the ring. I did have to save and quit doing this though because I'm stupid. There's another holdout section later on where the door doesn't open for 90 seconds, but you can literally just hide in the corner and the flood won't see you. Same thing again with the door on the 4th floor. On the final door of the mission, I grenade jumped through, ran around the side, then to the index. I will never play Sea Lasso again because of this level. It sucked. Normally on Tuba Trails, you spawn with a plasma pistol, but you don't here because of the foreign skull, but strangely you do still get plasma nades, so that's what I killed the sentinels with. In the next room, I just chucked frag grenades.
And we'll cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however. Starships.
At the door to the outside, there's a deload you can do by pressing the button twice with specific timing that makes it so only 2 elites and 2 jackals that are pre-spawned are outside, but none of the other enemies spawn. So after clearing out these enemies, getting to the Banshee is super easy because there is nobody in your way. You do have to fly back up and hit the door button again to spawn everyone in though. Afterwards, if you've seen a speed run of this level, you can probably guess what I did. I flew the Banshee into the first generator hallway, then after hitting it, I parked the other Banshee outside, did a fling out of bounds and some weird platforming, and now I'm in a Banshee that can fly through walls. I'm not going to go too much into detail on what's happening here, but basically you just have to fly through all the level triggers and load the sections back in. And yeah, I can fly through everything.
A few moments later.
We're now almost all the way to the end of the level. You're supposed to be on foot here, but yeah, we're not. The ending is just a matter of flying, hitting a couple more triggers, not getting blown up, and ending the mission. So you may have expected that one to be tough, but that was one of the easier ones for sure. We're on to keys. Once again, this one was easy. So there's a manipulation you can do on the cutscene and afterwards to cause the first flood to spawn to be a reviver. Meaning after he goes down, he'll get back up after a couple seconds. If you played Halo C, you've seen this happen. You kill a flood and then he gets back up. We can use that to our advantage by bringing him back to where we spawned, knock him down, and use him reviving to push us through the wall. This puts us basically where Keys is with all the enemies deactivated. After killing the frozen enemies, we can activate the cutscene. After the cutscene, this ending is kind of sketch.
Stay and find a ride.
When you get in the Banshee, it's invincible and the level is on a timer so you can fly around wherever you want. Overall, another easy mission. On to the last level of Halo CE. Alright, the Maw, let's get this one rolling and finish this game up. I died. After successfully getting around the corner, I waited for a checkpoint in this spot. This is because the Flood Bash opened the door which, you guessed it, I can use to get pushed out of bounds. This platforming is really tough. Most of the ceiling is wide open and you'll fall right through, or you can fall off the map. Sea jumping isn't the best either, and you can slide on some of these surfaces and it'll eat your jump. It's not my favorite platforming. But by doing it correctly, this lets me come back in bounds all the way after the cryo room. So I don't even have to watch the bridge cutscene. In this hallway, I grenaded the elite, ran away, then bolted to a side hallway that would let me come back behind all the hunters and action going on. I did this, obviously to not die, but also because I wanted to keep as much of my overshield as possible. One thing you may not know in the reactor room is that when the sentinels spawn in, you can insta-kill them just by running to the other side.
That should be enough to trigger a wildcat explosion of the engines.
I don't know why this works, but it works. After taking out the third reactor, I discovered I was out of ammo. So I had to run all the way back to the armory for more rockets and battle the camo flood when I got there. Alright, but now we're back and I can take out this last reactor. What just happened? Okay, now I got the last reactor. This elevator is really volatile and packed with explosives, so I kept my distance. Inching forward on foot. Okay, we're fine. I can grab a health pack. Now it's Warthog time. The Warthog run is easy. I did take damage throughout, so I stopped to make a detour along the way. Sorry, Thirsty Grump, but I needed shields. As we all know, any run is invalid without doing this. Then it's barrel time.
Move! We need to get aboard now!
And that's Halo Combat Evolved on Lasso. I never want to play that again because that was the opposite of fun, but at least now I can say that I've done it. I'll probably do Lasso on the other games at some point, but yeah, don't expect me to ever do like a Lasso speedrun or anything. That's not happening. Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Don't forget to play it for free on PC, Xbox, or PlayStation by using my link in the pinned comment or video description. New and returning players that haven't played in 6 months will also receive a bonus pack across all platforms that has multiple premium vehicles among other cool things. It's only for a limited time though, so be sure not to miss it. And if you like this video, be sure to click the one on screen to see me beat CE Legendary without firing a single shot. I'll catch you next time. Whether it's I would really prefer if you be quiet, or this girl asking a runner to pause the game so she can talk about her grandma that died from cancer, over the years there's been a fair number of cringe moments in the speedrun community. I'm a frog, and today we're going to look at Halo speedrunning signature cringe moment, Cody Miller's 2011 Halo CE GDQ run.
Now I'm like actually legitimately lost.
A run that was such a train wreck, GDQ added a rule going forward called the Halo rule to prevent such a thing from ever happening again. But you may be asking yourself, who is Cody Miller and why was he speedrunning this game in the first place? At the time, Cody was in charge of the Halo speedrunning site HighSpeedHalo.net. HighSpeedHalo.net now doesn't have anything to do with speedrunning, but does have great articles like An Introduction to the World of Halo Figurines and Top 5 Most Sexy Halo Cortana Pictures. At the time, Cody was known for that site and for being one of the original Halo speedrunners with many world records. He was even mentioned in the Guinness Book of World Records for beating Halo 2 on Legendary in 3 hours deathless, which later turned out to be faked along with some, if not all, of his other records. He was a cheater, and this run was the first step towards uncovering that. So when GDQ, which stands for Games Done Quick, a biannual speedrun event for charity, asked Cody to run Halo CE live on Legendary, he probably should have refused. But he didn't, and the result was the comedic masterpiece we'll be looking at today. As for me, I am a Halo CE speedrunner. I'm fairly new to it though, and my best CE full game Legendary time thus far is 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 41 seconds, which is good for 24th on the leaderboard. Not too shabby, but I still have lots of room for improvement. However, this is much faster than Cody's GDQ time, which ended up being over 4 hours, not to mention that he had to lower the difficulty twice and ended up beating it on normal. But we'll get to that. For some reason, I decided to put myself through watching this entire 4-hour run, and boy was it something. Being a runner myself, I'll break down some of the intricacies of how bad this run is, and I'll also show examples of how things are supposed to look, so if you don't know, you can fully appreciate the terribleness in front of you. Let's hop in.
Yeah, like I haven't seen any of the Halo tricks or anything, that's why.
Don't get your hopes up, bro. You're not going to see him here either. Cody's Pillar of Autumn actually starts off well. He messed up the first jump, pipe jump, and bonked into the wall, but hey, happens to the best of us, and otherwise this is good so far.
Is Paul Miller related to you? 25 minutes. He's serious time right now. Can't get anything out of him.
As we all know, the most entertaining speedruns are the ones where the runner doesn't talk at all or explain what they're doing. Boring is the best way to describe his Pillar of Autumn run. It's mostly him slowly killing all the enemies in each room. But he doesn't die at all, so if you're unfamiliar with the speedrun, you may think this is how it's supposed to look, and Halo runs are just boring and slow. For example, in this room, the classic strat was to stick one elite, throw a plasma at the door, and make a break for it. Instead, Cody sits here for 2 minutes struggling to kill everybody. Even if you are going to try to clear the room, it should not take him this long. Also, why did bro not grab the Magnum? Have you never played CE before? I managed to get a hold of the high-speed Halo world records at the time of Cody's run, and the world record for Pillar of Autumn was 5:19. I timed Cody's here as 8:29. Not very good. That being said, Pillar of Autumn was far and away the level that went the best for Cody. It's all downhill from here. Cody starts off Halo by crossing the bridge. This is fine, that's what you're supposed to do, right?
Wrong!
The first real trick of the game at the time was where you walk over here, do a grenade jump, and skip the bridge. This saves a couple seconds versus walking, but we mainly do it to skip a trigger. There'd normally be 2 Banshees and a Covenant squad up ahead that we now don't have to deal with. It's one of the easiest tricks in the game, and there's zero reason for a CE speedrunner not to do it. Unless they don't know how to do it. Let's see how he does.
Oh, I'm the best.
Oh no. Well, maybe now he'll do the grenade jump. Nope, he's just walking back across the bridge. Alright, he got him. Now he can advance to the next area. Why are you dropping the Magnum?
Hide and shoot.
Man, bro, maybe you wouldn't have died there if you could just headshot the elite when his shields are down. Oh no. In this section today, we'll kill at least 5 of the 6 Marines here to skip both dialogue and an entire dropship. One Halo speedrun meme you may know, as said by Paul Russell,
Marty, he's killing the Marines.
But back in 2011, Halo runners didn't kill any Marines here, which meant there was dialogue before every ship and you had 5 to take out. But even without modern grenade lineups, they're all fairly easy if you know what you're doing. You mainly just grenade the elites as they come out and clean up everyone else. On the first ship, Cody inexplicably runs to the left to take out Jackals at grunts first, retreats, and then dies. Then dies again and says something you probably never want to hear in a live speedrun.
I've forgotten how to do this part.
He then adopts the strategy I used as a 5-year-old when the Covenant scared me, which is to be safe and stay on top of the structure. He proceeds to die anyway.
Cody, the chat thinks you're playing too aggressively.
It's actually the exact opposite. He's playing too passively. But like I said earlier, this run gives the impression that CE speedrunning is supposed to be slow and boring where you take your time.
Man, this isn't going well.
Cody was also in the Guinness Book of World Records for making the understatement of the century. After a couple more deaths, Cody decided to do something not typically seen in a legendary speedrun, which is to change the difficulty to heroic. After struggling to start and refusing to say anything, Cody becomes more confident and starts talking about subjects like whether or not Halo Reach is canon.
So I've just got a website, haloreachisnotcanon.net.
The guy sitting to Cody's right was another speedrunner who was at GDQ to run Trials HD and Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Even though he's not a Halo runner, he does his best to explain backpack reloading in a desperate attempt to make this run at least somewhat informative despite Cody's refusal to explain anything.
Often you'll notice that you don't actually see Cody reload his weapon, and that's because you can, is it if you double tap reload?
Yep, and then see it's full.
Switch.
Cody successfully does a cutscene skip on the light bridge, but more importantly answers a question about what tricks he's going to do.
Doeslight asks, Cody, are you doing AOTCR fall, Silent Cartographer launch, and or Keys Shield Bump?
Key shield bump, no. Assault on the control room, maybe. Silent Cartographer, definitely.
I don't know what's funnier, them feeling the need to ask if he was going to do basic tricks, or him saying yes to only one.
I would go to Legendary for the library.
Cody is saying he would raise the difficulty on the library. Keep this statement in the back of your mind. The rest of the level is easy enough. There's 3 areas where you're supposed to save Marines, but if the Marines die, the game lets you progress anyway, so it's fastest to just kill them at the first 2 areas and then move on.
Do you want to explain why you're shooting your own Marines?
Cody, can you please explain to the viewers what you're doing? No. While Cody was slowly clearing the last area, a donator decided to roast one of the guys on camera.
Agatrod says, I'll donate $5 if the guy with the long hair says, I make the best armor in all of Soul Time.
Hey, after half an hour of just the 2nd level, Cody's finally gotten through. Unfortunately, there are 10 levels in Halo CE total.
Just because I haven't practiced this game in like 2 years, this is pretty tough.
Then why did you agree to do it? In runs now, we'll pretty much just run past this entire opening. In every old run I'd seen before, they'd stay back here and take guys out, so I figured Cody would do the same, but he attempted to rush and completely failed at it. He then walks off a cliff by accident. Expert commentary here, don't walk off the cliff. But it's okay, because now he's worked his way back and ready to push through. He did it again. That wasn't a replay. He actually did it again. He dies his 3rd attempt too, but at least it was in a conventional way. Progress. Around the 50-minute mark, the chat starts asking if someone other than Cody can try to play.
Bob the Champ, only Cody Miller will be playing Halo. No one else is taking the controller.
After meandering his way through the level, which isn't ideal in a speedrun, Cody finally enters the Covenant ship. In Halo runs today, there's a trick called Belly Skip that lets you skip this entire section as well as the next main room, formerly known as the RNG room. Even still, the belly isn't too difficult to take care of if you know what you're doing. On Legendary, there's 10 waves with random spawns. Some of these waves will have gold sword elites, while others will just be jackals and or grunts. When playing on heroic, like Cody, instead of gold elites, you get stealth elites. Cody gives himself a dose of copium by arguing that stealth elites, which have no shields, are actually stronger than gold elites, the highest ranking elites in the game.
And Legendary, those guys are gold, so it's actually, it can be somewhat more difficult on heroic.
In the middle of all this, the stream receives a very special donation.
And person said hi to you, Ghost Rope, donated $5 also. Thank you. Yeah, Goat Rope. Yeah, Goat Rope.
If you don't know who Go Rope is, he's a Halo speedrunner who's been around since the beginning. Pulling this run in front of him is the equivalent of butchering the Star-Spangled Banner in front of Francis Scott Key. In the RNG room, there's 3 doors and you need one of them to open, except only the Covenant can open them. If you don't get a sleeping grunt spawn, you can try to bait an elite into opening one, or worst comes to worst, you can start clearing the room to spawn more waves and run through then. Cody instead wanders back and forth for a couple minutes before realizing he needs to get more enemies to spawn, and then he dies. Eventually he makes it through though, and now it's time for the first major embarrassing trick screw-up of the run. So you're supposed to do a grenade jump here. The grenade jump that I had always seen was like this, where you throw 2 plasmas, one high, one on the floor, and then a frag. This doesn't kill us because we pick up the overshield, and while the overshield is charging up, you're invincible. From the 2nd floor, you do another jump onto a dropship, then from the dropship, you do one more grenade jump to the 3rd floor. I found a run from way back in 2007 that did it this way, so I know for a fact that this was a strat at the time of Cody's run. However, I also found old runs that did this. This is from famous Halo runner Subwhistle. This is 3 plasmas, plasmas and 1 frag to get you all the way onto the dropship. Cody does a weird amalgamation of this where he throws 3 plasmas like he's gonna do the dropship jump, but then he doesn't throw the last frag. The results are less than desired.
Oh, not quite. Oh, damn it, I have to jump. You know what, we'll just do this normally.
Cody decides to stop trying. Not only does this mean he now has to fight all the way to the top floor, this also prevents another skip. After finding keys, you're supposed to fight back to the hangar and leave in a dropship. But if you grenade jump to the 2nd floor, the triggers in the hangar break and the mission ends once you kill the sword elites on the bridge. Instead, Cody just plays through the level normally while dying a bunch of times.
You don't need to press that button.
Oh shoot, I think you're right, I do have to press that button.
No, you don't! Hurry up!
If you skip, the level ends here after this speech because it gets screwed up with the triggers.
Yeah, thanks for telling us about the 15 minutes you didn't skip. Wait a sec, you got the ending skip anyway. He actually did a skip, even if accidentally. That wasn't supposed to happen, but hey, after 37 minutes, he finally beat TNR. We are so back. Oh my god, we're only an hour and 20 minutes through this. I have 3 more hours of this shit. Silent Cartographer is probably the coolest level in the game of speedrun and has been for a really long time. Cody actually knows what to do here. He's not good at any of it, but he knows what to do. Basically, you turn around at the start, grab this warthog, drive into the facility, and fling yourself through this door before it locks. Normally, you'd have to go to a different part of the island to unlock it, but with that and then falling off in such a way that we don't die, we skip a huge chunk of this level. Let's see how Cody does.
Get through it, but if you go around, if you...
It's pretty slick if you see the, high-speed Halo, it's super cool. Yeah.
Oh nice, he actually got it. Let's see the fall off.
Oh wow, yeah, that skips a lot of levels.
And now,
another skip.
Here comes the hard.
Eventually he gets it, then after messing up the simplest grenade jump imaginable a couple times, he gets an active camo and is able to run back to the top.
10 seconds. I've already messed that up. You're about to log into the system. Maybe in a What?
Alright, so this level still wasn't good, but at least it wasn't half an hour. On the Cody curve, this is a colossal W. Unfortunately, it's followed by maybe the biggest L of the entire run. Assault in the control room is a pretty simple level, especially back in 2011. So you fight your way through the first room to the bridge. From the bridge, there's a trick called bridge fall, which was the legendary strat for a long time, but now is only done on easy runs. There's 3 falls, the first one off the bridge, the second one onto a ledge, and then the third jump just to get down. The second jump is by far the hardest, and it's pretty tricky, but with a bit of practice, it isn't too bad. If you pull it off successfully, no enemies will spawn for the rest of the mission, and you'll be able to drive through the rest in just a few minutes. Cody gets through the first room pretty quick, actually. Let's see how many tries it takes him to get bridgefall.
Oh wow. But then
whoops.
Oh my god, he got it. Now he just needs to fall off the right way. You have got to be kidding me.
What's the trick to not getting hurt?
A lot of luck.
Just to clarify, it's not luck. If you do it right, you'll hit it every single time. The absolute best guide for this trick is from Nervy Destroyer. I'll link his video in the description. After several minutes of trying, Cody gave up, and instead of beating the longest level in the game in about 7 minutes, he now has to play through it in its entirety. And I have to sit through the entire thing. Hang on a second.
Damn impressive.
Pro gamer stuff right here, folks. Why are you waiting for a Marine to get in? You're literally getting out right up here. There's a skip here I was hoping he'd know about. He didn't, of course, but you can actually hop on this glass and get to the other side early. This skip's like another 5 minutes at least. For Cody, it would have saved 17 minutes. Worth noting, Cody's time estimate for this run, the time that the event was planning around, was 2 hours. Now, well past the 2-hour mark, Cody is still on level 5 of 10. After several failed attempts, Cody steals a Banshee you're not supposed to get. Then this happens.
Yeah, you're supposed to get it before you. That's what I thought. Oh wow. Epic music.
He also tries to give himself a dose of copium.
The rest of the levels are so much easier.
We'll see about that one, Cody.
Going, what is this? What is that? Cortana, what is this? And that's the story.
You have got to be kidding me. He actually did it. It took him 43 minutes longer than it should have, but still, he actually did it.
What, 220? 220 right now. Let's see if we can do number 3.
Sorry, Cody, but both of us still have 2 more hours left of this. Thankfully, 343 Guilty Spark is a pretty quick level. The legendary world record at the time was 7 minutes 32 seconds, and Heroic, which remember he's now playing on, was only 6:17. And this level at the time really just had one not very hard trick with a checkpoint right before it, so you could try it over and over again. So this should be a quick one, and he's already going the wrong way. In the speed run, you're supposed to go left at the start. On runs now, we do a grenade jump, but back in 2011, they were instead doing this jump off a rock. Either way, that would have saved him a bit of walking in combat. An easy trick that anyone can do that he just doesn't.
Like, you don't have a chance.
Stop dropping the Magnum. So this part of the game is when the twist happens and the flood is revealed, and this is the reveal room. This level isn't very hard, and Cody, despite a couple stupid deaths, is getting through it. Really, the only difficulty in this one is navigating your way through the facility, which is meant to be confusing. But for an experienced runner, that shouldn't be a problem. Wait, where is he going? This is back the way you came. What are you doing?
I'm like actually legitimately lost.
You agreed to speedrun this game, and you don't even know where to go. And you just died, and now we're all the way back to the start of the reveal room. Oh my fuck.
Was actually manning the donation count.
He just did a grenade jump to get back where he started. He actually made it to the shotgun room. We are so back. So after this elevator he's on now, there's a trick called camo jump, or camo jumo, where we grab active camo, do a jump you're not supposed to be able to do, and then you can run basically to the end while camouflaged. After grabbing camo, Cody tries to grenade jump and fails horribly. He didn't attempt it again. Any semblance of this being a speedrun has now completely vanished, and everyone in the room looks embarrassed for Cody. After a couple minutes, he does finally make his way out of the facility, but the level's not quite over yet.
Yeah, we have what the game is finished, so we'll be done. Hey, I'm going.
Cody, you're over your time estimate by half an hour and still have 4 levels left. Alright, we're through. As funny as him getting lost is, that could have been a whole lot worse. To start the library, Cody saves and quits and lowers the difficulty to normal. I will now remind you of this from earlier.
I would go to Legendary for the library.
Normal is obviously different than Legendary, but if I were running, I would still at least try to show off the Legendary speedrun strats when, you know, you're at a speedrunning event. So at the time, the strategy was to walk forward to get Guilty Spark to move up, do a grenade jump, run back to trigger Guilty Spark again, and make your way to the first door without fighting any enemies. Cody does none of this and instead opts to plot his way along in the most uninteresting way possible. He then dies at the very start despite playing on normal. And again.
I thought the flood had no one central nervous system, so they don't like...
Well, the headshot is actually kind of in the body, sort of.
You can't headshot flood in CE, Cody. Speedruns of the library are actually pretty fun. There's a lot of cool grenade jumps and ways to get through some of the hallways. Not to mention now there's flood bumping, but Cody knew none of this stuff, and this level was just painful to watch. At one point he started running back the way he came, didn't realize it for like 30 seconds. He was also getting bad checkpoint luck, and there were a few times where he died, missed a checkpoint, and went back 2+ minutes. Pain. A little over the 3-hour mark, a woman enters the room before quickly making the correct decision to leave. I counted 7 deaths for Cody on the library despite playing on normal. I can only imagine the comedy that would have ensued had he tried it on Legendary. He gets out of library in about 25 minutes, which, all things considered, is a win despite being almost 11 minutes slower than the Legendary world record at the time. Unfortunately for Cody, the next level is 2 Betrayals. If you played Halo C before, you probably know the disaster that awaits. 2 Betrayals now has an out-of-bounds trick involving a Banshee that's cool conceptually but kind of boring to watch, but classic 2 Betrayals speedruns are actually insane. Not as much in 2011 as later years. The Legendary world record was still over 17 minutes, but there was a lot of cool stuff Cody could still try to do. Like, check this out. On normal, you can just slide down to the bottom of the pyramid and get in the Banshee while the Wraith is still shooting at you. Cody instead opts to slowly work his way down while killing every enemy at a moderate pace. Oh hey, there's a slide, and he died. And now he's back to the start because he didn't get a checkpoint. Nice.
You're doing DK, that would be Trek.
He's Darkside Phil's nemesis.
Darkside Phil, now there's a blast from the past.
So how about them Jets, boys?
How about that Julian Assange, huh?
Yeah, Julian Assange.
Talk about him.
At this point, they're desperately trying to find anything other than the game to talk about.
How many times can we say Chevy Chase within the next couple minutes? You said it
Chevy Chase. Dan Aykroyd, never ask again.
I can't do this anymore, dude. This room you can run past fairly easily, at least on normal. Even in the footage you're watching, I got kind of unlucky with my flood and elite spawns, but still made it through mostly unscathed. Cody doesn't go this way, because why would he?
I'm still wanting this to end right now.
Me too, Cody. Me too. You just drove over a health pack and rocket ammo. Grab it! Check this out in the second reactor room. I'm just gonna throw a couple nades, rush in and activate this, which does take down your shields, then use a rocket and grenade to get back out.
The pulse generator overloaded. One more to go.
That was at least kind of interesting to watch and not that difficult. You got this, Cody. He's slowly trying to kill everything. There's a new Banshee to his right, and instead he grabs the old one with health damage. You cannot make this stuff up. There's an old strat that I don't know how to do because we don't use it anymore, so I'm taking this from the aforementioned Goat Ropes GDQ run in 2014, which is my favorite run ever. You're supposed to do the rest of the level on foot, but runners had this strat to get a ghost through the door. And to be clear, they were doing this at the time of Cody's run too. This lets Goat Rope drive to the end of the canyon to grab a Banshee, which he can then fly to the end with way quicker than if he had made his way on foot. Unsurprisingly, Cody doesn't even attempt the ghost trick and instead proceeds on foot. The remainder of the level takes him another 15 minutes.
I know you guys are hating me right now. No.
This is one of the most awkward things I have ever sat through.
Someone, Cody, is trying to remind you there's a ghost somewhere near. Ask them where, because I forget. By the shade turret.
Even the chat is trying to backseat game for him. Okay, finally, we're free. So I was actually tallying how many deaths Cody had on that level, and he had, you know what, actually instead of telling you, why don't I show you? Hit it, Johnny.
Yes! Yeah, I know what.
He died 21 times in one level playing on normal at an event where he was invited to play on legendary. It took him over 40 minutes on normal when the legendary record at the time was 17:23. Anyway, on to keys. Keys should have been the shortest level of the run. This is another trick that I don't know how to do because it's an outdated trick. Back in Cody's day, you were supposed to do a shield bump out of bounds at the very start of the level, from which you can then do out of bounds platforming to get to the keys room. It turns a 20-minute level on legendary into a 3 to 4 minute level.
Why can't you do the shield bumping?
It's just extremely difficult.
Okay.
At this point, I probably don't even need to tell you that Cody did not do this or even attempt it.
You know what? I have no idea where I'm going.
Oh god, not this again. He's actually making his way through fairly quick, at least by his standards to this point in the run. You can see Cody's in a groove. He starts talking about Metal Gear Solid.
In Twin Snakes, suddenly Solid Snake is like straight out of the Matrix.
Yeah, that
For once in the run, he finally appears comfortable, and rightfully so, because despite not doing the skip that would have made this the shortest level in the game, he gets through it in a little over 12 minutes, on normal. Once again, on the Cody curve, this is a W. Cody's told us a couple times during the run that he's pretty good at the last level.
Well, it's just the last level's all like a chase.
Well, last level I'm good at, so no worries there.
Cody for a long time had the world record on this level, the Mob, which was thought to be unbeatable due to a glitch he seemingly pulled off that no one had ever done prior or was able to replicate. There are hunters that bash open this set of doors and the doors on the other side, and you can use them to get on top of the map. This is called Cafe Bump. In Anniversary graphics, you can see everything, but in classic graphics, you can't without some special maneuvering that they didn't know about back then. Cody magically gets vision, and long story short, now that we know what to do to get vision legitimately, we can say with confidence that what Cody did should not have worked. He cheated. At the time, this was just chalked up as a super lucky glitch.
Alright, so I think I still remember most of the tricks on here.
Let's get it, Cody. Show us how it's done. He already died. His next life, Cody attempts to do Cafe Bump, but again, this is before they knew how to get vision, so I'm not sure what he was going to do after, but it's a moot point because he was holding forward for some reason and died and got sent back to the start of the level. After a third death at the very start, once again he's playing on normal, he finally makes it to the bridge. Later on in the level, he doesn't grab a hidden overshield. Some would say this is because he didn't know it was there, but personally, I think he was going for a risky time save called No OS Hunter Hallway. Bravo, Miller. Unfortunately, he could have used the overshield because Hunter Hallway takes him down to 1 red. Normally in the reactor room back then, you do a small grenade jump up because it's a little faster and it can let you get all the reactors in one cycle without any waiting time. But because of his low health, Cody can't do this. He also walks up the wrong side, but at this point it doesn't really matter. After blowing up the first reactor, Cody falls off and has to walk all the way back up. But eventually he gets the last 3 and is able to get on the elevator and start the Warthog run. I would now like to flash back to a donation request on Pillar Bottom where someone asks Cody if he can stop to see the talking grunt.
$5 for Cody to kill the talking grunt on the mob. Oh, yeah, but you can't finish the level.
You can't finish the level if you stop to see him? Well, here's footage of me stopping to see the grunt and still completing the Warthog run on Legendary with over a minute and a half remaining. I will give Cody credit for this.
Solid, and then I still love the arrow that was pointed at us when we were driving.
Yeah.
The arrow that went like this.
He nailed that 360. And that's Cody's run, just under 4 hours and 17 minutes. His time estimate may have been 2 hours, and he may have had to lower the difficulty to normal, but that's still a finished run that unfortunately did a lot of damage to Halo speedrunning at the time. Cody came back to GDQ the next year for a Halo Reach run that wasn't a complete disaster. Like, he did actually do a speed run, but it was still really slow and bad, and a lot of people thought Halo speedruns were slow and bad as a result. Combine this with highspeedhalo.net not being very well run, the Halo runs community was pretty dormant for a while, with it just being a small handful of people who communicated through Skype and recorded records on a Google Doc. GDQ didn't want to host any more Halo runs, and they had to fight to get a good Halo runner back, but they eventually got Mr. Monopoly invited to the January 2014 event to do an amazing Halo 2 run, which, combined with the newly formed HaloRuns.com, successfully brought Halo speedrunning back to life. Then in summer 2014, there was also Goat Rope's CE run at the second GDQ event of the year, and later in 2014, the release of the Master Chief Collection, which had speedrun achievements and got a whole lot of people interested in learning routes for them and watching runners like Naked Eli. But yeah, Cody's run was really bad. It wasn't even that he was choking on tricks as much as he just wasn't good at the game. Like, even full path playing these levels should not have taken him as long as it did, and it's really painful to watch, especially after he lowers the difficulty to normal and is still sucking at the game. But if you are interested in watching good Halo speedruns, then the website to go to is HaloRuns.com, and for help doing runs yourself, join the Halo Runs Discord. All the tutorials and everything you need you can find there. And if you like this video, then click the video on screen to watch me go over one of my old personal best speedruns, which is still almost 3 hours faster than Cody's. I'll catch you next time.
Really hate when games make achievements that require you to spend days learning some annoying glitches and speedrun tricks just to attempt them. Great idea, 343.
Hi, I'm a frog and a Halo CE speedrunner myself. Whether it's flying a Banshee through the walls on two betrayals or platforming on the ceiling in the Maw, glitches and crazy tricks are a big part of CE speedrunning and beating the game fast. I've gotten a few comments asking about glitchless runs and seen a few other comments complaining about the CE speedrun achievements on MCC and how you have to spend time learning tricks to get them, which I think is funny because, yeah, how dare they make achievements that are actually an achievement to get? But more importantly, it raised the question, do you have to learn tricks to get CE speedrun achievements? Could you do it with no glitches? Quick answer for each level is part-time. No, difficulty doesn't matter, so just play on easy and run straight to the end. But what about the Goat Roped achievement for beating CE on Legendary in under 3 hours? For that, we're gonna have to do a bigger deep dive. A test, if you will. Can I beat Halo CE on Legendary in under 3 hours without any major speedrun tricks? And to be clear, the title of this video says glitchless, but that's because of character limits. There's other tricks that technically aren't glitches that I'm also not gonna do, so really it's even more than just glitchless. Goat Rope takes your best time for each level, so I ran through each level individually rather than playing through the whole game in one sitting. As we go through, I'll mention what glitches and major tricks I didn't do and what I did instead. If there's any section that maybe I don't mention or I go through too quick for you that you'd like to see for yourself, I have a video linked in the description that shows my final run for each level with no commentary. Let's hop in. First off, Pillar of Autumn. Pillar of Autumn has a couple out-of-bounds tricks that you can do, one at the very start called Cryo Bump and one later on called Stair Skip, but I don't do either of these in my speedruns yet anyway, so my Pillar of Autumn for this video is basically just what I do in speedruns. I did do a minor trick at the bridge out of habit where you walk in and walk back out to trigger the cutscene a couple seconds early. This only saves like 2 seconds, so sue me. Otherwise, this level was just throwing grenades, running through areas, shooting some enemies, and not dying.
It looks like
my Pillar of Autumn time is 4:23, which is pretty average for me at this point, but I didn't think it was worth grinding out another few seconds instead of moving on to the next level. Good start nonetheless. So Halo is where things get really different. First off, in an actual speedrun, instead of taking the bridge, you do a grenade jump to skip the bridge and a trigger, which means no enemies would spawn in this area. Instead, for this run, I crossed the bridge, which meant I had to fight off a couple Banshees and had an extra Covenant squad to deal with. Nothing too bad, but still a bit of a slowdown. After killing the Covenant at the next area, in a speedrun you'd kill all of your Marines to skip dialogue before each dropship. Instead, my Marines get to live, and I have extra dialogue to listen to. I still made sure to clear the ships fast. In a speedrun, if you do everything correctly, you'll hit a trick called drop skip where we go straight from the 3rd ship to the 5th and last ship, skipping the 4th entirely. Because I didn't kill my Marines, in this run I got the extra 4th ship that I usually wouldn't have to fight. After clearing the last ship, Foehammer drops off the Warthog and we're off.
This cave is not a natural formation.
Really? Thanks, Cortana. At the light bridge, I did a Warthog fleeing up the side, my reasoning being that you can instead just park the Warthog and jump on it, so if it's a trick that saves like 4 seconds, who cares? And I activated the bridge without fighting any enemies. Because the area is still deemed unsafe by the game, I also don't have to watch the unskippable bridge cutscene. For Go Rope, that doesn't matter because cutscene times aren't counted anyway, but still worth mentioning. Next up, we get to the second half of the level where there's 3 different areas where you're supposed to save Marines. In a speedrun, we instead just kill all the Marines of the first 2 areas before saving the 3rd. The reason being that if your Marines are dead, everyone knows about LEGO Star Wars, but believe it or not, there are actually more LEGO games than just LEGO Star Wars, and the first of these, outside of a weird LEGO Island game I've never heard of, was LEGO Indiana Jones. This game had a lot of differences from the old Star Wars games, since instead of being a Jedi, you're just a dude, but it had the same core goal: unlock and collect everything and complete the game to 100%. I'm a frog, and for this video, I tried to 100% LEGO Indiana Jones, but with a time limit. In my 2 LEGO Star Wars videos, this was 24 hours, but for this one, I decided to cut it in half to 12 hours since this game has half the levels of those 2. So, clock's ticking, let's hop in. Our journey begins in some place called South America, where we're hunting presumably for the Peruvian puff pepper, and after losing half of our crew to the many hazards of the jungle, the level begins, with us playing as Indiana Jones and Satipo. Alright, so a couple things. First off, you may notice in the bottom right that there's a timer. That's so that at every point in this video, you know how long I've been playing to that point. Second, this game also has you collect 10 mini-kits per level, except now they're called artifacts and look like treasure chests. My favorite part of the level was almost at the very beginning when Satipo got stuck and wouldn't follow me, and then after I finally got him across and started digging, Indiana Jones, for no reason at all, decided to sacrifice himself to Cthulhu. I did collect a couple more artifacts and things as I continued on, but a big difference for me with this game is that I'm not nearly as familiar with it as the Star Wars ones I've covered previously. I 100%ed this game like one time 10 years ago. What is bro doing? I did manage to collect enough studs to hit True Adventurer, which is just True Jedi from the other games, about halfway through the level, then fought an average-sized Australian spider and found this gold thing that looks kinda dumb and I wouldn't really want, but to each their own. The temple tries to kill us and we gotta escape, and there's a big boulder that chases you to the exit. This would probably be great in a movie. They should adapt it sometime. Indiana Jones gets greeted by a bad guy and a bunch of people who've never heard of electricity. He tries to pass off C-3PO's head as the idol, which they don't buy, and the rest of the level is us repairing a plane so that we can escape. Why didn't Jock already have it fixed? Is he stupid? That's level 1 done in about 15 minutes. Wait, why did my timer stop? Wait, what's happening? Why is there a mythological guy with horns on my screen? This is a LEGO video. Did I get, like, transported to something else? Who are you? I don't know what's happening. Just threw in raid for sponsoring this video. Next up was Chapter 2, which sees Indiana Jones fly out to Nepal to see this lady Marion, who immediately punches him in the face. Marion is our first female character, and all women in this game have the special ability to jump higher than male characters. Whoever came up with this has clearly never watched the WNBA. After unlocking the door to the outside, this guy shows up who's a Nazi, a member of an indeterminate 20th century German political party, and you have to throw some chairs at him. Then an orange dude with a gun shows up and you throw chairs at him. Then the man in black comes back with a gun, so you throw more chairs at him. Then escape to the outdoors where we watch Marion's bar burn to the ground. The rest of the level is honestly pretty boring. You just run around snow and solve basic puzzles to progress. There is an artifact out here for building 3 snowmen that I went ahead and got because there was no reason not to. I hit True Adventurer. At one point I walked by this weird dude who was stuck upside down in a cave, and over half an hour into my playthrough playthrough, I finished the second level. Next up was Cairo, Egypt, where Indy tells Marion to look at a photograph because every time he does, it makes him laugh, until suddenly a pirate shows up who's mad at the Americans for having a cooler pyramid in Memphis than any in Egypt, so his pet monkey steals Indy's photo, but using his quick wit, Indy realizes that monkeys are stupid and tosses a banana to get the monkey to drop the picture. Unbeknownst to him, though, the whole thing was a plot by the Mujahideen, but he saves himself and Marion, and that's how the level begins. So yeah, this level introduces us to monkeys who you can trade bananas with for whatever they're holding. Like the first one has a wrench which you need to repair something to leave this area. In Area 2, after fighting off dudes who still use swords even though machine guns exist, you trade another banana for a shovel that lets you build a ladder and grab a key. In Area 3, we ran into more generic German soldiers riding camels. I made another mutually beneficial exchange with a monkey, hit True Adventure, pushed this green bowling ball, found one of the purple studs that's worth 10,000, destroyed people's private property, and got to this area where another mechanic comes into play. When you kill one of the Yahtzee officers, they drop their hat, which you can put on yourself, which is all it takes to disguise you as one of them and let you enter German-only areas. With this level of OPSEC, it's no wonder they lost World War II. From there, you steal a truck and run away. One of the most famous parts of the movie happens. Marion gets kidnapped, and we continue on to the desert. I never noticed this until now, but they literally gave the German soldiers blonde hair and blue eyes. You may not say it, but I know what you are. So yeah, we find this thing called the Well of Souls with our new best friend Sala, who also coaches the New York Jets, and thus begins the 4th chapter. I lose a couple minutes at the very start because I paused the game to contemplate the life choices that led to me grinding a Lego game at 3 in the morning, then carried on. Indiana Jones famously is afraid of snakes, and this is the first time in the game where that comes into play. There's snakes everywhere, and if he walks too close to them, he shrivels up like a little bitch and moves at 1 mile per hour, so you have to do most of this first room with Sala. Using a book, we can activate these panels on the wall that give you a sequence of 4 hieroglyphs that you have to give back in order, kind of like that game Simon. There's a puzzle where you move these platforms and jump around and place diamond things in the eyes of this cat. In the next room, you place these yellow orbs into holes, then you find the Ark of the Covenant. Indy and Sala managed to get it out, only for the David Hasselhoff enjoyers to show up and steal it before throwing Marion back in the well too and locking them in. The rest of the level is mostly just puzzles. I did get this artifact down below and hit True Adventure at the same time. The level ends with a boss fight against a giant snake that all you have to do is throw torches at, and then Indy and Marion find their way out. The next chapter starts with them scoping out the Ark of the Covenant before getting found out by a couple of schnitzel eaters, and the level begins. This first area is actually kind of tedious. You just go around fighting Germans and putting together 3 different parts of this track. It was also lengthened quite a bit by me trying to destroy absolutely everything for more money, but still, it couldn't be my fault that I didn't have fun. Nothing is ever my fault. The rest of the level doesn't have much interesting happen. You solve some puzzles and grab some captain keys and have a boss battle with this guy who looks like a stereotypical 1930s villain. Man, gotta stop Indiana Jones, see? The way you beat him is by holding up anvils and letting him punch them because he's stupid, and after he gets torn up by the plane, Sala shows back up and the level ends with jumping between cars and trying to get the Ark, which you succeed in, and Indy and Sala get it to a ship that ends up getting hijacked by a U-boat, and the Germans once again have it. But Indiana Jones boards the U-boat and disguises himself as one of the Germans. Fun fact, this actually wasn't in the film script. Harrison Ford just happened to have one of their uniforms and showed up to set wearing it one day, so they decided to include it. It's up to him and Marion to save the day and stop the Covenant from reaching the Ark to fire the rings, or something like that. In every level to this point, I've gotten True Adventure, and this one is no different. I got it before even leaving the first room. When you go back out to the arid Badlands, you repair a truck and solve a puzzle where you get the right tiles to turn white, which lets us grab a bazooka and carry on. Indy and Marion get captured but break free, and you have a final boss fight with Belloc. There's a couple of pretty easy artifacts to get here. I didn't even know about them beforehand. I just goofed around and found them. For Belloc, you just jump to wherever he is and punch him in the face, and that's that. In the cutscene, they get recaptured. The Germans open the Ark of the Covenant, which makes God upset, and all the Germans die horrifically, especially for a PG-rated movie. Chapter 6 is done. The Ark is secured in a warehouse by top men, and that's Raiders of the Lost Ark through with in just about 2 hours. I do probably need to pick up the pace a bit because not only do I have to beat all these levels, but I have to go back through later and get all the collectibles. But I didn't really know what else to do next except move on to Temple of Doom, the happy-go-lucky Indiana Jones movie about an Indian death cult where we begin in Shanghai, China, a year before Raiders takes place. Indiana Jones has a business meeting that goes south and drinks poison like an idiot and needs the antidote, and the level begins with us as Indy and Willie. Alongside being able to jump higher, her special power is the ability to break glass just by screaming. So in this opening, you have to run around and find diamonds and throw them at the bad guys until you eventually get the antidote, and after drinking it, Indy sticks out his weirdly realistic tongue, and you escape by riding through a window and a giant gong and fall into a car where you meet Short Round, Indy's Chinese boy sidekick, who's a much better character than his actual son. There was an artifact I remembered up here where you build this door, and once it's built, it opens up and the artifact appears. Very simple. But this area is all about getting parts to fix your car, fighting some more James Bond villains, grabbing a wrench, and putting the car back together again. I grabbed enough studs for True Adventurer, fixed up a plane, and got on said plane that very clearly had Lao Che's face on it. That's the bad guy. Indy grabs a raft and does the stupidest thing in movie history, and we end up in an Indian village that had their sacred stones taken. Chapter 2, Pancot Secrets, is oddly one of the longest levels in the whole game. The entire opening bit is just us making our way to the palace where you have to ride elephants and repair bridges. I did notice this raft at one point off the beaten path you can build that takes you over to this patch of land with a bunch of studs and a treasure chest to dig up. I traded again with a monkey, and before I knew it, we were in the palace. The crew sits down for dinner where Indy gets a hamburger, Short Round gets a hot dog, and Willie gets a monkey brain before Indy inquires about the stolen stones. Apparently this was a bad thing to do because everyone else leaves, then some bad guys show up and the level continues. This second part of the level just has us make our way through the palace where I continue to break everything I possibly could in my quest for more money. I did find an artifact just by breaking a plant, so that was cool. After using another book and building some stuff, you find a secret passage to the underworld in phase 3 of the level. So since this level is really long but there's not much happening for me to talk about, I'll tell you the story of how I first played this game. My dad bought our first Xbox 360 in 2006 or 7 so we could play Halo 3 when it came out. Then fast forward to 2008, my grandpa I guess didn't know I already had an Xbox 360 or something and bought me another one that came with the game bundle, Lego Indiana Jones and the Kung Fu Panda game. I'm guessing there's at least one of you watching who had the same thing. After a bit, we run into this evil ceremony where a guy gets dropped into lava, and that's chapter 2 finally done after 23 minutes. We spot the stolen stones, Willie gets kidnapped, and off we go into chapter 3. I got to grab a sword, then one of the thuggies dropped their turban, which let me activate a thuggy statue and grab an artifact. I activated this bridge with torches, which honestly took me longer to figure out than it probably should have. Built up this thing, parkour, fall to my death, and make it to the scary place with the stones and Willie. In order to save the most annoying character in a movie full of child actors, there are levers you have to pull that require some jumping and building, yada yada. You do a boss fight where you just activate statues and then he explodes. Next we encounter children that are playing Minecraft in real life against their will, and it's our job to free them, so we run along the underground railroad and break this kid out that they had in a cage like a bird. This is unironically the worst part of the entire game. You have to transport this thing across the platforms by dropping it, jumping to the next one, then whipping it back towards you. The problem is that Indy is stupid and you'll whip it and he'll do some stupid animation that gets him close to the edge to when I turn around He just walked walks off. Very annoying, but after throwing my controller, I tried it again and I got it. We free another slave from a bird cage, fight some more death cultists, free a whole lot more slaves, and run into this guy who's got short round behind bars. The problem with him is that when you start damaging him, this little piece of garbage gives a magical spell that fully restores all his health. So instead of fighting the actual boss, you have to free short round and let him beat up the evil kid. Then you can turn your full attention to the big bad, who for some reason decided to camp in front of a rock crusher. So after I took him down all the way, he got turned into Flat Stanley. Chapter 5 of Temple of Doom is actually really neat. The start of the level is just you repairing a minecart in the track so that you can raise it up on a platform, then the rest of it is recreating the minecart chase, except there are a few panels you have to hit along the way to progress. It's a nice little change up. I got a lot of money. It's real short, good stuff. The gang exits the minecart only to see that there's a giant flood on the way, which is less than ideal, and after running for 5 seconds, they get washed out onto a cliffside. There's not much to talk about with this level. I got over 100,000 studs on it, so that was cool. It ends with a boss fight that took me longer than it probably should have. Basically, all it is you fight a few goons, and the main guy jumps down and tries to Kali Ma you, during which you have to switch to another character and punch him. For whatever reason, I just couldn't switch characters fast enough, and he kept jumping away. It was kind of annoying, but whatever. I eventually got him, and I took down his hearts, and the bad guys start dropping swords that you can throw to take out the bridge's supports. And after a solid few minutes, I managed to get him and take out the bridge, where Indy knocks him off down below to get eaten by dinosaurs. The stones are returned to the village, and everyone lives happily forever after, and that's Temple of Doom, done now about 3.5 hours in. That leaves me with one movie left, The Last Crusade, which starts with Indiana Jones receiving a package from Sean Connery before going to Venice to meet Dr. Schneider, who they assume is a dude because it's 1938, but actually turns out to be a blonde chick named Elsa. Something something frozen, something something let it go. This level is all about us wrecking a perfectly good part of the city, followed by visiting a museum where I made sure to destroy books in an effort to fight big literacy, and you find these boxes and put them in the middle until you reveal a giant X. After dropping a chandelier through it and jumping into the hole, we explore this ancient underground tomb place until we find Sir Richard and inscribe his shield for some reason. I don't remember exactly. It's been a while since I've seen this movie, but oh no, a guy with a hat from Squidward's Cult shows up, so we gotta leave Dick the Knight behind. Is the best cinematography in any LEGO game ever happens. I'm not being sarcastic. This looks like a handheld camera. It's amazing. And we have an epic showdown to end the level. You just drive around a boat and punch him a few times, it's whatever. Indy threatens to murder him with the boat propeller if he doesn't say where the other drugs were going, so he whips out a picture of James Bond in the Excalibur Hotel and Casino. I just realized editing this that level alone took me almost half an hour. How? Instead of advancing in the story though, I took a detour back to the City of Danger level in Raiders. The reason being that towards the end of the level, there's this book panel that opens a door to the Mos Eisley Cantina, where I got to see Chewbacca, one of 5 hidden Star Wars characters throughout the game I'll need to find. But more importantly, I can get this parcel. Parcels take the place of red bricks, giving you the ability to buy extras. This one is for treasure times 2, doubling the value of every stud you pick up. So back in the college, I bought treasure times 2 and then continued on The Last Crusade. We show up at the castle where Indiana Jones disguises himself as Fabio before just punching the butler in the face anyway. The bad thing though is that this castle is full of Nazi Johnsons of the Kansas City Chiefs to fight through, but I carried on destroying and building some stuff until Elsa and I busted through a window where Henry Jones hits Indy in the head with a vase. Elsa reveals she's with the Germans. Papa Jones reveals to Indy that they're Eskimo brothers. They're tied to a chair and they break out by starting a fire. So we work our way out, then eventually get on the outside part of the castle where more Germans are waiting. You grab a bazooka and blow some stuff up, and that's that. This leads us into Motorcycle Escape, where, you guessed it, you fix a couple motorcycles and make your escape. It's supposed to be a high-octane chase by LEGO standards, but it wasn't for me because I wanted to collect as many studs as possible, which involved running over plants and driving in circles. There's this bit where you go to farm and build stuff before having a final battle in this area where you rocket some bunkers or whatever, and then they drive off to take a blimp, which leads us to Chapter 4 where you're on said blimp. Unfortunately, a bunch of Germans board without tickets, so it was my job to kick them out by throwing glass bottles at the main guy, which leads to him being tossed out the window in the best part of the actual movie. But the Hindenburg turns back around, so they steal a plane, crash, and we once again have to escape. This is another level that honestly I found kind of boring. You just run around and build and repair stuff, which now that I'm saying this, I realize that's all you do in every LEGO level ever, but in the other ones, it's more fun. I don't know. I can't explain. You would not understand. Are all these your guitars? We run into flocks of government drones that mess up German pilots, and Sala shows back up and drives us to Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is an interesting one, conceptually. Half the level is in this first area just trying to build a vehicle to take down a gate. Then after you accomplish that, the rest of the level involves fighting a tank. You just build bombs and he drives into them like an idiot. Later we have a fight on top of the tank, and bada bing bada boom, we're on to the final chapter of The Last Crusade. We're outside of the temple that houses the Holy Grail, but lo and behold the Germans are here too, which honestly I'm not even upset about because there's much worse things the late 1930s German military could have been doing instead. Inside the temple there's a series of puzzles you have to complete, firstly by placing these blocks, then as you advance you find a decapitated uneducated German and are ordered to tackle the perilous path to the Grail yourself, starting with a bunch of obstacles that try to murder you. I had a lot of trouble with this part in particular. I just couldn't jump down below. I was scared of falling. Next up, I had to spell out Jehovah except with an I instead of a J because Latin is weird, I guess. Then if you haven't seen the movie, you'd be very confused here because you're supposed to take a leap of faith and walk over a bridge you can't see. This brings us to the Grail Chamber protected by an unnamed knight. I'll call him Paul. King Kraut rushes in and drinks from the wrong goblet like an idiot, and for some reason in this version, Paul starts trying to kill us, so you have to deal with that while finding the actual Holy Grail. You have to activate this book panel and then it's in the back. It's the unassuming cup. Indy drinks out of it, doesn't die, then takes it to his dad that got shot. Elsa tries to leave with it and dies, and that's the last crusade. 5.5 hours in, and I finally finished. Each story level. Now it was time to start grabbing collectibles. First things first, I needed to buy 2 more characters to be able to get everything in free play. A bazooka trooper, which would let me get into German areas and blow up silver objects, and a thuggy character to let me activate thuggy statues. With that, I began on the last chapter, Raiders, for the reason that its parcel was the artifact detector, which places arrows showing you where the artifacts are on each level, making finding them way easier, obviously. So to be clear, I started by choosing levels with parcels I wanted, but while I was here, I also went ahead and grabbed all 10 artifacts as well, because there was no reason not to. This level's parcel, you just need a book forward, then you push these things around and jump on them, a door opens up with the parcel, and easy enough. Collecting all 10 treasure chests on a level builds a big artifact, like for this level, you build the Ark of the Covenant, which goes on display in a room in the college and gives you a bunch of studs. Next up, I went to Temple of Doom's first chapter, grabbed all the artifacts there, and delivered its parcel on this contraption, which was kind of treacherous to walk on. That parcel is for treasure times 4. That was it for parcels I wanted to go out of my way to get for now, so I went back to the very start of Raiders and I did the levels in order. The first level has this room with a barrel you break open to reveal C-3PO. The artifacts were easy to round up. The parcel is kind of sketch because you have to dodge falling debris, but it's worth it because it unlocks Fast Fix, which makes repairs way faster. Chapter 2 features a visit from Santa Claus, who leaves us a parcel for Super Slap in the snow, and we break Luke free from the Wampa Cave. I did realize there was another parcel I really wanted, the parcel detector, which is on the first chapter of Last Crusade, so I jumped ahead to that one. Back to Raiders, Chapter 3 I already had the parcel for from earlier and found Chewbacca, so I just needed to grab these artifacts. I did make it all the way through the level before realizing I had missed one and had no clue where it was. So I backtracked, and backtracked some more, until I saw this arrow in this section. And it was then that I realized where it had been the whole time. Well of Souls, artifacts, and parcel, boom. Then I take a pit stop to the mine chase level because its parcel was treasure times 6 and I could afford it now. So I got that one completed, and after buying treasure times 6, I now had a total multiplier of times 48. Now let me tell you about pursuing the Ark. I found all the artifacts artifacts just fine. Nothing too bad. I came across this pond where I blew some stuff up and there was a raft and it appeared I needed to just run over ducks. The problem? This one in the corner would not go down, no matter what I tried. I was here for many minutes just trying to get them down and nothing was working. It wasn't registering me running them over. I googled other people doing it and they had no problems. I tried seeing if it was a known bug and got nothing, so after getting the other artifacts I needed, I restarted the entire mission and made my way back here and did it again, and it magically worked. That was really annoying, but whatever, that's all a raider's done. And I am actually showing this out of order, so in between before I restarted the level and got that artifact, I didn't want to repeat it right away because I was fueled by rage, so I went into Indy's office where you have to put together a thing by using every special power there is, and upon doing so, you get a key for use in the artifact room. Later on, this will let me play 3 different bonus missions. But yeah, so after that, I went ahead to Motorcycle Escape for the ×8 multiplier, found R2-D2 on the tank level from Last Crusade alongside all the other collectibles, got the Grail Temple and its stuff, and wanted to just finish off the Last Crusade from there, so I did the level where you start in the Zeppelin, followed by the castle level, and that's it for Last Crusade. Temple of Doom was the most boring out of all of them. I'm not sure why. Maybe just because I already had all the parcels I needed and it just felt like I wanted it to be over already. I found Princess Leia on the Free the Slaves level, and that was my last Star Wars character. Finding them all lets me unlock Han Solo as a playable character. Otherwise, I got my last artifact and parcel on the last Temple of Doom level, and that's all of them collected a little over 9 hours in, but we're not done yet. I made a pit stop to the library to buy every single character except one I found out you don't get until after you finish one of the bonus missions. But speaking of the bonus missions, I now have to go to the artifact room because they're the last things I have to do. The first one is called Young Indy, and it's the sequence at the start of Last Crusade with young Indiana Jones, and let me break the fourth wall for a second. Going into this video, I decided on the 12-hour time, but if you have 2 brain cells to rub together and know I only have 3 missions left, you can probably gather that I'll easily do this in under 12 from here. So I considered changing the premise of the video to under 10 hours to make it more dramatic. I thought that would be dishonest though, so I didn't, but feel for yourself to get hyped and curious over whether or not I get under the 10-hour mark. So yeah, this is just a standard LEGO level, nothing interesting happens and you aren't missing out on much if you haven't played it. And after that, I could buy the last character I was missing, so now I had every single character. Next up was the warehouse where the Ark of the Covenant is stored, and you have to run around and collect 1 million studs. I figured out though that this target in the corner you can just grenade over and over again for infinite money, so I did that. Last was the Ancient City, another level where your goal is to collect 1 million studs, except this time I actually had to interact with the whole thing and do a bunch of nonsense to achieve that goal. I'm not going to go over it all. It's just a random assortment of things to blow up and build to get money. I collected my last studs at the 9-hour 49-minute mark, which, unless I mess something up, puts me at 100%. Pausing the game confirmed it, so there you go. 100% and not just 12 hours, but under 10. And now I can play the game for fun again. Thanks again to Raid for sponsoring this video. Be sure to download it through my QR code on screen or link in the description for exclusive bonuses. If you like this video, click the one on screen to see me 100% another LEGO game. Thanks to my patrons for supporting the channel. They're top men. Top men. LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean is a LEGO game where you play as all your favorite pirate characters like Jack Sparrow, Blonde Lady, Ponytail Guy, and of course, Tentacle Face. I've never seen the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, nor had I ever played this game before, but no matter. I'm a frog, and in this video, I set forth to 100% LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean, but with a time limit. I only have 24 hours to complete it. If it takes me longer than that, then I lose and you get to point and laugh at me. So, clock's ticking, let's hop in. Before anything else, the first step to 100%ing the game is just beating the story levels. Despite having never seen the movies, I will do my best to relay what's happening. Like in this cutscene where the lady in the yellow dress's magical token turns one of the redcoats into a chicken. Meanwhile, Johnny Depp is coming into port and completely wrecks his boat, but before he can do anything else, Amber Heard falls 500 feet off a cliff face first into water, but somehow survives, so he dives back in and rescues her and is a hero until the Revolutionary War losers realize he's a wanted pirate. So he flees to the city and winds up in a sword factory and the game begins. Every other LEGO game I've done to this point, I'd played and beaten before many times, so this was an exciting change of pace where I had no idea what to do and ran around in circles accomplishing nothing to begin the level, until I realized that flashing red objects like this could be hammered just like me as I'm writing the script. Just kidding, I don't really drink. I once dated an alcoholic girl and honestly just felt bad for her. Not because she was an alcoholic, but because she was a woman. With the help of John Elway, I pulled a thing which started a fire and out came Jackal Sniper, and we had to fight him not because he was a trespasser or a pirate, but because Charlie in the Chocolate Factory 2006 6 was an abomination to mankind. After beating him up, the British come in and they take Mr. Sparrow away, and he's in jail until pirates show up and raid the city and kidnap Elizabeth. So as Will Turner and a dog with a scary level of intelligence, we free Jack Sparrow so he can help us rescue Elizabeth. This level introduces the compass mechanic where you can activate Jack's compass and use it to find hidden items, of which there are 8 on every level. So to 100% the game, I'll have to find all of those, along with the usual stuff like 10 mini-kits and True Pirate, which is something I unlock IRL every Sunday during football season. There's a beach part where I had to walk under a barrel and stand on an underwater elevator that exists for no reason at all outside of gameplay. Immersion broken 0 out of 10. And there was a zip line with a bunch of studs. Jack and Will steal a ship from the Beans on Toast for breakfast people, and that was the end of the first level. I unlocked a few characters. I'll need to get them all for 100% as well. Didn't get True Pirate, unfortunately. Run dead. Got the first gold brick out of 85, and it was on to level 2. Level 2 is all about Jack realizing that Will is a soy boy beta cuck zoomer with negative riz. What the fuck does that even mean? And he needs a real crew, so we go to Pirate Bay to recruit more crew members, and upon arrival, I destroyed stuff for studs with a fish. I tried to shoot my shot with this lady, only for her to slap me, fed an apple to a horse, and dumped a bucket of water on this guy to wake him up Walter White style. Using his hammer, we repaired a thing and got a torch and took a visit to the underground teams, where we found a short king named Marty, who surprisingly doesn't have any relation to Marty O'Donnell, because that's how people are related by their first names. We gave a red diamond to this chick, Anna Maria, who I'm sure if she was real I could fix. And just like in Lego Indiana Jones, women in this game have the ability to jump higher. I will not be repeating my WNBA joke from that video though, because I don't believe in repeating jokes. Anyway, what is bro doing? We found another guy with a parrot or whatever, then got in a rowboat. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was feasting away on the kidnapper pirate's boat until they show how they got some kind of Mayan curse or whatever that turned them into immortal skeleton pirates, and that's level 2. Following level 2 was, of course, level 3. Although I suppose it isn't necessarily level 3, because what if we define our terms differently where 3 actually means 4? Checkmate, idiots, go to college. Jack and Will sneak onto the 28 Days Later ship and rescue Elizabeth, but Jack gets left behind and captured, and level 3 is all about us rescuing him. I'll just say this bit where they're throwing stuff overboard and they toss over an actual elephant made me laugh out loud when I was playing this. This is one of the last LEGO games where the cutscenes didn't have voiceover dialogue, and I just love this style so much. Maybe I'm just a grumpy old man. Anyway, I had to build cannons and blow open hatches on the side of the other ship to find fear. Just a grumpy old man. Anyway, I had to build cannons and blow open hatches on the side of the other ship to find Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and I was kind of bad at aiming them since there wasn't a reticle. It was like playing Halo Lasso all over again. Watch my other videos. We bust Jack out and he launches himself over in a cannon, and not Natalie Portman drops her medallion like an idiot, so now we have to go in the flooded part of our ship where I once again took advantage of the power of the barrel. For some reason, grabbing the token causes us to get launched out of the ship, and it's stolen by a monkey, so I ran over and fought the primate like the lesser being it is. One time when I was 16 and worked in fast food, a couple came through the drive-thru with their pet monkey. He was cute. After beating the simian like it owed me money, Captain Barbossa walked Elizabeth and Jack off the plank in another solid cutscene, which set up Chapter 4 of Curse of the Black Pearl, where they're stranded on a deserted island, finally free from the clutches of capitalism. We explored the Blue Lagoon, where Jack and Brooke Shields found an underground tunnel system, and we used a telescope to spy on the British for some reason, and the level ended with us trying to redirect a light around. Although I didn't quite understand that at first, and wasted a bunch of time on the beach, and got eaten by a shark. Actually, sharks don't eat people whole like that. Shut up! But yeah, eventually I got with the program and used the light to make a signal fire for us to be rescued. Unfortunately, the British are who found us, but Eliza Beth persuaded them to take us to Isla de Muerta to rescue Will Turner and defeat the spooky, scary pirates. And thus began the final level of the Curse of the Black Pearl, where we arrived at the island, but the British make Elizabeth stay on the ship because she's a girl, so she pretends to be a shark and sneaks inside with Jack Sparrow. I'm gonna assume this is exactly what happens in the movie. There's not much to this level. You break stuff, build, platform, and so on. There's this mechanic where you can only kill the zombie pirates when they're in the moonlight, but the game explicitly tells you that, so it isn't much of a curveball. That's another thing. I feel like in the older games they wouldn't have straight up told you that, but I guess they decided to make this game journalist proof. Jack gets killed, but because of the island curse or whatever, he turns into a skeleton, so we have a boss fight with Operation Barbarossa and his army of pirates. As Elizabeth, I killed people with a trident, Brick Tamlin style. We defeated Barbossa, the pirates' curse was lifted, and they turned normal, and the level ends with us escaping the tunnel and chasing him. Except I wanted to make sure to grab every stud I could on the way out, so he could have easily escaped. For some reason he didn't though, so we fought him and his monkey. He seemingly died. The gang goes back to the ship. Jack gets arrested again, but makes his great escape. The end. Movie done. With that, for the first time in the game, I went to the port, which is this game's hub, where I could explore, and immediately realized there were 4 movies worth of levels in this game instead of only 3 like I'd originally thought. This dampened my mood tremendously. Regardless, complaining wouldn't get this game done in under 24 hours, so I manned up and loaded up Movie 2 Dead Man's Chest. Elizabeth is sad because it's raining on her wedding day, but quickly gets even more sad because she and Will get arrested by Englishmen led by a 5'11" male, but in his office he tells Will like, hey, want to get married? Find me the dead man's chest and Jack Sparrow. Out of all the scene interpretations I've done so far, I feel the most confident about this one. Will finds Jack's ship on an island inhabited by the cannibals from Bone Tomahawk, minus the splitting people in half at the ball sack part. Will and Mr. Gibbs are tied up into bone balls, and this level starts with us rolling around and them running over cannibal corpses trying to make our escape. Eventually, we break out and find Jack before he gets barbecued. At one point, I was supposed to carry a box across the river, and it took me an embarrassing amount of time to figure out how. Somehow, I didn't see the bridge you could dig up until after a couple of minutes of walking right by it. It's almost like I wear glasses and have terrible eyesight. Anyway, the gang runs back to Jack's ship and flee while the cannibals direct their attention to the dog. Chapter 2 of Dead Man's Chest takes us to a swamp village where once again it's pretty much just puzzles and whatnot. The most puzzling thing to me is how you're this far into the video but haven't hit the like button yet. I thought that was smooth. Every time I fell in the water by accident, there were alligators and scary Jaws type music started playing to make this an average Florida swimming experience. This entire level is pretty much just us transporting a monkey in a cage through the swamp, but after we got a certain way through, a Lake Placid crocodile stole our monkey. I think at that point you just have to say rip bozo and move on, but Team Sparrow was unfazed, and after failing to walk across beams and dying several times, dooming my chances of getting true pirate, we encountered the crocodile for a boss fight where you throw bombs into its mouth. We find a hut with this lady who tells us about the dead man's chest and this pirate who got cursed with looking like an octopus man. There was some more building, and that was level 2. Flying Dutchman appears with his ship, the Davy Jones. He kidnaps Will Turner, then cries while playing the piano, presumably because trying to play it with a giant claw for a hand throws everything off, and the level starts with me as Will Turner and Bootstrap Bill Turner. Since they share a last name, I'm gonna assume the obvious. They're married. Strangely, Weird Beard McGillicuddy didn't really care about us tearing apart the deck and stealing all his money, as long as we didn't insult his ship or his mother. This level took me way longer than it should have, but I'll contend that it wasn't my fault. See, the game bugged out while I was jumping up here and let me go to a place you're only supposed to get to in free play. Here's a replay. I didn't realize that though, and after I dropped off, I was like, oh, maybe that was where I was supposed to go, and spent a few minutes trying to get back. But eventually, I stopped horsing around and progressed the story by giving this guy a broom. We found the fish crew playing Farkle, and then whatever this is, before regaining control. The rest of the mission was fairly boring. I destroyed stuff and got money and phased through walls as Wild Bill. There's this puzzle where you have to turn wheels to create a path up this water fountain thing, then jump on tiles and steal a key from around Davy Jones's neck, which I'm assuming unlocks the dead man's chest. Instead of advancing straight to the next level, I decided to run around the port and look for red bricks, or as I learned in this game, red hats, which are hidden things you can buy that give you bonuses like invincibility or treasure ×2, which I found by jumping across a few fence posts in the main part of the port. Treasure ×2 makes it so all studs I pick up have double the value. So silver studs go from 10 to 20, gold from 100 to 200, and so on. By the way, this is my 5th Lego video, and I still explain this every time like you people don't already understand it. Anyway, Jack and Gibby go to a pirate bar where they find Elizabeth working as a bartender, meet this other guy named Norrington to help them find the chest, and level 4 begins with me standing in place because I was away from my computer doing laundry. After returning, I swam around and found a mini kit, then started digging up chests looking for the dead man's chest, which is Davy Jones's heart, I guess. We find the right chest, then dead man's crew shows up, and Will, Jack, and Third Wheel fight over what to do with the chest. Somehow this leads to Jack riding around on a pig. We have a sword fight over the key. He runs up this tower and we gave chase, eventually getting to him on top of this roof where he flies away, and we get on this wheel and run him over, and game crash. This game doesn't have checkpoints or anything, so that means after relaunching the game, I had to go through basically the entire level all over again. But that's fine, it's not like I'm trying to go fast or anything. So this ended up being like a 15-minute setback until I made it back to the giant wheel, this time with the game not crashing upon the cutscene's end. I fought Jack in a battle that I don't quite understand the physics of, then at the beach I had to kill all five of Davy Jones's top men, except like 10 seconds after killing one, they regenerate. So this was unironically the hardest part of the entire game because it doesn't end until all 5 are dead at the same time. Jared Leto steals a chest and the heart. The rest of the gang bails, and the Dutchman crew take the chest, not realizing Norbit still has the heart. One thing leads to another, and in level 5, I have to fight what I thought was a sharktopus, but turned out to just be a regular old kraken. We fight it, of course, through cannons and TNT, or after getting all the TNT to the top deck by shooting TNT with a cannon, which really makes the kraken mad, and the level ended with a fight that took me a minute to figure out. Periodically, the kraken sucks everything into its mouth, so my first idea was to hold a torch as he sucked me in and burn him. This didn't work. Then I tried throwing the torch in his mouth. That also didn't work. What did eventually work was throwing random objects into its gaping maw at the right time. For some reason, life preservers explode under these conditions. The torches work for setting off TNT on its tentacles. Bada bing, bada boom. Jack sacrifices himself to brush the Kraken's teeth. Davy Jones realizes his heart is gone. Jack's somehow still alive. Barbossa shows up, and the dog that the cannibals were chasing earlier is now their god. 2 movies down, 2 more to go. Next up was the third movie, At World's End. At World's End, more like World of Tanks, is a free-to-play online multiplayer game where you battle other players in tanks. That part you could probably figure out by yourself.
Unless you're stupid.
I've been playing it the last week or so, and I remember when I first loaded it up, I crushed everything in my way. I was good right out of the gate. Then I realized I was playing against bots. My actual matches against real people, well, they went a little bit different. You know what though? I may be bad, but it's still fun. You can use tactical mode and strategize your battle plans, or go in guns blazing like I do. I probably don't recommend that though. There's a whole lot of different tanks you can unlock, over 800, and you can customize those tanks with different skins and camouflages and emblems and whatever else you want. Register your account through the link in my description, and you'll get the Cromwell B tank, 250,000 credits, 7 days of premium, and 3 rental tanks for 10 battles each. The Tiger 131, T-78, and Type 64. World of Tanks is available on PC, Xbox, or PlayStation, so through the link you'll be able to choose your platform of choice. And like I said, it's completely free to play. Check it out through my link. It's a cool game. Thank you, World of Tanks, for sponsoring this video. Anyway, speaking of dogs, next up was the third Pirates movie, At World's End. Once again, I haven't actually seen this movie, but based on the Rotten Tomatoes score, it appears to be dog water. Then again, I've also seen what makes the critics cheer. The level is called Singapore, so I'm assuming that's where we're at. Singapore is pretty much just business as usual at this point for the game, although we did unlock exciting new characters like Tattoo Pirate, Tia Dalma, Sao Feng, Tai Huang, Gorgie Zhang, Artie Lang. The crew sets sail to find Hungry Jack, who's stranded in Gravy Jones' locker and seems to have gone completely... The crew sets sail to find Hungry Jack, who's stranded in Gravy Jones' locker and seems to have gone completely insane, given that this level starts with me playing as and locating multiple other imaginary Jacks for help repairing the ship. I fed a goat a purple flower to get him to like me, which is clear plagiarism from the open season video game released in 2006, when Elliot the deer attempts to court his love interest, Gazelle, by giving her purple flowers. I don't know what slick move Traveler's Tales thought they were pulling, but I'm onto them. Eventually, we get the ship put back together again. Jack tries to pull it out on his own before being assisted by crabs and brought back out to the sea. These levels are all long though, so it doesn't end quite there. The rest of the crew falls out of the sky onto a ship. Ancient pirate lore says we have to flip the ship upside down for some reason, and then the second half of the level is us assembling the crew. Some of them are locked behind bars, and I have no idea how that happened. Meanwhile, Jameer Gibbs is just sleeping. But we get everyone ready, swing on a chain, get the ship flipped over, which the pirate gods appreciate, and there's a flash of light and the ship flips back over, and I'll be honest, I have no idea what's happening at this point. I guess this lady is the key to killing Davy Jones. Elizabeth proves her loyalty to William by easily getting wooed over to the Singaporean ship with promises of food and sitting in a jacuzzi fully clothed, but unfortunately the Dutchman shows up with the British and little bro dies, and this is the weirdest way to set up a level ever. I had no idea what the objective was and just ran around trying to see what I could even do here. Having a gun and seeing a giant bullseye answered that question. What's actually happening here became clear to me when I realized I was playing as Norrington. I don't remember who he is, but I remember that he's somebody, and when I continued below deck and found Elizabeth and friends stuck in a prison cell with TNT outside of it, my goal became clear. I guess Will and Elizabeth were in a rough patch because she cozies up with Norwood 4, which Billiam Turner doesn't appreciate, of course. We run outside the ship and zipline across to this other ship where I got stuck. There were these 2 orange handles that I pulled on with Tattoo Pirate, and I didn't know what to do after that. I only saw the red Build-A-Brick and thought I missed a hammer or something. It didn't register for a few minutes that these could also be pulled, but in my defense, I walked past them like 5 times without a prompt. Norrington gets cut in half and beheaded, which puts an end to that love triangle. We go to another pirate hideout to find pirate leaders who are all currently occupied with various activities, so this level is all about us resolving those things and getting them to go to a secret pirate meeting to discuss pirate things like fighting Davy Jones and using Stream East. Related, I watched the movie Interstellar last night. I thought it was really good, but the creative decision to put the entire movie in Chinese without subtitles was a little confusing. Oh yeah, there's an actual Lego level happening on screen at the moment, but there isn't much to talk about, hence me filling in the gaps, so I talked about random nonsense like I'm on one of my live streams. streams. The last pirate lady needed a wig, and then we were off to the top level where almost immediately I slid back downstairs on a water slide. After getting back up, we opened a door, had a secret pirate meeting where a bunch of ships were on a table and everyone starts fighting as expected in a room full of pirates, and the level ends with us needing to find a bone for a dog. Once finding and delivering it, the dog digs up stuff in the back, blah blah blah. Next level, let's get this over with already. Holy shit. We cut back to the ship and Monster Lady is tied up and I have to throw a bunch of random stuff into a bucket to make her grow. This opening bit took me a few minutes since at first I didn't quite get what was happening and all the stuff was hidden. After getting the fourth object in, her crabs came out in full force, and after object 5 she straight up exploded and the Dutchman showed up and it started raining and it was my job to build and shoot cannons at them. This also took a few minutes of my extremely valuable time. We get another cutscene where Will gets stabbed in the gut by Davy Jones, and after the cutscene we beat Bill Turner into submission until he becomes a good guy. The level ends with a fight against our good pal Davy Jones, one of the boss fights of all time. So I hit him a couple times and he ran around. So I chased him all over the ship until we got up here and he seemed to be trying to jump up but couldn't. I hit him again and he jumped onto a rope and would not let go. He was just stuck on the rope and I couldn't damage him at all or get him off. After a few minutes I pulled up a playthrough of this level on YouTube, and yeah, this isn't what's supposed to happen here. I was completely rigged. After trying everything I could and waiting, I eventually conceded and backed out to the port. I once again had to completely start a level over when I had made it almost to the end. I would like to reiterate that I did like this game overall still and thought it was one of the better LEGO games I played. My second time through, I was much faster with everything, of course, now knowing exactly what to do. I got through the cannons part again, worked my way through Bootstrap Bill, fought Davy Jones, and this time he did what he's supposed to. Do, thankfully. So we stabbed him in the heart, he died, Will came back to life, we murdered Muggsy Bogues, and then we lived happily forever after. With 3 out of the 4 movies taken care of, I decided to explore the port a bit and find the other red hats. Shooting these targets made always double treasure appear. There were also these things to shoot that led me to Fall Rescue. I'm not going to go through every single one, but there are 20 in total, and I was mostly concerned with finding the other treasure multipliers. I also wanted to find the mini-kit detector to make finding all the mini-kits and free play a whole lot easier. Found treasure times 6 in this well, and to my shock, it was only 1.5 million. I'd buy them in order, but I couldn't find treasure times 4, and 1.5 million was affordable enough that I could just buy it after playing another couple levels. So just to be clear, I found where most of the red hats were, but didn't buy any more yet. And wandering around these areas too, by the way, are various characters from the game that I need to purchase to 100% the game. But again, I wouldn't want to waste money on any before getting all the treasure multipliers. So I decided to just load up the next and last movie, On Stranger Tides, where Jack and Mr. Gibbs get caught, and while in a jail car, they see an imposter among us. Am I right, fellow kids? For some reason, they're taken to a palace where they very easily break out, and movie 4 begins. I have no memory of a fourth Pirates movie ever coming out, so I'm still not convinced that this is based on a real movie. Jack and Mr. Gibbs pull a 2020 and tear down a statue, allowing us to escape, except Gibbs gets CTE, and it's time to roam the rooftops of London. I've never played Assassin's Creed either, but this looks to me like Assassin's Creed.
Frog, how have you not played Assassin's Creed? You just not play anything other than Halo?
Correct. We get on a cart and go through a very Indiana Jones-esque action sequence where we jump between cars, except instead of looking for For the Ark of the Covenant, we're looking for something broken that Mr. Gibbs can repair. After this whole sequence, Jack gets dropped off at a bar where he encounters fake Jack, whose picture looks like Michael Jackson. After beating them up, we learn that it's a woman, and Jack immediately falls in love. At the conclusion of the level, I was still 180,000 studs away from being able to afford score times 6, so I just moved on to level 2. On Lady's boat, there's an evil-looking flag and a zombie crewman. Then she tells a story of how Blackbeard the pirate took over the world by drinking mermaid tears, which leads to us being thrown below deck in level 2 beginning. It's another one of those find more crew members levels, which I guess are just other prisoners or slaves, whatever we are. This guy still got to keep his guitar at least. I was spending even more time than usual trying to collect as many studs as I could to get to the 1.5 million in total, because once you get your second multiplier, the floodgates really start to open. You'll see what I mean here in a minute. After rounding up everyone and blowing open the door to the deck, we run into Blackbeard, who says howdy do and zombifies one of the guys we just freed, and the level ends with us needing to now rescue this other guy, which we do of course by parkouring, spinning a wheel, and punching him, and his immediate reaction for some reason is to start singing, which attracts a mermaid, presumably because she thought there was a dying animal to rescue. I was only 76,000 studs away from the magic number, so I backed out to the port and broke everything in sight for more studs, which quickly allowed me to finally purchase treasure times 6. The multiplier stacked, so combined with treasure times 2, I now had a times 12 multiplier in total. Next up was level 3, Whitecap Bay, where Angel Ika continues to play hide and cold with Jack, who still believes he can fix her. With my new treasure multiplier, I hit true pirate before even leaving the first part of the first area. We power up a telescope and spot a mermaid who what's-his-face successfully woos, but unfortunately she's accompanied by a bunch of evil mermaids who start killing people, and from what I can gather through LEGO storytelling osmosis, this seems like a really weird movie. But we successfully kidnap the nice mermaid and lock her in a cage because we're the good guys, and I only have 2 levels left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. This level starts in an old ship and is where I realize this dude is supposed to be Captain Barbosa, who I now get to play as alongside Jack. A lot of stuff definitely happens this level. I have a whole lot of things to say about it. Oh wait, look at that, I'm already at the end. Well, that's too bad, I guess. Moving on. I went back to the port and picked up the treasure magnet Red Hat, then proceeded to the last level, the Fountain of Youth, because Blackrock the pirate wants to be down with the skibbity, I guess. This may seem like just another level, outside of just being the last one, but this ended up being the longest level for me in the entire game, by a landslide. We'll get to why exactly that was. As Jack and not Elizabeth, we tore down trees, jumped around, built a telescope, and watched water fill up a door lock, which opened up a cave. Inside the cave, there are these lamps you have to put together and then raise. When you get all three, a magical water elevator appears, but I didn't understand that because I walked over it a ton of times and nothing happened. But eventually, Blackbeard came over and got sent to the ceiling, and I figured out how to follow suit. We get another cutscene where there's a big fight in the Fountain of Youth, and now we gotta figure out how to get to Blackbeard in the middle. There's these mermaid statues that you have to carry and place on the other side, so I started pushing this thing in to make a bridge. Unfortunately, my game bugged and Jack stopped pushing too early, causing the lock gate to come down with the block not yet inside, locking me out from pushing it in, meaning I couldn't make a bridge. I thought, surely, I'm just misunderstanding what's supposed to happen here. I'll come back to that. So I ran to the other side, got it taken care of with its mermaid statue all good, and returned to Brainstorm. I tried using a bomb only to get blown up. I scoured the area trying to find some other way to get the statue across. I tried swimming with it. Eventually, I did just pull up someone's playthrough of this level and saw that, yeah, my game was just bugged and I got screwed yet again and had to restart a level completely over for a third time. But no matter, this was still the last level. I was almost there on completing the story. I just had to get through it, and now I knew what to do, so it wouldn't take as long. I ripped apart trees, built a telescope, watched water, built lamps, and rode a magical elevator to return to the Fountain of Youth chamber. I worked my way back to where the first statue was, pushed in the block, and the exact same thing happened. I was holding forward, and for no reason at all, Jack just stopped pushing too early. Excuse me for 1 second. Break trees, build telescope, water, lamp, elevator, statue. It's gonna do it again, isn't it? Oh my god. We are so unbelievably back, boys. Since this time the game decided to work, I was able to place both mermaid statues, which knocked over a pillar and let us walk to face Black Wolf the Dragon Master once and for all. The good mermaid apparently is also a human again. Blackbeard uses the magical powers of his sword, then we hit him and give Penelope Cruz Fountain of Youth water, which restores her and damages Blackbeard. It's a little time consuming, but whatever. We defeat him, everyone lives happily forever after, Jack gets slapped. The end. I was finally done with every story mission. Holy moly. 8.5 hours in, and I could finally move on to the even more time-consuming part, going back through every level in free play and collecting everything. But first, I wanted to take care of a couple things, starting with grabbing the rest of the treasure multiplier red hats, whose locations I still needed to find. I didn't know where treasure times 4, times 8, or times 10 were. I first checked this spot at the dock, not one there. Next, I climbed this tower and spied on a guy digging for treasure. The third item he dug up, he sent over my way. It turned out to be treasure times 10, which I could actually afford already. For you math majors out there, that gives me a 120 times multiplier. I found Blackbeard on a pond in front of a shack and purchased him, which let me blow open this door. Inside, I found treasure times 4. The always double treasure red hat doubled my multiplier yet again, and I was still missing the last multiplier, but I had enough studs that I just started buying every character I saw. I did end up finding treasure times 8 in the shack, which brought my multiplier to times 7,680. I no longer had to worry about money in any capacity. I kept rounding up characters and red hats, including the mini kit detector. So with 20 out of 20 red hats unlocked, I loaded up level 1 of movie 1 and began my hunt for mini kits. The way that the mini kit detector makes this way easier is by placing arrows where all the mini kits spawn, but it doesn't tell you how to get to them, or if they aren't already spawned in, how to make them spawn. So it definitely makes things way easier, but it is more work than just go here to the arrow. Like I mentioned earlier, a unique thing to this game is the hidden items you can find with Jack's compass. There's 8 per level, and now with the ability to access free play only areas, I can find them all too, but they do make 100%ing each level more time consuming than usual. At one point, I hopped on a barrel as Mermaid Girl and got launched into orbit. I think I just bought like a cursed copy of the game because I have never experienced this many bugs in a LEGO game before. I rescued a captured crab, which gave me my 10th and final mini kit, and the ability to ride the crab. The mini kits in this game build ships inside bottles. Neato. Only 19 more levels to complete. Some of the mini kits tie into each other, like you get a mini kit for putting this boat in the water, and then you use it to get to another secret area with 2 more mini kits. As I worked through the first movie, the mini kits and hidden items were by and large self-explanatory. I wasn't using guides or anything. It was all good until I made it to level 5, which was very confusing. In the chamber where you fight Barbossa, there were these glass stalactite things on the water that a mermaid could break by singing. However, switching through my characters, I didn't have a mermaid because the one guy was my singer instead. I tried to get close enough to break the glass without going too far to where I could no longer sing, but it wasn't working. I needed a mermaid character and the game just didn't give me one. So without a mermaid, I couldn't do anything here. It wasn't until a few hours later when I realized that in this game's free play, I could have just held the Y button and selected any character I wanted in the whole game. But since I didn't know that at this point, I saved and quit, went back to the port and made sure to have a mermaid for the level, made it back to the Barbossa fight and continued on like you're supposed to. Even beyond that though, this was just a really confusing level for mini kits and hidden items. Like, I was here for a while just getting turned around around and not entirely getting what I was supposed to do. But when I did finally grab the 10th mini-kit in front of this golden dog, I had officially completed Curse of the Black Pearl in its entirety. I never needed to play any of those levels again for any reason. I bought a few more characters and then it was on to Dead Man's Chest. First level was no big deal, then level 2 I did another dumb. I advanced through the level grabbing mini-kits, fought the big alligator boss, and had 9 out of 10 mini-kits and could not for the life of me figure out how to get the last one to spawn. I tried everything I could think of, bombing the water, using Blackbeard's sword, singing to the water, sacrificing people to the water, nothing worked. So I'll be honest, I cheated and looked up a free play walkthrough, and yeah, I was soft locked yet again and had to just restart the level. So on the alligator boss I had already killed, you have to throw 3 pieces of food into its mouth to get the mini-kit. So there we go. Level 3, no problem. Level 4, I made it all the way to the end before realizing I was missing one of the hidden items, but level 5 against the Kraken was all good, so there we go, movie 2 done. With half of the movies done, I moved on to movie 3. If this video was good, I would just show a compilation of me picking up the rest of the mini-kits while The Reason by Hoobastank played, but unfortunately that would be too based. I never really know what to say during the free play portions of these videos. Like I went here, grabbed this, and did that hundreds of more times. What more do you people want from me? I hope I'm successfully expressing that by this point in the game, I was ready for it to be over. But I still had one more movie left to complete.
I grabbed all the mini kits. It was easy, mission accomplished.
Okay, there we go. 4 movies fully completed. I only had 2 things left to do. Unlock the rest of the characters I was missing. Done. And then with all but 1 gold brick, I could build the door to the secret bonus level, The Ride, which I guess is supposed to be like the actual Disney ride. This level was terrible though. Don't recommend. All you do is stand around fighting guys until you move on to the next area. The Lego Town bonus levels from the older games are much better. But enough whining from me. That got me my last gold brick, which meant I had now 100%ed Lego Pirates in about 16 hours, well under the 24-hour mark. Massive W for the frog. Ouch. Thanks again to World of Tanks for sponsoring this video. Check it out using the link in my description. If you like this video, click the video on screen to see me do another Lego game in under 24 hours, or check out my playlist of all the Lego games I've done. Thanks to my patrons for supporting the channel like always. I got a couple movies I need to watch. Lego Batman 2 Electric Boogaloo is a sequel to Lego Batman 1, which not only features Batman and Robin, but the entire Justice League. Classic heroes like Superman, Robot Man, Green Man, Woman Man, and more. I'm a frog, and I have never played Lego Batman 2 before. But no matter, because for this video, I tried to not only 100% the game for the first time ever, but do it in under 24 hours. It's fitting that Easter is right around the corner, because this game features a giant open-world Gotham City and a whopping 250 gold bricks, by far the most of any game I've done so far, the majority of which are hidden in the open world and I'll have to find. So it'll be like the Lego version of an Easter egg hunt, except not about Jesus. Although I'm not sure what a rabbit laying eggs has to do with Jesus either. Let's hop in. Our journey begins with the news lady talking about the Gotham Man of the Year award with Bruce Wayne and Lex Luthor as contenders before cutting to said event where the Lego characters start talking in actual voices instead of mumbles, because this is the first Lego game to introduce voice acting.
Lex, I'm surprised you took time away from your presidential campaign and came all the way to Gotham City for this.
A completely uncontroversial change that I'm sure no one watching this video has any strong feelings about. Bruce Wayne wins the Walter Payton Man of the Year award, much to the chagrin of Lex Luthor. Before the Joker hacks the TV, Bruce runs off to find Batman. The award presenter fucking dies. The Joker appears for real, but Batman and Robin show up to save the day and the game begins. Like I said in the intro, I'd never played this game before, but thankfully LEGO games aren't rocket science unless you're an IGN reviewer, and I started by doing what I always do, running around and destroying everything in sight for studs. And like every other LEGO game ever, every LEGO Batman 2 level has a stud bar to fill up, but I don't think I need to explain that to you people at this point. It also continues with LEGO Batman 1's Citizen in Peril thing, where there's one citizen in danger in each level, and if you rescue them, you get a gold brick. In this level, it's this person. You may notice lots of other panicked civilians running around, but they don't give gold bricks, so I don't care about them. By the time I destroyed the last table, I was already 9 minutes into the playthrough and had only 29,000 studs to my name, which after the great LEGO stud rug pull of 2019 meant I had basically nothing. Point being, I had to stop messing around and finally progress the level. And to do that, I would have to fight the clown girl herself, Harley Quinn.
Are you aroused by clown women?
All women are clowns. After defeating Harley, we move below stage where the game introduced me to a brand new mechanic, the ability to save your progress mid-level. This feature definitely won't come up again later on in this video. I destroyed a band's instruments and told them to go get a real job, to which they pointed out I make YouTube videos about video games, then revealed the Riddler, who immediately ran off and forced me to fight through his goons. Around here I found Harley, we move below stud rug pull of 2019. To do that, I would have to fight the clown girl herself, Harley Quinn.
Are you aroused by clown women?
All women are clowns. After defeating Harley, we move below stage where the game introduced me to a brand new mechanic, the ability to save your progress mid-level. This feature definitely won't come up again later on in this video. I destroyed a band's instruments and told them to go get a real job, to which they pointed out I make YouTube videos about video games, then revealed the Riddler, who immediately ran off and forced me to fight through his goons. Around here, I found the first mini kit of the level. Each level in this game has 10 hidden mini-kits I'll need to find. Then unlock the first special suit, the sensor suit, which lets Batman turn invisible and use X-ray vision to complete puzzles. Meanwhile, the first special Robin suit is the Acrobat suit, where he can do acrobat things. We fought Two-Face in an epic battle where Robin just ran in what looked like one of those hamster balls, and chased after the Joker where we proceeded to beat him up, forcing him to retreat back to the stage where we started, bringing the level full circle. He escapes in a boat, the penguin fucking dies, and nearly half an hour in, I was finally done with level 1. Considering how much there is to do in this game, I would definitely need to pick things up a bit going forward. 250 gold bricks is a ridiculous number. Rather than select the next level from a menu like older LEGO games, in LEGO Batman 2, you progress the story by navigating the open world itself. Thankfully, the spot to get to level 2 is only 12 feet away from where I started and just required me making and entering a Robin copter. Level 2 begins with another news report, so I guess every level just starts with one, then back in the parking lot where Robin immediately crashes a helicopter like an idiot. I will just say I was tempted to make a Kobe Bryant helicopter joke, but I just made one in my Halo Reach Lasso video and I don't like repeating jokes. What is bro doing? I do find it interesting, however, that in 2 of my last 3 videos there have been helicopter crashes. It's like a premonition, something that apparently Kobe Bryant never had. This level is mostly all about repairing Robin's helicopter. I unlocked the power suit for Batman, which gives him super strength and explosives to destroy silver Lego objects, and Robin's magnet suit as we scavenged around the area to find stuff to repair Robin's helicopter. After repairing the helicopter, we pursue the Joker's boat in a high-octane Lego chase until he wrecks in front of the Gotham Funland, where the level concludes with us building various contraptions and using the powers of our suits to finish the job. We capture the Joker in a net, the police come and take him away, and that's LEGO Batman 2. Thanks for watching. Just kidding. Even though this is LEGO Batman, Superman shows up to say howdy do, then flies away to go horseback riding. Back in the open world, I created a Batmobile, grabbed a few brewskis, then drove recklessly around Gotham until I found the Batcave. We cut to Arkham Asylum, where some dude is watching Clark Kent on the news and Steve Miller is talking to himself before Lex Luthor shows up to bust him out like always, because none of Gotham's cops will just take one for the team and put a bullet in his head. Back at the Batcave, Bruce Wayne contacts a green guy. I drove around some more until I made it to Arkham Asylum. And okay, we're getting the redhead lady news report. Finally, the actual 3rd level is starting, where all the supervillains are busted out and I gotta chase them through a maze, because for some reason in Arkham Asylum they have a big maze. I can't believe my LEGO game featuring magical superheroes and villains isn't more grounded in reality. Although I didn't go all out chasing the villains in the maze right away. I was taking my sweet time because I was trying to collect studs, just like your mom every Friday night. Further into the maze, I unlocked the Batsuit, which gives Batman a sonic gun to shatter glass and the ability to glide through the air. I then unlocked Robin's ice suit, which turns him into Discount Mr. Freeze. This maze level isn't long at all, which I guess makes it a good breather. After doing a few more things in the maze, we round up all the less important than the Joker bad guys. Level 3 done, and all I had to do to start level 4 was walk 5 feet to talk to Commissioner Gordon. We are so back. Batman and Robin go inside the asylum and try to use an elevator, which apparently was sabotaged and crashes to the basement. I unlocked Robin's hazard suit, which lets him spray water to put out fires, and later in the game spray toxic waste, and Batman's electricity suit, which can't be that strong considering Batman can jump into a body of water wearing the suit without digital bathing himself. Together as Batman and Robin, I explored the depths of the insane asylum, fighting schizos as far as the eye could see, solving basic puzzles, ice wall climbing like Soap and Roach in Modern Warfare 2, fought a few Super Saiyan looking guys until we encountered the Hat Man, who sprayed us with Benadryl and made the world seem wonky and spooky. But as the great Franklin Roosevelt once said, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And polio. We defeated Scarecrow, met back up with Gordon, where the world's greatest detective determined that Lex Luthor was who busted Joker out of prison. I had nearly 456,000 studs at this point. Alfred made a mobile bat computer that upon opening showed me the location of Captain Boomerang, who I've never heard of before but just seems like an average upside down land person.
Trying to get rid of me? I'll come right back.
After Austin Powersing, I went back to the asylum in the open world to confront him, where I bataranged him a few times and got an offer to purchase him for 100,000 studs. For now, I'll have to pass. Robin and I then drove to Ace Hardware to start level 5, which was the longest level in the game so far by a mile and maybe the longest level I've ever played in a LEGO game, period. Although that's definitely partly due to me not having a firm grasp on the mechanics and trying to do things like spray green toxic waste with purple toxic waste and accomplishing nothing. But even besides my skill issues, this level was just super long. Our primary adversaries were clowns with big red afros like Ronald McDonald. Back when I was in kindergarten, we had an assembly where Ronald McDonald came to our school to perform magic tricks and tell us to eat at McDonald's. This was back in the day, back in my day, when McDonald's had play places and was fun back before people cared about things like hygiene and sanitation. Did I mention that this level is really long? Batman and Robin do some thinking, then the factory starts blowing up and there's a fire, and we still have plenty of level left. With Robin's suit, I cleaned up toxic waste and put out fires. As Batman, I blew things up. We advanced until Batman almost killed them both before getting rescued by Superman, who for the first time I now got to play as. And as Superman, you can fly.
Yes, 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 yes! Can you take...
He also has freeze breath for putting out fires and laser eyes because he's a Bitcoin maxi, but the level does force you to still use Batman and Robin's special powers as well, so it's not all Superman. After breaking out to the outdoors and breaking some more things, the level ends. Batman is clearly jealous of Superman because he has a Walter White ego. I pause for a few minutes to listen to my daily affirmations. I will be the best frog I can be. Then I continued by chasing a big old vehicle. Hello again, news lady. Who let the Joker cook? Level 6 begins with us shooting at the Lexmobile while it runs over terrified onlookers like the tank in All Quiet on the Western Front. Then after doing enough damage to it, Batman and Robin hop on for the next phase where we tear it apart from the inside and murder scientists begging me not to harm them. This is also where Lexbots are introduced as one of the main types of henchmen going forward. I moved a ball around with Robin's magnet suit, went up to the next floor, jumped out the window and died, then went to the roof where we rescued a civilian in peril, called in a Predator drone to cut a hole in the front of the train and went into an entirely new giant chamber inside. But just when I was about to start commenting about level length again, the final cutscene starts where Batman and Robin Quivers get shocked, the Batmobile lost a wheel, and the Joker got away. Back at the Batcave, Batman and Robin were talking about Batman's kryptonite storage, but oh no, Lothor and the Joker found the Batcave and broke in. That's less than ideal. I didn't enjoy this level very much. You run around this first part and make suits, then fight the bad guys, then Superman shows up and you fly around as him. Or at least I did. I don't know what you would do if you were playing this. My bad for assuming. Platform around, build a giant dinosaur. Oh no, now they're on a plane. With this level, I crossed 1 million studs, so that was cool. As Superman, I flew to Lex's flying machine to begin level 8, where it begins with me fighting said contraption as Superman and the Robin copter, piloted by Batman though for some reason. Then we boarded it and took the fight to the robots, where I saved a checkpoint. Fly around, destroy a few gold things, move inside of this big chamber, kill a guy driving what looks like a Hornet from Halo 3, do some puzzle solving. Oh no, a big room with kryptonite. Take care of that with Batman, then progress into this room where these guys float around on hover chairs that run you over. Which is annoying, but not that big of a problem unless both Batman and Superman get stuck under him and he doesn't move. Meaning there's literally no way for you to get out of it. At least I saved the checkpoint earlier, but that was still several minutes of time I'll never be able to get back. The agent of my destruction became my salvation, which is a cringe way of saying the hover chair that softlocked me a minute ago was key for progressing through this area by destroying silver objects. After a bit, I found this outside area where a lady was hanging onto a pole, and I wanted to help her but couldn't figure out how. Sucks to suck. Batman gets dropped out of a trapdoor and Superman saves him. Meanwhile, at LexCorp, they're building something, but we don't know what yet. Spoiler, a giant Joker mech. I collected my first gold brick in the open world because Batman and I spawned right next to it, so that was cool. What wasn't cool were the flight controls. My god. As Superman, I flew in the direction of what I'm assuming is Metropolis because the next level takes place at the LexCorp headquarters, where the receptionist turned out to actually be a murderous robot. This leads to a pretty by-the-numbers boss fight as Batman and Superman, then we run around and build some stuff, take an elevator and battle through LexCorp, where he has kryptonite force fields and goons dressed like the Fallout logo who hold up kryptonite to weaken Superman. There's a lot of talk about a labor shortage. Meanwhile, Lex Luthor found a lot of people willing to work for him to do evil stuff. They must get good health insurance. I had a robot battle. Batman and Superman took an elevator with the janitor, who asked them if they knew the score of the game.
7-3, St. Louis.
By St. Louis, I'm assuming he means the Battlehawks. Cause a law. They find the Megazord Joker and Lex had been working on, and oh no, they're taking it to Gotham. Brandon Routh and Ben Affleck pursue them, and level 10 starts like the other level a couple levels ago with the flying part before we land directly on the Jokertron and rip it apart from there. Unfortunately, Superman gets blasted in the face by Kryptonite, loses his power, and Batman has to save him, and that was already the end of the level. That was only like 5 minutes of gameplay. Because of what just happened in the story, for the remainder of the story, I could no longer fly as Superman, which kinda sucked when navigating the city. So I ran to the mech, which was sitting down for some reason, before we went underground to the subway, and I don't mean the Jared Fogle kind. As for the subway level in this game, it was pretty standard. I fought through underground tunnels, rode a subway, and that was that. Easy. I had a lot of studs at this point. Level 12 starts with Lex giving a rally for his presidential campaign featuring the new robot which sprays chemicals brainwashing everyone present into loving and supporting him. Something something Orange Man bad. We climbed our way on top of Jokerzilla where we stood on a couple buttons, then went to the roof where we built a few more things. Superman sacrificed himself to punch a hole in it, and Robin reappeared to save the day. The next level is literally just driving in a red, yellow, and green Batmobile and shooting at the Joker mech. Like, that's literally it. This game went from massively long levels to seeming like they were sprinting to the finish line towards the end, which is honestly pretty relatable. The Green Man in outer space calls all Justice Leaguers, and we see the Flash, Green Lantern, guy from Teen Titans, and others run to action. Joker and Lex attack Wayne Tower or whatever, and the Justice League shows up, and this is where things get a little weird. I had an issue with my recording around this point. There were 2 levels left, and I played them, then did a bit of exploring in the city and unlocked only a couple things before realizing the error. But yeah, so I don't have the original recording of me doing these things, but for the purposes of this video, I replayed them to get footage, which is why I already have the stud counter filled up, because I already did this stuff. Green Lantern has a special ability to move green objects, and he can fly. Cyborg has laser eyes and super strength, so that's useful. The primary benefit of replaying the levels is to keep the timer more accurate. Inside Baseball, I don't actually run the timer as I'm playing, I overlay it on top of all my raw footage after the fact. So replaying the levels lets me keep the timer more accurate as opposed to it just not counting the length of those 2 levels. Anyway, we fought to the roof of Wayne Enterprises where we faced off against the clown and pushed him down below. There's another boss fight against the Joker himself on the falling mech, and that's level 14. The Joker mech is now on the ground outside the tower where we enter into a final showdown with it. And once again, the stud counter is already filled up because I already beat this level before. In this level, you get to play as everyone from the previous level as well as the Flash and Wonder Woman. Flash, of course, just runs fast while Wonder Woman can fly, has a lasso of justice, and has the best film actor of the bunch.
I need you to give me the stone!
After disabling the mech once and for all, we fight the Joker head on, which he's no match for, of course. Then Lex Luthor shows up in another mech. They really love those in this game, my god. And we defeat it by having Robin run on a hamster wheel, which lets us use the Hammer of Dawn. Batman punches Lex in the face and the city is saved. We did it, Reddit. I was all done with the story levels. I could now enter the free roam phase, traveling around Gotham City, finding all the freaking collectibles. And there were a lot to choose from. I didn't even know where to begin. I was like a kid in a candy store. I noticed these glowing red lights in the sky that when I went to them represented vehicle terminals which also reveal parts of the city map when activated. So I thought a good enough place to start was by activating all these. Upon activating one, it shows you a villain in the area that after you defeat you get access to purchase, like Captain Dingo earlier. In the footage I lost, I actually found the Penguin, fought, and unlocked him. Unfortunately, there's no way to uncollect something in this game, so that footage is lost in time like tears and rain. However, I did take the time to recreate my lost footage of the fight with Penguin in the 2002 Empire building game 1503 AD.
For our ruler! Very well, my king.
You're welcome. It wasn't my main focus, but I did go ahead and get a couple of the supervillains. Like here I found a hazard suit for Robin with a few toxic waste things by it, so I figured if I cleaned them up, something would happen. And like always, I was correct. Cleaning them up spawned in Killer Croc, a first-hand example of what happens to you just by consuming a single marijuana. I also went to a botanical garden type place where I found Poison Ivy and tried my hardest to fix her. Unlocking the last vehicle terminal revealed the last of the map, and on the map I could hit the Y button, which revealed dots and icons representing different collectibles. For example, a yellow dot is a gold brick. A red dot is a red brick. It's not exactly rocket science. Like I said, I had a lot of ground to cover and a lot of stuff to get. I figured as good of a strategy as any was to start from the bottom of the map and work my way up. I saw there was a red brick on the map right by my current location and did a mini game where you pilot a car with a hammer and smash other cars, and completing this mini game let me purchase the score times 4 red brick for only 200,000 studs. The score multiplier red bricks multiply the value of studs, so with this unlock, studs were now worth 4 times as much. Massive. One annoying thing is that after you pick up a gold brick, the game forces you to stand still for a second and do a superhero pose, even while clowns beat me like a redheaded stepchild. I followed this up by unlocking Catwoman and continued searching for gold bricks. Some of the gold bricks you can get right off the bat just by switching to the appropriate character. Others are a bit more clever, and the game kind of forces you into doing things in the right order with suit restrictions, meaning in some cases you actually have to do the puzzle to get the gold brick and can't just bypass it. I'm not going to waste your time by detailing every single thing I unlocked in the open city because I make videos that I would watch and I wouldn't want to watch a 20-hour video. I did pretty quickly shift my focus from gold bricks to red bricks though, mostly for the stud multipliers, but I also wanted the mini kit detector so I could start banging through those levels. I also correctly guessed that there'd be a gold brick finder of some kind, but yeah, my next chunk of time was just spent rounding up all the red bricks until I had all of them. Along the way, I had to get a couple more villains like Lex Luthor and Joker to be able to access them all. Another way to get gold bricks was with citizens in peril in the open world. Scattered throughout Gotham were people in danger I could help, whether being ganged up on by a penguin, floating on a fire hydrant, or frozen in ice. Freeing them would give me another gold brick. After doing another Smasher game, I'd gotten the last score multiplier times 2. The multiplier stacked, so this final multiplier put me at a times 3,840 multiplier in total. All the score red bricks in this game were really cheap, so this took no time at all. Had they been priced more like the older games where they all cost in the millions, this would have sucked. With the last red brick collected, extra toggle, I don't even know what that one does, I moved to unlocking the rest of the villains. Arnold Schwarzenegger, guy anyone's only ever heard of because of Christopher Nolan, Timmy Turner, and even the previously seen Captain Boomerang. With my acquisition of Hush, an ASMR YouTuber turned evil, I had collected the final supervillain. I collected gold bricks a bit longer until I decided to change things up a bit and go after some mini-kits. While collecting the mini-kits in level 1, I saved and quit in the middle of it because I thought I messed up. I didn't though. Nonetheless, upon collecting the final mini-kit, it said I had collected 11 out of 10. It wouldn't be a Frog Arcus Lego video unless there was a bug at some point. After level 1, I took a second, and by a second, I mean half an hour to gather more gold bricks and things in Gotham, and I got to drive a school bus too before advancing to level 2's mini-kits. They were all quick and easy, as were level 3's in the Arkham Maze. Then level 4 happened, and I wanted to put my thumb through someone's eye. Actually, that's a little too harsh. But the point is, I was very annoyed. Pay attention to the timer on the bottom right. I entered this level at about the 10-hour, 36-minute mark. I proceeded like usual, collecting mini-kits. This level had some good ones. There's kind of a tricky one with Penguin where you have to send explosive penguins through an igloo to blow up the inside of Mr. Freeze's cage. Then we got to this room where I got a pop-up saying checkpoint and found something on the wall I needed to take down for a mini-kit with either Aquaman or Robin's hazard suit. Seeing as Robin's suit wasn't anywhere around, I would need Aquaman, who I didn't have unlocked. So I figured I should save my checkpoint, return to Gotham, and go get Aquaman. Progress in this level will be saved and you will exit to Gotham City. When you return, the level will continue from this checkpoint. Awesome. It's now 10:48, so 12 minutes into the level, and my progress will be saved. I found Aquaman, unlocked him, returned to the Batcave, reloaded the level, and why am I at the start? Not only that, but none of the mini-kits I'd collected had saved either. The game lied to me. I felt betrayed. But I had a job to do, and as annoyed as I was, I had no choice but to continue, or else you people wouldn't be happy with me, to say the least. I begrudgingly finished this level. The Ace Chemical mini-kits were fine, as were the Train mini-kits. The Batcave mini-kits were terrible because of one that's missable by not doing the level in the proper sequence. In the next level, I got to play a mini-game for a mini-kit, Inception. The LexCorp mini-kits took a while, mostly because I had a crash partway through and once again had to start a level over from scratch. The Joker mech flying level mini-kits were what the kids call $0. The Subway mini-kits took a bit, but that was just because the level is long. The last 3 levels were like bam, bam, bam. I had every single mini-kit in LEGO Batman 2. There's only 15 levels, so that wasn't bad at all. At this point, I had 130 gold bricks and nearly 14 billion studs. We're on the home stretch, boys and girls, all 5 of you. There's a lot of things still to collect, though. I think this calls for a montage. Hit it, Johnny. We're gonna need a montage. I'm never gonna play more than like 5 seconds of that song in a video ever again. A bit into my collecting, I found a portal to a secret bonus level called Lego Gotham City. It's like the classic Lego City levels where you have to collect a million studs, mostly by destroying things, except it's not as straightforward as it seems. It's actually a pretty neat bonus level and one of the trickier ones. I accidentally soft-locked myself a ways into it and had to start over at one point because I wasted one of the limited charges I had. But even besides that, this was a tricky level. Judging by the timer on the bottom right, I was here for well over an hour in total. But with that, I was now up to 195 gold bricks. With the gold brick detector, I had arrows pointing to all the gold bricks left on the map, so getting the rest was just a matter of, well, going to them, doing whatever I needed to, and grabbing them. There wasn't anything difficult, it just took time. I collected my final gold brick a little over 19 hours in by riding a giraffe to a specific spot. All I had left was to unlock the final character, one that you don't get access to until you have all 250 gold bricks. This character was Supergirl. Alright, and there you have it, folks, 100%. That was the longest completion since the first one, Star Wars: The Complete Saga. I will say, having never played this game before, I did like it, and I would definitely recommend it if you like LEGO games. That being said, I'm never playing it again. If you like this video, click the one on screen to see another one of my LEGO videos. Thanks to my patrons, like always, for supporting the channel. Happy Easter and shout out to Jesus. LEGO Marvel Superheroes is considered by some to be a LEGO game where you get to play as Marvel superheroes. Heroes like Iron Man, Captain America, Spider-Man, and Samuel L. Jackson. I'm a frog, and I've never actually played LEGO Marvel Superheroes before, despite having had a physical copy of it since 2014. I also have a physical copy of Angry Birds Star Wars for some reason. Welcome to GameStop, how can I help you?
LEGO Marvel and Angry Birds Star Wars, please.
So in this video, I decided to not only play LEGO Marvel Superheroes for the first time, but try to 100% complete it in under 24 hours, just like in every other LEGO video I've done so far. That's collecting every mini-kit, finding every red brick, unlocking every character, and so on in only 24 hours. And I'll tell you in advance, this was the hardest LEGO challenge I've had since my Complete Saga video. Let's hop in. Step 1, of course, was simply getting through the main missions and completing this game's original story, which I'll try my best to accurately summarize. It starts with Iron Man battling Silver Man to determine which metal is superior until Soul Silver gets hit directly by a missile and fucking dies. Then it cuts to a castle where Dr. Disrespect is planning acts of comic mischief. Meanwhile, a dude in striped pajamas and Abomination, suffering from currently unknown side effects of Ozempic, are wreaking havoc in Grand Central Station. So Steel Guy and the Green Giant team up to deal with that first, and the playable game begins. Having never played this game before, I figured I should start by smashing things and stacking sats, one because money is good, but also to help fill up the stud bar at the top of the screen, which in this game is called True Believer. As a non-Marvel fan, this comes across to me like they're running a cult of some kind, but nonetheless, I'll have to get True Believer in every level to 100% the game. Besides flying, Iron Man can launch missiles to blow up silver objects, Hulk can pick stuff up and break walls, throw things, and other various big green guy stuff, and as Hulk, at any time you can transform back and forth between Hulk and Bruce Banner. And while I was trying this out, a cutscene started to play, and afterwards I was confused as to what to do because the Brock Lesnar monster was just standing menacingly, and punching him did nothing. After a couple minutes, I assumed that my game was somehow bugged and restarted it. So I had to watch the opening cutscenes again, then run back through the opening of the level, which I had already done. We're off to a tremendous start here, folks. And sure enough, when I got back to where I was, this time I didn't switch to Bruce Banner, and yeah, I got thrown into a fight with Abomination that just never triggered before. It wouldn't be a Frog Arcus LEGO video without glitches. The battle continued inside Grand Central Station, which was now full of sand, which further fueled Hulk's rage given that sand is coarse and rough and irritating and gets everywhere. I collected enough studs to become a True Believer, sprayed a wall with dihydrogen monoxide, destroyed a sandcastle, and oh look, it's the amazing Spider-Man, and now we're on a roof.
Thanks for swinging by, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man can swing around on webs, pull grapple hooks, and his spider senses will tingle occasionally, revealing things that were previously hidden. This is kind of like when my frog senses tingle, alerting me that there are women nearby. We blasted Nicholas Sandman with water, and he was defeated. Samuel L. Jackson showed up and started quoting Bible verses. Spider-Man left to go study trigonometry, and I was now done with level 1. Completing it and getting True Believer got me my first 2 gold bricks out of 250. We've got a long way to go. Loki the Corgi talks to Dr. Doomer. We meet Mr. Fantastic. He must be really into orange soda. Captain Fuck Canada shows up, and much like in LEGO Batman 2, this game has me navigate to the next levels by exploring the open hub world of New York City, rather than just selecting the next level from a menu like in the classic games. This also gives me a chance to familiarize myself with these characters' abilities, like Stretch Armstrong's power to slither through vents and morph into different useful objects for any situation, and Captain America's ability to avoid using the metric system. Using Captain America's shield to deflect lasers, I blew open a door, and inside was Dr. Bad Haircut in level 2. A benefit of this game's massive character list is that it gives the gameplay more variety because the many heroes and villains do play different than one another. Like this level as Captain America and Mr. Fantastic does feel different than the last one as Iron Man and Hulk. We went onto a roof where I had a bit of trouble flying across a gap. And on the mini roofs we battled across, I destroyed flower beds, which after the 5th got me my first mini kit of the game. All 15 of the main story levels have 10 mini kits hidden throughout I'll need to find. We smashed Doc Ock with Pedro Pascal's head, which triggered a cutscene, and I thought the level was over, but I was actually only halfway through. I quickly learned that this game's levels are long. But now with Spider-Man in the party, we continued fighting through robo-spiders and collecting studs until we made it out to Times Square, where a crowd of people with zero survival instincts formed to watch our final fight with the guy who wants to murder them all. Not a cell phone in sight, just people living in the moment. Beating him ended level 2. In the following cutscene, Black Widow and the guy from the Hurt Locker show up to take over, so Spider-Man goes back to class and Captain America and Mr. Fantastic take a vacation to Thailand. Hawkeye uses a bow and arrow that can blow up silver objects and make beams for gymnastics, while Scarlett Johansson can turn invisible, use smart people terminals, and befriend Bill Murray during a visit to Tokyo. Level 3 sees them visit the Oscorp building where Spider-Man is waiting for them in an elevator and the Green Goblin is flying around on a hoverboard and we gotta stop him. I had to solve a puzzle involving hidden colors in a certain order that took me a minute to figure out because I was randomly guessing and didn't notice that it literally tells you the sequence first. Outsmarted by a Game for 7-year-olds award. The Green Goblin threw explosive pumpkins at me, Black Widow used her magical redhead powers, we fell down a hole and navigated the second half of the level where we encountered the evil Black Spider-Man Venom, who further on one-shotted me with the jump scare. This is where Lego Marvel Superheroes turns into a horror game. We defeated Venom and that concluded level 3. Now back as Iron Man, I was flying around the streets of New York City until abandoning this extremely efficient means of transportation to ride on a boat instead. Iron Man and Hulk go to a prison where they find Wolverine, the most famous of the X-Men, and prior to playing Marvel Rivals a couple months ago, I had no clue the X-Men were even Marvel characters. The inmates are let loose by a David Bowie cosplayer and Blue Lady, and the level begins with us needing to fight our way in, after smashing more stuff for studs, of course. This outdoor part was a bit confusing, partly because without realizing it at first, I accidentally did a glitch to get Hulk to a place where he shouldn't have been able to get to yet, so then I was all confused on where I'm supposed to go first. Our new hero Wolverine has a spider sense type deal, except it's blue and yellow. He can use claw switches and dig up stuff like a dog.
It's a couch, you can't dig through it.
We traveled inside Alligator Alcatraz, where I continued beating up inmates, solving puzzles, sent the Abomination down a hole, Magneto showed up and ruined Iron Man's suit, and we had an easy boss fight with a Rum Tum Tugger on an elevator, then another one with Abomination. We find out in the in-level cutscene that Loki is free, then Captain America shows up, and after a very exhilarating boat ride back to Manhattan, we went to Stark Tower to begin level 5, which is all about getting T. Stark a new suit. Except someone hacked his house, everything's trying to kill them, and story-wise, this kind of seems like a filler level, but who cares, it's a Lego game. You get to run around in his metal suit that he built in the Al-Qaeda cave, Captain America to flex more laser beams because that's about all he's good for, and towards the end of the level you unlock a new Iron Man suit that has laser beams and can melt gold objects, in addition to being able to fly and blow up silver objects still. So this new Iron Man, called Iron Man Mark 42, I thought was the most useful character in the game, and after the main story, it was who I played as the most. But we still got a long ways to go until then. Iron Man and Steve Rogers confront Loki, the last samurai, and Third Wheel, and the level ends with a boss fight against the latter two and their zombie minions who were no match for the peak Iron Man suit. They hijack a big Iron Man suit, so to counter this, the real Iron Man calls in the backup of other Iron Men, and he gets ganged up on like a normal person visiting Reddit. There are 15 main story missions, and with 5 now completed, that means I'm through a third of them in under 3 hours. At this point, I was feeling very confident about my ability to do this game in well under the 24-hour mark. I was completely unaware of the horrors to come. What is bro doing? Now with over 1 million studs in the bank, I figured it was time to start looking into stud multiplier red bricks. Red bricks are game modifiers you find hidden in levels, which then become available for purchase. Except for the first red brick, studs times 2, which you're able to buy from the start as soon as you can afford it, which with my million I now could and did. So now with this unlocked, that just means all studs I grab are now doubled in value. In level 6, we're back as Hawkeye and Marriage Story and break into the Empire State Building, which has been captured by evil people wearing green, and not exactly what I meant when I wished for a redhead. None of them appear in the first area though, so I simply have to navigate the area and complete puzzles. We discover a secret factory where the elves are constructing weapons for Raytheon, but a new hero called the Human Torch shows up to help out with his powers of flight and burning people alive. After brutally murdering our foes and traversing through a couple more areas, Captain America shows up and we fight the red guy, and Wolverine comes out of nowhere to trip him, leading to him getting John coffeed. But Loki got away and we need to go find his brother Thor, so I jacked a car and sped through the city because it's all about making that GTA, and we found Thor hanging out casually in the back of a parking lot like a drug dealer. The gang takes a hit of ayahuasca and begin floating through the 5th dimension until they land on a frozen clockwork fable, and the machine elves are not happy about it. We fought our way through Asgard on our quest to kill Loki to death, and this was one of the best levels in the game in my opinion. I liked it a lot. Speaking of like, I'm not letting Grandma out of the cage until you hit the like button. Loki cloned himself and I had to use werewolf sense to spot the real Loki. Then there's a fight with Loki where he's in a Megazord, but unfortunately for him, it's no power for the match of Captain America's shield. Loki teleports away, and everyone else goes through a portal to return to the beautiful streets of New York City. Wolverine takes a cube to Professor X, and this leads to the X Mansion getting attacked and me getting to play as Jean Grey and Cyclops. This isn't a bit, I have literally never heard of these people in my entire life. Using Grey Jean's psychic powers, I mind-controlled Stan Lee and turned on a water pipe to put out fires, which got me a gold brick for rescuing a Stan Lee in peril. You may recall from LEGO Batman 2 that there are citizens in peril in each level and in the open world. This game has Stan Lees in peril. So the next level has us fight through the burning X-Men Hogwarts and rescue the students while fighting off purple people. Alongside Jean Grey's psychic powers, Cyclops has heat vision, which comes in handy while fighting off evil mutants. We come across a new bad guy with a giant tongue named Toad. Not to go full frog racist, but it makes sense that a toad would be involved in this. We free another hero named Storm who can hover and use the power of weather. We moved outside where we beat up more people and unlocked Iceman, really creative name. We fought through the mansion some more, unlocked Blue Wolverine, and the level ended with a boss fight against the Marvel version of Bane. Jules briefs the Fantastic Four, and I unlocked the Invisible Woman, who was very clearly visible. Then when the next level starts, we raid a castle, and I unlocked the Thing to get my last Fantastic Four member. With 155 characters in total in this game, this is basically meaningless. This level is neat gameplay-wise, with Invisible Woman using mind powers and invisibility, and Rock Guy doing Hulk stuff, and Mr. Fantastic doing weird stretchy stuff. And later on, the Human Torch shows back up too, and we go inside and beat up the Green Goblin. This level was on the shorter side. Iron Man, Thor, and Spider-Man jack a submarine, which is fine by me because Iron Man and Spider-Man are the most fun characters to play as in the game, and we beat up bad guys who look like Darth Vader from the planet Vulcan. We see Stan Lee trapped under an object that I'm not able to save him from until I replay this level in free play mode. We fight some bad guys and the submarine crashes, so we walk around on the ocean floor of Manon trying to find the star map until we instead find Dr. Doom again and capture him. Level 10 done. Unfortunately, Megatron brings the Statue of Liberty to life, and she is not happy about it, so the next level has us battle our way to stopping her. I'll be completely honest, at this point in the story, I was kind of bored and ready to just be done with these levels. I don't think that's an indictment of them, though. It had more to do with me being 5.5 hours in and still having 5 more levels to complete and wanting to be done already. For the first time in a level, I rescued a Stan Lee in peril to get another gold brick. Then we inserted ourselves in the Statue of Liberty and had a boss fight where each hero took a turn being mind-controlled. Lady Liberty decapitated herself, and in the next level, we went to a tropical island that had dinosaurs. I just turned 25 years old a couple weeks ago, so I'm something of a dinosaur myself. I freed the Thing after he got himself stuck in the dryer, then fought through the tropical forest on our quest to find Newman before he's killed by a Dilophosaurus, except this is a secret base of some kind belonging to Magneto, which means there was loads of resistance, but nothing that a frog on his second 5-hour energy can't handle. Captain Amtrak and John Carpenter's The Thing get surrounded by dinosaurs, but Storm shows up to save the day, and the level ends with a boss fight against a rhinoceros man. You also fight Mystique disguised as Magneto, and after stopping her, the real Magneto takes off in a flying machine. While everyone else is stuck in Jurassic Park, the submarine crew takes a visit to their new flying base where Loki and Dr. Doom are also hanging out with Magneto, so it's shaping up to be a real Clash of the Titans now in level 13. We get greeted by Magneto's extremely diverse set of minions and fight our way through his base while I silently reflect on the life choices that led me to this point. We catch up to Magneto, who starts joking around in classic MCU fashion, and Thor is like, "We're going to fucking kill you." And we have a battle with Big Magnet Man where each hero takes a turn launching various objects at him. Magneto falls from outer space down to the Fantastic Four base and can't find his life alert, and I was on to the penultimate mission where all the heroes from the story are tasked with stopping Dr. Doom and Loki, so after Dr. Doom yeets Thor and Iron Man, the level starts with a weird mix of heroes. I wasn't really paying attention, but I'm pretty sure this takes place in the same station as the last level. I was distracted by arguing with people on the Elon platform. We go to this cool outside part with a pretty nice view of the Earth despite it being shown as a globe and not flat. Then we break open a door and get sucked out into outer space, except instead of dying a horrible death in the cold vacuum of space, they somehow fly to the control center where Doom and Loki are. Lego Marvel superheroes, 0 out of 10, lack of realism. We have a fairly basic boss fight for this point in the game, nothing too special. Then the Thing punches Dr. Doom out of the window, and now it's time to deal with Goki, except a big guy named Galactus appears out of nowhere. Despite knowing nothing about any of these characters, I have heard of Galactus before because of a Patrick Mahomes highlight video called Patrick Mahomes Ate Up the Jets like Galactus. So with this new giant monster man trying to eat the planet Earth, the heroes and villains put their differences aside and team up to stop him. So I was now playing as Magneto and Abomination and needed to go to a waypoint in the middle of the city to start the final level. Magneto can fly, so I flew through the streets until reaching the waypoint where Doom said howdy do and to get in his jet, but I accidentally got in a car and fell through the map and had no way to get back to planet Earth. Again, it wouldn't be a Frog Arcus Lego video without glitches. After restarting my game again and navigating back to Dr. Doom's jet again, this time I carefully got in and started level 15 where the Lego Marvel version of the World War I Christmas truce is happening, and then it's showtime. This This is a really cool final level. There's multiple areas of the ship you cycle between, each having a different set of heroes and villains. The first group is the Thing, Mystique, Green Goblin, and Spider-Man. Periodically, Galactus turns on his vacuum mouth and you have to mash a button really fast or get eaten by him. The areas themselves just involve basic Lego things and building. Area 2 has Iron Man, Abomination, Human Torch, and Venom. Area 3 is Mr. Fantastic, Doc Ock, Captain America, and Mace Windu. And Area 4 finishes things with Storm, Dr. Doom, Magneto, and Cyclops. This final area is all about building a big fake globe for him to eat, and this section took me a bit because I found this control panel in the back to move an RC car, but couldn't figure out the controls to drive it because for some reason it's on the triggers and not the thumbstick. Then after bringing it out, I learned this is for a mini kit and not even for defeating Galactus. But we built the globe and Dummy went to eat it, but Hulk and Thor popped out and punched Galactus in the face and sent him to the Shadow Realm where he eats Loki, and 7.5 hours in, that was the last story mission done. There's a big in-cut scene where the villains run away and the Guardians of the Galaxy and Black Panther show up, blah blah blah. I got a game to 100%. I got a message to go to the Stark Tower penthouse for a party, so I figured now, post-story, that was as good of a place to start as any. Walking through the door got me a cinematic with Deadpool, and this is a bonus level all about making the party not suck anymore. I rescued a Stan Lee in peril, got another True Believer, and unlocked a character token. Character tokens just make specific characters available for purchase. I also got roasted by Deadpool for this.
I'm the only merc with a mouth you should be unlocking. Unless you just gotta have them all. 100%, here we come. Woo!
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
I ended this side mission by dancing, then Deadpool danced, and I reloaded the level in free play to get the hidden red brick because its location was extremely obvious and I just needed a psychic character. I didn't mention this earlier, but in this game they're not only red bricks, but Deadpool bricks. This one was for studs times 10, which I couldn't afford yet. I looked through some of the main story missions on the map and noticed there are mini kits and a Stan Lee in peril listed, but no red brick. So with a bunch of red bricks still locked and them not being in the main story missions, and the last one I found taking place in a bonus mission, and there being a bunch of icons or missions on the map that I hadn't completed, I made a horrible realization. Every red brick that was still locked had its own side mission for me to complete, and I had 9 red bricks still locked, so that's 9 more bonus levels. You unlock these side missions after you collect enough gold bricks, so this next one I found, for example, you unlock after collecting 20 gold bricks. Thankfully, these missions are generally pretty short and not that complex, but in every single one, there's a Stan Lee in peril to rescue, hidden character token, and red brick. So I'd have to complete each level in story mode, then restart it in free play and find the hidden collectibles. And each time you load in a side level, story, or free play, you have to watch an unskippable Deadpool cutscene. My time anxiety was already through the roof. Especially this time when I accidentally loaded the level in story mode again instead of free play and had to watch the whole cutscene again before just backing out. Then I loaded it in free play, watched the whole cutscene again, got a character token, got the red brick for the gold brick detector, which highlights gold brick locations in the open world, then realized I needed Magneto to free Stan Lee but didn't actually have him unlocked. So I exited the level again, bought Magneto, bought the gold brick detector, then reloaded the level, watched the cutscene again, and finally freed Stan Lee to fully complete this stupid mission. I collected a few gold bricks in the open world, one for fixing a fan, another for doing a flying race, and a third for getting an old lady's purse back from a thief. Then did another side mission at the Daily Bugle where all you have to do is put the newsroom back together. The character token for this one is an alternate Doc Ock skin, and the red brick is for studs times 4, which I immediately bought. The stud multiplier stack in this game, so times 4 and times 2 combined to give me a total multiplier of times 8. I decided next to go ahead and collect everything on and inside the Hellcarrier. I'm not going to waste time by telling you how I unlocked every single thing, but I will say that this game's open world setup is basically the same as LEGO Batman 2, except I thought the gold bricks and other collectibles were much more clever and varied in this one. There's a lot of variety in how they're hidden and what you have to do to make each appear or get access to it or whatever. So in terms of interesting gameplay, this is a huge compliment to the game, but for my sake, trying to do this fast and never playing it before, this sucked and slowed everything down because for the most part, each collectible presented its own real challenge. Whereas in LEGO Batman 2, there's only like 5 different kinds of puzzles for each gold brick, and it just cycles between them. With the Hellcarrier fully completed, I was now 9.5 hours in, but didn't feel like I had accomplished that much yet. I still had several more side missions. I had to find basically every mini kit in all 15 main story missions still. I had almost 200 gold bricks left and over 100 character tokens. I had 14.5 hours to work with, but really needed to lock in. I next found another side mission called the Brick Apple, which is one of those levels where you break stuff and try to get to 1,000,000 studs. This is the only side mission without a Stan Lee in peril, red brick, or character token, and this one was pretty easy to complete with me not getting stumped at any point. I did another side mission called a Shock Withdrawal and locked a 30 gold bricks where an electric man robs a bank and we have to stop him. This level's red brick was for unlock ghost studs. So just like that, I'd only done 2 more side missions, but was now over 10 hours. I looked around at the other side mission locations, and there was only one more I'd unlocked at the moment called Feeling Fisky, where a dude is getting laser beamed and we save him and fight a roided mobster. This level's red brick was studs times 6, which I bought ASAP, and after turning it on, my multiplier went to 48 times. But I was now 10.5 hours in already. I spent the next hour or so collecting gold bricks, character tokens, and vehicle tokens at not nearly the same level of efficiency as I did in LEGO Batman 2. A lot of the quests you're given by NPCs are annoying because they'll send you clear across the city instead of telling you to do something close by. The worst of these are when you have to go fetch another NPC and lead them back to the quest giver, because if you go too fast, the NPC you're leading loses you and you have to go fetch them again, so you have to intentionally go kind of slow as you run back across New York. For one quest, I had to ride Harambe and then my ex-wife, and after almost an hour and a half of collecting, I did another side quest at a gym where our heroes bully an obese man for trying to exercise. This level's red brick is a mini-kit detector. The mini-kit detector highlights the locations of every mini-kit in each level, making finding them much easier. Since I don't use mini-kit guides, I never try to collect any until I have this unlocked. But for now, I did more collecting until I unlocked 100 gold bricks to do another side quest at the circus, which was long for a side mission, but still only took me about 6 minutes in story mode. The red brick here was attract studs, which I went ahead and bought. It just magnetizes studs towards you from farther away. I continued collecting things in the city without much of a real plan or pattern. I just went to random spots on the map or places with a gold brick icon from the detector and did whatever I had to do. Not quite 14 hours in, I had enough gold bricks to do another side mission where we fight the reptile guy from the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movie. Its red brick is studs times 8, and after buying it and studs times 10, I now had every stud multiplier for a total multiplier of times 3,840, meaning money was no longer a concern at all. Which is good because that's one less thing. I was now tired of being in the open world, and with the mini-kit detector in tow, I decided it was long overdue to get some mini-kits and free some Stanleys in peril. The mini-kits I had highlighted by the detector, but the Stanleys weren't highlighted in any way, so I just had to keep my eye out. I didn't do the levels in any particular order, mostly because I didn't realize you could scroll through them all on the map until later, and I was instead just selecting random level icons, not knowing which was which. I'm not going to go through every mini-kit or anything, but what I will say is that this game's mini-kits were super easy and not hidden very well, or at least not very complicated. In other games, you'll occasionally come across mini-kits where it isn't obvious what you're supposed to do, and they can be tough to figure out, even with the mini-kit detector. Likewise, sometimes they're in hidden rooms, so to find all the mini-kits, you have to discover secret areas and whatnot. This game had none of that. Every mini-kit in Stan Lee was super straightforward and hard to miss. This isn't me complaining, by the way. I'm more than fine with the mini-kits being easy. I started my mini-kit hunting around the 14-hour mark, and a little over 18 hours in, I had collected my last mini-kit. I only had 159 gold bricks, though, along with everything else, so I still had a ways to go in less than 6 hours to do it. I did more open world collecting. Look at these idiots who can't swim. I noticed Stan Lee icons on my map now, which was cool because I hadn't been finding them in the city anywhere prior, but was now getting some rescued. About 20 hours in now, it was time for another side mission where I did the longest side mission, Stranger Danger, where we break into an evil guy's house and rescue Dr. Strange. This one is long because there's multiple areas that you can't get to until doing things in a specific order, so free play is also slow because you can't just go right where you need to. I didn't even look at which red brick this unlocked because I had all the useful ones now and the clock was ticking. I found an unlocked Ant-Man, which let me do even more open world puzzles that required a little person. The second to last side mission is Magneto and Mystique breaking into a prison. Once again, don't even know which red brick this was. I don't care. We're now 21 hours in. The final side mission sees us visit Ice World as Loki and Thor working together. After getting this level's red brick, I had them all either unlocked or available for purchase, so I bought the rest, which got me Deadpool as a character. I did more collecting until I found a new type of side mission where the We Are Farmers guy sends me to various locations to take pictures as Peter Parker, each one getting me a gold brick. This was also a bit anxiety-inducing because it takes several seconds to switch to Peter Parker from Spider-Man. After completing the last one, I was now over 22 hours in. Drive the fucking taxi! Go! Stop blabbering and give me the side quest already, dude. I'm running out of time. Now 23 hours in, I paused my game at this point to see where I was, and I had 111 out of 115 characters, 150 out of 150 mini-kits, 248 out of 250 gold bricks, 25 out of 26 true believers, 11 out of 11 red brick. Wait a minute, I'm missing a true believer? I didn't know how that could be possible given I'd run through every level with stud multipliers on and had every red brick, so I'd completed every side mission. It wasn't like, oh, I was missing one. After frantically searching through each mission trying to figure out where I missed it, I realized what had happened. I had to restart my game before doing the Thor and Loki side mission, and afterwards forgot to turn my multipliers back on. So that one I did without any stud multipliers, leading to me missing it. So I loaded that level up with the multipliers turned on, collected a single stud, and boom, problem solved. I now had every true believer. After doing a couple side quests with Captain Britain, I had all but one gold brick and one character. Problem is, I couldn't find them anywhere on the map. But I had a lot of areas on the outside of the map not yet filled in. So what I had to do now was fly around the perimeter of the map, fill in the spots I was missing, and find these missing icons for missions. After a few minutes, I found the character I was missing and had to go straight up in the air until finding Taskmaster, who I've never heard of before in my life, but whatever, doesn't matter, buy him and character hunting completed. I continued flying around in my search for the gold brick until I uncovered a race. I flew through the green hoops, and 23 hours and 24 minutes in, I had every gold brick, but I was only at 98.8% completion. I had forgotten to buy all the vehicles. My mistake. After buying the last boat, I now had 100% completed LEGO Marvel Superheroes about 23 and a half hours in. This was the first LEGO game that had taken me over 20 hours since my Complete Saga video, and this was quite the challenge. But like everything, it was no match for the power of a frog. Really good LEGO game if you haven't played it. Click the video on screen to see another LEGO 24 hours from me, or check out the playlist on my channel. Shout out to my patrons like always. Goodbye. Knights of the Old Republic is one of the D&D-based Star Wars RPGs of all time, where you traverse the galaxy meeting strange creatures like the Selkath, Rakata, and women, with its very simple and straightforward story that has zero twists or turns at all. The first melee weapon you get in KOTOR is the short sword, which is very weak. It only does 1 to 6 damage, and you only use it for 2 fights before getting a better sword. Then as the game progresses, you get even better swords and lightsabers and so on. But what if you never used anything else? I'm a frog, and for this video, I tried to beat KOTOR with only the short sword. Here are the rules. Obviously no other weapons, but also no offensive force powers are allowed. It wouldn't be much of a challenge if I could just spam Force Storm in late game. I also can't dual wield short swords. I only have 1 short sword and that's it. I have to do combat solo when possible. Sometimes the game requires you to bring companions, so when that happens it's fine. I can also bring companions around when I'm not fighting to use their skills and finish quests and so on. Last thing, I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, difficult. Those are the rules, let's hop in. The very important step 1 of this challenge was creating my character. I chose Soldier because it's the best for combat, and I needed to compensate for only having a short sword. For my portrait, I'd usually pick Mullet Man, but I was Mullet Man in my other KOTOR series, so instead I picked Soul Patch Guy. On the attribute screen, I picked almost the same as in my KOTOR 2 Plasma Torch only video with the same logic. I need to compensate for having a really weak weapon the whole game. So I went 16 Strength and 16 Constitution, then 14 in Wisdom and 12 in Charisma, leaving Dexterity and Intelligence at 8, making me a clumsy idiot. For skills, this entire playthrough, I will only ever be putting points into treat injury. My first feat didn't matter too much. I chose dueling to give me +1 to attack and defense with only 1 weapon equipped. I named my character Frog R. Christ because that's definitely how my channel name is supposed to be pronounced based on the spelling. I'll let you fill in the gaps on what the R is supposed to stand for. But there we go, character made, let's get started. Our journey begins with Soul Patch Guy being woken up by space turbulence before getting yelled at by the best character in the game about how we needed to protect Bastila and that I can open footlockers by pressing the A button. I grabbed and equipped the short sword and it was showtime. Unlike in KOTOR 2, in this game you don't get every attack feat right off the bat. So the soldier's default attack feat is power attack, and that's what I'd be sticking with for this whole playthrough rather than using an extra feat to get flurry. Because of the short sword's low damage, the damage boost from master power attack is actually better for me than gaining an extra attack from flurry. Also, unlike in the Plasma Torch video, this time I will not be apologizing for nerding out on details while discussing a D&D based Star Wars RPG. I found a better sword which I couldn't use, but also a combat suit giving me actual armor. In the next fight I fell to the verge of death, but a good thing about this part is that you're actually invincible and your health will never drop to 0. So good guy frog advice, don't waste any med packs until you get to the starboard section. Trask and I encountered a Jedi dueling with the singer from Disturbed, and after winning the Jedi gets killed by an explosion, but much to my dismay when I was 5 years old, you are not able to grab her lightsaber. We cleared the bridge and it was time for my first level up. For my feat I chose Toughness to give me an extra health point every level up. Around the next corner we encountered Darth Brandon, who Trask valiantly fought off to allow me to escape. Rip homie. In the next part of the ship, Karth told me howdy do. I fought a couple more Sith, reprogrammed a God droid, and found Karth camping by the escape pods, which we took down to the planet below called Terrace. On Terrace, I had a nightmare where Bastila was using a single hilt lightsaber instead of a double-bladed one for some reason. Then I talked to Caden Alenko about her situation, and by talk to him, I mean skip through the conversation as fast as possible. Before I left the apartment, I upgraded a sword that I couldn't use anyway, and had an extra conversation with Karth where it turns out he has trust issues. He didn't say why, but my guess is he got rug pulled by a meme coin. When we left the apartment, Space Ice was rounding up illegal aliens, and I fought them with Karth instead of solo because you're required to have Karth for this fight. I talked to Dia about trouble she was having, sold stuff I didn't need, and robbed various struggling residents of their valuables because I'm a good guy. Speaking of which, I would be light side this playthrough because without offensive force powers, there just isn't much of a reason to be dark side. And because being evil in video games makes me feel bad. Just don't watch my Dishonored video. In the cantina, I played a game of Pazak and to my complete shock, actually won my first attempt, then spoke to Pizza the Hut about dueling for extra credits and entered my first fight against Deadeye Dunkin' Donuts where I very embarrassingly whiffed on my first attack despite him being the weakest character in the entire game. Because of that, I thought I might lose my second fight to Girl on Two Fingers, but that was not to be as I successfully defeated the Shocker and was done with the dueling ring for now. I leveled up once again. For my feat, I chose Weapon Focus for melee weapons, giving me a +1 attack bonus. Huge. I encountered a spoiled rich girl who wasn't happy with the service and yelled at me even though I'm not a waiter, so I asked her how she'd feel if she hadn't eaten breakfast this morning, which caused her to run away and deliver me free experience upon leaving the cantina. I did the next couple things a bit out of order for reasons. First up was going to the North Apartment Complex on the good side of town where I paid Largo a visit for a few hundred experience points and the opportunity to turn in his bounty later for 300 credits. This is a dark side move, so I wanted to do it first before all my light side stuff. By the time this game is over, none of the Jedi praising me will have cared that I killed an innocent person for $300. I fought a couple Sith troopers for light side points and to steal their armor for story reasons, burglarized some more apartments, then returned to the south side where I saved a man from the Space Mafia and talked to Zelda about the Rakghoul serum. I walked past a space racist guy yelling hateful nonsense, then went into a droid store run by a Twi'lek and bought an astromech droid, which almost immediately blew up. That's the last time I'll ever trust a wormhead. Using the Sith disguise, which I equipped onto Karth, we were able to get past the guard into the elevator for the lower city where the dregs of society reside, like the Black Vulcar gang, who I fought and got absolutely destroyed by for my first death. I chalked it up though to just bad luck on the behind-the-scenes dice rolls happening. I missed like 5 attacks in a row, so I retried the fight without using stimulants or anything, and sure enough got them on try 2. In the cantina, Calo Nord went fistful of dollars on a couple aliens. I met this blue child and her pet dog, practiced my dance moves, and turned in Largo's bounty. One of my favorite little things I figured out as a kid was that if you bait these Vulkars and run back towards the Beck base, the lookout will actually help you fight them. Work smarter, not harder. I leveled up yet again to level 4 where I put another attribute into strength. Every time I get an attribute, that's where it'll go, so I'm not going to mention it again. Then I got the improved power attack feat, which ups the damage bonus for power attack to +8. Even still, some of these early fights were rough without having Karth in my party. I spoke to Gadden like I talked to anyone else despite him being different than me. I'm referring, of course, to him being blind. I agreed to trade my Sith uniform for authorization papers to get into the Undercity. Joke's on him though, as you can see when I put Karth back in my party. There are 2 different apartment complexes in the lower city with lots of really good items, lots of Vulkars for experience, and a couple bounties. Each complex has its own puzzle room. The first is really easy and only has 3 questions to answer. The second is a lot more complicated, but because I'm a giant nerd, I have the solution memorized. That gives me the Chani Fiber Armor, which would be my armor of choice for the remainder of Terrace. It starts with a +5 bonus to defense, but you can upgrade it to get it to +7 and be really strong against cold and fire attacks. One of the 2 bounties in the apartments is this Twi'lek guy. The light side option is to help him fake his own death by blowing up his apartment, and I just so happen to have already bought a detonator for him. It's almost like I've played this game before. I took another elevator down to the Undercity where I gave $20 to homeless people to let them afford a single trip to McDonald's, then tried to save Hindar from a lone Rakghoul because for some reason bro left the settlement even though a single Rakghoul is too much for him. I quickly learned though that I shouldn't be talking trash. This Rakghoul has crazy high health and I was having trouble even hitting him and I died my first attempt. I owe you an apology, Hindar Rakghoul. I was unfamiliar with your game. I did get him my second attempt, but I had to go through quite a few health packs. Speaking of, one thing I was making sure of in harder fights was to use items from the menu. So if you use a med pack or shield, stimulant, etc. from the menu instead of in combat, it doesn't take up a turn. So I could heal and use an attack on the same turn. Saving Hindar got me to level 5 where I chose the weapon specialization feat for melee weapons to get +2 damage to my sword, and that would be my last level up for Terrace. Because later on in the game you become a Jedi, and if you hold off on leveling up, you can get those level ups you earn now later on as a Jedi. Right after leveling up, I ran into Mission, who I summarily brought back to the lower city apartments to recover mines for me, then removed her from my party so I could fight Selvin for another bounty. Selvin is also really tough, and I died a few more times fighting her until I got the lucky dice rolls. Back in the Undercity, I picked a fight with the few Sith, which I expected to be another tough fight, except they all ended up one-shotted like lonely teenagers discovering AI chatbots. I fought a lot more Rakghouls that were way weaker than the first one that killed me earlier, and I don't think it was just because I leveled up. I think the first Rakghoul must have been juicing or something. I grabbed the Rakghoul serum for Zelka, used Mission to disarm some mines, died again, killed a lot more Rakgoons, and moved into the sewers where my goal was to rescue Zalbar, who's a thing called a Wookiee. Insert relevant David Lynch clip.
I came into an office and there was George. He took me upstairs and he showed me these things called Wookiees.
One thing I haven't mentioned yet is the Return to Hideout feature. In most areas on each planet, when you aren't in combat, you can menu and select Return to Hideout, later Return to Ebon Hawk, which fully heals you, and then you can just fast travel back. I was abusing this feature like crazy. Pretty much after every fight, I'd get a free heal this way. The final Gamorrean fight here was really tough. Even with the full party and a good weapon, this fight has given me issues in the past. This fight really just came down to trial and error of figuring out who to attack first. I started by attacking the Chief first, which was a mistake. I got through it when I started fighting the Elites first. So eventually I cleared them out, then I opened the door revealing Zalbar and adding him to my party, only for him to never be used by me once a single time in this playthrough or any other playthrough I've done for that matter. Except on dark side playthroughs for a very specific purpose. If you know, you know. I dropped off some journals to this old guy for light side points, then continued on in the sewer where I progressed to the upper sewers, which had more of the same in terms of combat. But there was a Rancor at the end, who as a kid I would always try to kill with grenades because I was stupid. After dispatching the Rancor, I made it inside the Volker base where my game glitched out and I turned into some kind of light demon.
Please don't hurt me. I just served the food here, that's all.
Don't worry, there's
nothing to be scared of.
After my game crashed, I continued moving through the base, taking out enemies and stepping outside occasionally to get free heals, then moved to the computer terminal because it's one of the few places in the game where I'll use computer spikes. In the barracks, there are a ton of Volkers and a couple in particular called lieutenants that are really tough. If you overload the conduit in the room though, all but one of the Volkers should be killed. For some reason in my game, the Vulcans were not where they were supposed to be and a ton survived. I reloaded my last save and tried again, and same thing. Suffice to say, I got screwed. So with only a short sword and a dream, I still had to fight over half of the enemies in here, including one of the lieutenants, but I was able to get through it by employing the strategy of running away and getting them to chase me one at a time. And once again, I was able to take them all out, but I had to go through a lot of med packs. I was getting through everything to this point, but I was getting nervous about how many items I was needing to use and it not being sustainable over the course of an entire playthrough. Nonetheless, I grabbed a key card and continued on past a few now disabled turrets to the garage where, because I was solo and didn't have stupid teammates, I was able to fight a couple different groups of Volkers individually. These guys are still tough though, so I did die once. After running all the way back out to the sewer for a free heal, I returned to the garage where I programmed a disabled droid to ram into a door, blowing it open. This room has a footlocker with a few plasma grenades and a couple thousand credits, so this was definitely worth it. What I was not counting on was a droid inside the room being able to infinitely spam his freeze ray, keeping me stun locked for the entire fight. I tried the fight again with grenades from a distance to stay out of his range. Unfortunately, his range was much farther than I anticipated. Then I tried rushing past the droid, hitting the footlockers and bolting out. This also didn't work. So as much as it pained me, I had to scrap this idea, not get the 2,000 credits, and carry on to the final fight of the Volker base against this guy Grindin and friends. This fight was shockingly easy. I just had to keep using shields, take out everyone not named Grindin first, while he tried punching me for some reason. I guess he forgot he has a sword. Then 1v1ing him took a minute because we were both having a mid-off and couldn't hit each other, but with patience I succeeded. I returned to Ray Charles with the swoop accelerator. The final fight of the Volker base against this guy Grindin and friends. This fight was shockingly easy. I just had to keep using shields, take out everyone not named Grindin first, while he tried punching me for some reason. I guess he forgot he has a sword. Then 1v1ing him took a minute because we were both having a mid-off and couldn't hit each other, but with patience I succeeded. I returned to Ray Charles with the swoop accelerator, stayed the night in the Beck base where I got a 2 a.m. knock on the door by an alien who got the wrong impression from eye contact we had made earlier. Then went to the racetrack where I always do bad my first attempt on purpose so that I can crush it my second attempt, winning the swoop race and my prize of Bastille as a slave. Or so I should have, but Chester from Fairly Odd Parents claims I cheated and was favored by the refs, and Bastille breaks out of her cage, and in the scramble he orders the Volkers to kill everyone on live terrorist television. Brejic is really tough, but my strategy for dealing with him is simple. Run away and let Bastille fight him. After Bastille and I finished him off, I stared at her creepily, but thankfully she recognized me even though I'm just a random soldier, and we returned to my apartment where Karth was still dressed in the Star Wars equivalent of an SS uniform. After turning in the Rakghoul Serum side quest and winning another hand of Pazak, I returned to the dueling ring to win the rest of the fights. First up was Ice, who's a strong opponent but has a crippling weakness. She's a woman. Marl is really tough. He's a veteran. Looking at him, I'd estimate his age is about 30 years old. One time when I was probably 4, I wanted to watch a SpongeBob DVD, but my dad was using the TV and told me I would have to wait until after he beat Marl. Twitch is tough, but doesn't stand a chance when fighting a YouTuber. Last was Bendik Starkiller, a Mandalorian who only fights in death matches and is by far the hardest. My strategy was simply to spam grenades, then go in for the kill once he was weak. After barely losing my first try, I beat him my second try, and that was the dueling ring. I then bought T3 and 4 from the Twi'lek lady so that I could break into the Sith base in what was not only the hardest part of Terrace, but one of the hardest parts of the entire game. Which makes sense, besides only having a short sword, I'm also supposed to be a level 6 or 7 by this point and have a full squad including the Jedi Bastila. Instead, I'm completely alone, just like you as you watch this video. After every single fight in this base, I was having to run back outside and return to the hideout again. And I still had plenty of deaths. I also had to re-employ the bait enemies in large groups to fight me alone strat again. The big droid boss before the elevator was actually super easy. He could barely damage me and his shield blocks lightsabers and blasters, not swords. But that led me to the toughest fight of all, the Sith Governor, where like the droid from earlier, he could just stun lock me. I tried this fight a couple times and in all honesty, I thought the run was dead because there was just no way I could solo him. I'd get maybe one hit in and then get stasised. But after checking the Frog Arcist Video Committee bylaws and having an emergency meeting with my staff, we determined there was another strategy I could use. So I ran outside, put mission in my party, and placed every single mine I had in front of the door.
Someone's gonna get hurt. Someone's gonna get hurt. Someone's gonna get hurt.
I have a feeling someone's gonna get hurt. I ran back outside and took mission out of stun lock me. I tried this fight a couple times, and in all honesty, sabers and blasters, not swords. But that led me to the toughest fight of all, the Sith Governor, where like the droid from earlier, he could just stun lock me. I tried this fight a couple times, and in all honesty, I thought the run was dead because there was just no way I could solo him. I'd get maybe one hit in and then get stasised. But after checking the Frog Arcist Video Committee bylaws and having an emergency meeting with my staff, we determined there was another strategy I could use. So I ran outside, put mission in my party, and placed every single mine I had in front of the door.
Someone's gonna get hurt. Someone's gonna get hurt. Someone's gonna get hurt.
I have a feeling someone's gonna get hurt. I ran back outside and took mission out of my party, ran all the way back to the last room and tried again. And I was actually live streaming Terrace, so here's my live reaction to what happened. Oh, he's still alive. Get him! Yes, all right. So there we go, I went to discount Ron Perlman so he could bring us to Davik's estate, the final area of Terrace. Canderous is a required character for the estate, and having him with me made this way easier than the Sith or Volker bases. The hardest part was trying to bash open this stupid footlocker. I had one death from immediately getting stunned by a droid, no big deal though, we easily got him the next time. We went into the hangar where I had both of us just focus on Calo Nord because as soon as you get him to half health, Davik automatically dies and the fight ends. We flew away in the Ebonhawk and grabbed the rest of the crew while Malik Oppenheimer Terrace. I played one of the worst mini games in video game history, and after 5 hours of gameplay, I was finally on to the next planet, Dantooine. And with that, I took a break from playing for a bit. I made food, went to the gym, and did a bit of grooming with this video sponsor, Manscaped. Now, you may be wondering, frogs don't have hair, why do you need male grooming equipment? Well, to that I say, mind your own business. With the new Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, they've taken grooming to the next level with its dual skin-safe blade heads and an upgraded them out. Thanks Manscaped for sponsoring this video. Dantooine is a cool planet because after getting dress-coded, I got to meet the Jedi Masters. Worm Guy, Bald Guy, Fake Yoda, and, other bald guy. Then after having a bad dream of Revan and his apprentice, Jack Sigma, the Jedi Masters agree to train me to be a Jedi after examining me and deciding that there's no way I could be a bad guy. Becoming a Jedi consists of a training montage where I read books, levitate objects, and beat up Bastila, who's not only a girl but like 10 years younger than me. After doing another test that I had memorized, again because I'm a nerd, I got to choose my Jedi class, which meant I could finally use my level ups. I decided to be a Jedi Guardian, which is the combat-based class and would give me the most feats and health. So after using my level ups, I was a level 9 in total. Here are my stats. If you're one of those people who listens to the video in the background while doing other things, well, I'm not gonna read it off for you. If you care, you're gonna have to stop what you're doing and look. How about them apples? I built a lightsaber I couldn't use and journeyed out to the plains to help crime and fight civilians. It was my expectation at the start of this playthrough that Terrace would be super hard and it would be easier once I got to Dantooine and had force powers, and frankly, I was correct. I had a couple powers I'd be using going forward non-stop. The first was Night Speed, which makes me move faster, increases my defense by 2, and gives me an extra attack per turn, and the second was Force Valor, which at its lowest level increases all my attributes by 2 while active. These powers combined made killing Cathhounds not very difficult. Another power I'd use a lot was Energy Resistance, which absorbs the first 15 points of damage from sonic, electrical, fire, and cold attacks. So for example, if a fire attack was supposed to do 20 points of damage to me with Energy Resistance on, it would only do 5. I'll be totally honest, in KOTOR 2 it also blocks energy attacks, so blaster pistols and lightsabers, and I just assumed it did the same thing in this game. It wasn't until right now as I'm writing this that I learned that only the second level of Energy Resistance blocks energy attacks. Spoiler alert, I never unlocked the second level of energy energy resistance in this playthrough because I'm stupid and didn't read. I continued fighting Kath Hound, solved a murder trial where the conclusion is that both men are guilty even though only one of them actually killed the guy, fought more Mandalorians and blue people, battled a cat lady, and talked her down from being an evil Sith by repeatedly making the pss 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 sound. In the next area, I killed a lady's lost sex robot, grabbed a bunch of lightsaber crystals I couldn't use, got another level where I unlocked improved Force Valor for a +3 attribute bonus, fought more Pedro Pascals, took down the almighty white Kath Hound, which for some reason the game deemed superior to other Kath Hounds. What did BioWare mean by this? And returned to the Jedi Academy where they gave me Jedi robes that were weaker than the Sith armor, meaning I still had to wear it instead. I was required to have Bastila in my party for the rest of Dantooine, so at least I could give her the Jedi robes instead. Before continuing on with the main quest, I took a visit to a corpse in a field in the Metali estate to talk about their missing son, then to the Mandalorian leader in a fight that I expected to be brutally hard. This one again I think was made kind of easier by me using a sword instead of a lightsaber because the leader's shield blocks lightsaber attacks but not sword attacks. So I actually made it through this fight first try, although as you can see I did have Bastila's help, because technically she was required to be in my party at this point.
Frog, you're bending the rules. That's clearly cheating.
Counterpoint, go fuck. I went to the Sandrill estate to deliver the news that their son got eaten alive by a pack of space wolves, only to learn they were holding the missing Metali boy hostage in a discount Romeo and Juliet story minus a suicide. Spoiler alert. I got another level up in which I unlocked the Master Toughness feat for even more health points as well as force resistance. This one I don't quite understand the D&D jargon for, but basically it makes enemy force attacks much easier for me to completely resist. After solving the Metali Sandrill matter by freeing the children and calling their parents idiots, Bastil and I went to ancient ruins where we encountered a droid speaking in tongues that told us about a race called the Builders that built something called the Starforge. After listening to the droid's description of the Builders, my guess is they look something like this. More importantly, we found Nemo, a dead Jedi who had a new pair of robes, finally freeing me from having to wear the Sith armor. The robots you fight in here I always remembered being super tough and taking hardly any damage. I now know to attribute that to them being really strong against lightsabers because against my short sword they stood no chance. I learned a lot about this game in this playthrough. Bastil and I found a NASA propaganda map that showed the galaxy as a sphere instead of flat, but more importantly gives us a hint towards the location of the Starforge. After rizzing up Bastila, we returned to the Jedi Council where they sent us lightsabers because against my short sword they stood no chance. I learned a lot about this game in this playthrough. Bastil and I found a NASA propaganda map that showed the galaxy as a sphere instead of flat, but more importantly gives us a hint towards the location of the Starforge. After rizzing up Bastila, we returned to the Jedi Council where they sent us off on our new quest to journey to other planets on the star map to find more star maps on those planets so we can locate the exact location of the Starforge and, if we're lucky, the Star Carnival. The first of these planets I like to go to is Tatooine because I, for one, like sand. After investigating why food was missing on the ship, only to discover a twerp who couldn't talk right that I had to take back to Dantooine, I paid a $100 landing fee because I didn't have any Force Persuade powers yet, then met an alien who told me they delivered a shipment of Gizka to my ship. Gizka are little frog-like creatures, which is good, but they run around the Ebon Hawk and are kind of annoying and I wanted to get rid of them. So I need to figure out some kind of final solution to the Gizka. But in the meantime, I strolled into Anchorhead where I was ambushed by 3 Sith that were no match for me with all my new Force powers, with my new Force Resistance power being a big help. I did a few swoop races for extra credits because Mod of the Hutt pays a lot. The only downside is that he pays in bonds for some reason that I have to then sell to other merchants for actual dollars. Bastila and I went to see her dying mother in the canteen. I got a license to go to the desert from the Zerka office and found out the Sand People were holding Mission's brother hostage, then took a visit to the droid shop to buy a totally normal protocol droid named HK-47. With that, I left the city where, after helping a dude not get killed by his crazy wife, I had my first combat against the Sand People. This game does a good job portraying the Sand People as more complicated than just a violent species of savages like in the movies, and poses the moral question, were their attacks truly unprovoked, or were they maybe not justified but at least understandable as a response to what was seen by them as trespassing? Well, I don't really care about all that because all I know is that they show up as enemies, that I can kill them for more experience, so in the words of Anakin Skywalker, I slaughtered them like animals. I also killed a few Gamorreans who like to kidnap people and blow them up for fun, which also got me a level up where I upgraded my dueling feat and unlocked the heal power, which is the upgrade to the cure power. I still wasn't perfect by any means, but my character was already rounding into shape at this point. Fights that, if I didn't have force powers, would have been simply impossible, I was clearing with relative ease. Although in the really tough ones like this one, I was still having to abuse menuing with item usage to an extent. Along with Mission and HK-47, we dressed like Sand People and traveled to their base where I had HK explain that we meant no harm and wanted a peaceful solution to their war with the settlers. The chieftain told us that all he needed was moisture vaporators. Fair enough, if that's what it takes for peace, we can handle that. After walking all the way back through the desert to Anchorhead, buying moisture vaporators, then going back through the desert again to their compound to deliver the vaporators to him, his deal for me was that the Sand People would simply reduce the attacks on settlers. If I wasn't playing this game with only the short sword, I would have wiped them out, but alas, I let it be. I freed Mission's deadbeat brother and advanced to the final area of Tatooine, an area deep in the desert with a cave containing the star map as well as a giant dragon. This Twi'lek named Comad Fortuna set up mines outside of the cave, so to bait the dragon out, I needed to herd banthas. Problem is, the local sand people worship banthas, and this resulted in me getting attacked by elite warriors. But without a plasma pistol and BR, I had to take each on with my short sword, and this was the second most shocking fight of the planet because I expected them to be much tougher than they were. Which, in fairness, again, I did have to menu and rely on force buffs, but unlike on Terrace, where every fight late on was wrecking me, I made it through this one just fine. I baited the dragon out where it got killed by a couple mines after Comad hyped up how dangerous and powerful it was, and I advanced into the cave where I found Jedi Master Robes, a holocron for Bastila, and the next star map. Upon leaving the cave, I was greeted by Calo Nord, who somehow survived Terrace and wasn't too happy. Just look at him. This was the most shocking fight of Tatooine because I expected this one to be brutal, but I think it was yet another example of a fight where using a sword actually kind of helped. His shield is really strong against lightsabers, but using my sword, I was able to get him in just a few attacks. Rip Bozo. I fought a few giant frogs, went back to the cantina to deliver the holocron to Bastila's mom, and that was Tatooine. Back on the ship, I caught up with the crew, not because I cared about what they had to say, but to progress their individual quests and get more experience, and we flew to Kashyyyk, which is how I'm pronouncing it despite every character in this game saying Kashyyyk. When I arrived on Kashyyyk, I was greeted by a hammerhead man who scared me as a kid because I couldn't figure out where his mouth was. Upon leaving the Zerka landing pad, I went to the Great Walkway, which is primarily occupied by giant scorpion crabs called Kinrath, which are responsible for Starkiller's death in the 2007 film The Mist. I came across a few Zerka soldiers who murdered a Wookiee slave and ended up just serving as free experience since I didn't even need powers to take them out. I hadn't been using Return to Ebonhawk much anyway, but it was disabled entirely on the walkway and there were a lot of enemies throughout, so that did make me have to spend more time waiting for my force points to regen rather than just fast traveling. The Kinrath were mostly not a threat. The only dangerous ones really were the Viper Kinrath. The regular ones basically couldn't even damage me. I got ambushed by Sith again, who I was easily taking down until my force resistance power wore off and then their power started working and I got stunned. This served as a valuable lesson for me. Never let force resistance wear off when fighting Dark Jedi. With that in mind, my second attempt I dispatched them easily, which also got me another level up where I finally unlocked Effect Mind, letting me do the old "these aren't the droids you're looking for" trick. Here are my stats at this point, by the way. Shortly after, I met a Wookiee who took me to meet his leader, Chundar, where I was supposed to be intimidated but was horribly distracted by their cute little noses. There are a couple side quests to take care of, including one about a Wookiee who's gone missing, but for the most part, this planet is just about the main quest line, which saw me fight through more Kinraths and take an elevator down to the Shadowlands on the forest floor. The Shadowlands are noteworthy for being dark, scary, and having even more creatures trying to kill me. After advancing a bit, I came across Kevin Michael Richardson, who showed me his house and gave me a quest to drive off Zerka employees in the area. He didn't want me to outright kill them, and to do the quest that way, light side, where you don't kill them, I'd need a character with computer use. The problem is, fast travel and party selection were disabled both in the Shadowlands and the walkway, so to do this quest, I had to walk all the way back to the Wookiee village, select T3 and 4, then walk all the way back to Zerka, where I disabled sonic devices, which, although I didn't straight up kill them, this led to them getting chased off by a horror beyond my comprehension. That if it did catch them, probably killed them in a brutal way. When I returned to Jolie, he joined my party and would be required for the remainder of Kashyyyk, so at least I was no longer alone. I'm not going to go through all of his level ups. He's a Jedi Consular, which means he gets a ton of power, so I loaded him up. Mace Windu and I walked through the Shadowlands until we came across a purple shield that he disabled, and we advanced to the real depths of Kashyyyk in the final area. This area is full of strange creatures like Kinrath, a Turintatek, and actually that's pretty much it. After I killed the Turintatek, by the way, I found the Circlet of Suresh, a light side only piece of headwear that gives +5 to wisdom, making it a huge bonus for me with my force powers. The only downside is that it looks stupid. There's also a few fights with Mandalorians where they don't attack unless you unequip your weapons first. Joke's on them though, because they didn't account for me pausing the game and simply re-equipping my weapon. There's a couple Wookiees, one who wants me to kill the Mandalorians and another one who's Zalbar and Chundar's father Freyar, who got outcast. Hello Freyar, I am Frogar. Kissed. I had another level up, by the way, where I got Master Dueling and Dominate Mind. If I actually read the power descriptions, I would have gotten improved energy resistance, but alas. The final destination for me was this computer with a strange-looking alien that was like a conehead version of Admiral Akbar, who began quizzing me to see if I was worthy of getting access to the star map by analyzing my behavior and answers to questions. Because I'm light side, I failed the quiz and I had to fight a couple droids who were made much easier to deal with, once again because I had a sword instead of a lightsaber, but also because of energy resistance. That actually helped me here. After After dispatching them, I had successfully proven myself, the star map was unlocked, and Cash App was pretty much done. All that was left was going with the Frey Dog back to Wookiee Inc. to confront Chumlee about selling out to slavers, which went about as well as you'd expect, and a massive fight broke out. I focused on everyone except Chundar. Much like the Brejik fight earlier, I primarily just let other people fight him for me. After finishing him off, I paused the game for a few minutes to take creatine, did a level up where I got master speed, which gives me 2 extra attacks per turn for 3 total, then went with the Wookiees to run off the Zerka guards, and that was Kashyyyk, another planet down. With only 2 planets left, I decided to next visit Manon, which is a giant ocean planet inhabited by fish people called Selkath. Unfortunately for them, I'm not interested in buying Kath. The Selkath are strictly neutral, so here you see the Republic and Sith reluctantly intermingling because any violence between them is prohibited per treaties each faction has with the Selkath government. Upon arriving, I found a vendor who deals with animals that I force persuaded into taking all the Gizka off my ship, problem solved. Then I force persuaded another Aquarius into letting me get in without paying a docking fee, and I was free to explore the city, which is divided into several load zones because this is an original Xbox game. I had Jolie in my party for a reason, which is that upon coming to this part of the city, we run into the wife of his old Republic soldier friend Sunry, who tells us that Sunry is awaiting trial for murdering a Sith woman. Talking to Sunry, he swears that he's innocent, so because I know a lot about the law and various other lawyerings from years of study,
I watched Better Call Saul.
I decided to volunteer to be his lawyer, or as they call it here, arbiter, like the guy from Halo. For the trial, there's pretty much only 2 things to do. One is go to the hotel where the murder happened and interview witnesses who all say that Sunry left the scene after they heard a blaster shot, which isn't very good for his case. But there is a Rhodian who you can get to confess that the Sith made him plant evidence against Sunry. The second thing you do at the Republic Embassy, so I went there where I agreed to break into the Sith Embassy for main story reasons, but really I was concerned with coming back to this terminal where you can find security footage of Sunry murdering the Sith, meaning he was extremely guilty of the murder. Luckily for Sunry, Sith aren't people, so I don't really care and decided to help get him off anyway. Now, as previously shown, I have a lot of things memorized about this game. This is something that I don't. I couldn't remember exactly what I needed to do for this quest. This random guy I bumped into told me that there was more evidence for the case in the Sith Embassy, so I decided to take a detour and do the main quest and break into their embassy like the Republic guy originally asked me to. There are 3 options for breaking in. The one I chose involved doing math equations to make a key card for their base. Unfortunately, I'm now several years removed from school. I don't even know what a logarithm is. I talked to a couple Selkath, including this one who got up close and personal to me. He wanted me to investigate why the Republic was hiring mercenaries, and this other one wanted me to investigate the disappearance of young Selkath. With that, I ventured into the Sith base where this woman behind the counter wasn't buying my story despite my irresistible charms, and I immediately had a fight. Unfortunately for her, there's a saying, snitches get stitches. Once you leave the base, you can never get back in, which means stepping outside for a second to return to the Ebonhawk and get a free heal and then come back wasn't an option. So through this base, I just took my time, and I would have to wait for minutes at a time, letting my force recharge between fights so I could heal up and then let my force recharge even more. But as long as I was using my powers before every fight, I was fine. I solved this door flow control puzzle where I still don't entirely understand the strategy, but I just press buttons until it works that I can go through. The second half of the embassy afterwards is much harder. There are red Sith guys and Jedi Sith guys and droid Sith guys, and eventually I found fish Sith guys, the missing ones I was looking for, who it turns out were being trained to be Sith. I tried to explain to them that the Sith were evil and they should leave, but they were like, source? So to satisfy the Reddit Selkath, I'd need to find evidence. I found this evidence by first killing the Sith Master, who was definitely a formidable foe, but I did get him on attempt 1. Then I broke into his room, almost got killed by a mine, literally 1 health left, my god. And I found a data pad detailing his evil plans. At this point, I'd explored the entire base, done what the Republic wanted, convinced the young Selkath to leave, but hadn't found anything relating to Sunry. So I googled it, and yeah, there's nothing here. The guy lied to me. Upon leaving the base, I was taken into custody by the Selkath and given a terrible lawyer who I told to go jump in a lake, because if you let him defend you, in my experience, you get found guilty and executed every time. I proved my own innocence in court by showing them the data pad, and that was that. Since I was by the courthouse anyway, I now moved to the Sunry trial, where again, I had no clue what I was doing. With each witness, there are a series of questions and arguments you can make, and I was just selecting every option with 0 thought. But after getting Sunry found guilty and executed, I realized that was not the way. Thankfully, I saved often and in different slots, so I could try it over and over again until after about 20 minutes I got the arguments just right to convince him of Sunry's innocence, despite him being clearly and objectively guilty. I returned to the Republic base, where I got another level up that allowed me to get Master Valor, which increases all attributes by 5 while active, massive, and the Republic let me borrow a submarine to go down to the ocean floor, where they were secretly building a base but lost contact with everyone down below. When I made it down, I ran into one of the mercenaries the Republic hired to investigate the secret base, who told me about how there was a giant shark and the Selkath went crazy and I should go back to the surface. But I had no fear, because with a short sword at my side, I could 2-hit every Selkath I ran across, as long as my powers were active. I found a deep-sea diver suit and went out to a flooded part of the facility where I walked at 1 mile per hour. I made a friend, though, who I'm sure I'll be spending a lot of time with going forward. Oh, this part terrified me when I was a kid. Thankfully though, killing the sharks is easy. You just stop, raise your hand up authoritatively, and say you don't consent to getting eaten. I made it to an adjacent facility where I fought more Cellcath, then met 2 normal people who told me about the giant shark and gave me the option to poison the shark or destroy the machinery that it seemed to be angered by. As a light side Jedi, I chose the latter. After about 2 minutes of trying to solve the puzzle for this legitimately, I took the based route,
Googling the answer,
and destroyed the machinery, which made the Megalodon happy and allowed me to pass and find the star map on the ocean floor. Then I just had to walk at 1 mile per hour back to the original base I started in. Speaking of, when I made it back and was saying my goodbyes, I opened a door and got greeted by Jens Kidman, who I recognized as the Dark Jedi who killed Trask earlier, which fueled me with rage. I took out his 2 Sith friends with no problem, then turned my attention to him, where I was easily taking him too until I made the exact same mistake from earlier where I let my force resistance run out and got choked. This led to a death. Easily correctable mistake though, and on try 2 I took care of business. When I made it back to the surface, I got taken into custody again by the Cellcath, where I calmly explained that a giant shark drove their people insane. They let me off scot-free. That was Manon. Back on the ship, I chatted with everyone about life, the Force, killing innocent people, Bastila put out, and we were off to Korriban. Or we were supposed to be, except we got intercepted by the Leviathan, Darth Malak, and Saul Karith's ship. Back in my KOTOR 2 video, there were several sections where I had to play as a squad member. This is the only instance of that in this game, where you have to pick 1 member of your party to break out of Sith jail and free the rest of the crew. I chose Jolee because he's cool and can mind trick the Sith guards into leaving him by himself. Meanwhile, Bastila, Karth, and I were in our underwear and holding cells when Saul Goodman showed up to interrogate and torture us. Or Bastila more specifically, because he would ask me questions, and if I lied, he'd torture Bastila to try to get me to fold. Joke's on him though, because I don't have empathy. Jolee uses the Force to get the Sith to let him out, and off I went as Jolee, after doing a lot of level ups. So as Jolee, I used whatever powers and things I wanted, because I don't see the point of this challenge being to have party members that can go short sword only. I see the point being building a main character that can. If you disagree with this and it bothers you, please send your complaint to I'm a big dumb stupid idiot head at frogarcus.com. So as Jolee, I just spammed Force Wave and easily killed everyone I ran into. Nothing much else to say. I found the main crew, re-equipped everything including the short sword, and we are so back. I was required to have Karth and Bastila for the Leviathan, so I had them throughout, and with their help this ship was exceptionally easy. I made sure to go through each and every room to leave no survivors, and not only did I not die, I didn't even have any close calls really. I think at this point I could have taken all these guys on solo as well, so getting help completely tipped the scales in my favor. After a bit, we went on a spacewalk that was slower than Jim Cramer. On the other side, we fought a few more Sith before making it to the bridge, where we had a final showdown with Soul Trap. You'll be shocked to hear this, but once again, this fight wasn't bad at all. And it's another example of a character having a jack shield for lightsabers that does nothing against my sword. After defeating Jimmy McGill, he whispered something to Karth, which made Karth freak out. Not sure what that's about. We fought our way back through the ship against all sorts of evil people, where I got a level up and unlocked the implant level 1 feat and Force immunity and upgrade to Force resistance. When we got to Hangar 18, I unequipped everything from Bastila for no particular reason, and then a minute later, as we were trying to grab the Evanhawk and skedaddle, oh no, it's Darth Malak. He started talking to us, and there was this cutscene where other people talk, and at the end it shows us the true identity of Darth Revan. Oh my god, it's John McCain. With that, Bastila and Malak talked to me about the weather, then we 1v1'd, and not to brag, but I wrecked him. But he put me in a tornado, and I was helpless, but instead of just cutting me in half, he ran away. I searched for him, found him again, wrecked him again, then Bastila did the old I'll hold him off, you get out of here routine, and we left without her. As tragic as it was to lose Bastila, we could now at least set the thermostat on the Evanhawk to a reasonable temperature. I played more of the god-awful turret game. Back on the ship, the crew and I had a chat about things and happenings, and there was nothing left for us to do except go to the last planet, Korriban. Korriban is where the Sith Academy is located, so as you can probably guess, it's loaded with Sith. Like this Sith who was going to kill 3 people, but thankfully I was there to talk him down. Further ahead, I got bullied by a blonde chick with a Malfoy haircut, took a quest from a spice dealer to retrieve a package for him off the Evanhawk, but first talked to a black market salesman where I spent almost all my credits on life support packs and Dominator gauntlets, which give me +5 strength, which is ridiculous and put me at 28 strength in total. I went back to the ship, grabbed the spice, and brought it to the Rodian, who gave me another quest, this time to deliver a strange box to the hut on Tatooine. He told me very specifically to not open the box for any reason whatsoever. So of course, as soon as I got back to the Evanhawk, I opened the box, which transported me inside a white void with a monster man who challenged me to a riddle contest for the right to escape. I got him by asking him to spell pig backwards, then list a bunch of colors. After quickly going back to Tatooine and delivering the box, I returned to Korriban. What was that? I talked to this emo Twi'lek lady named Euthura and convinced her I wanted to be a Sith and got her to let me join the academy. Inside the academy, I met Master Uthar alongside a few other new recruits who I'm supposed to compete with by gaining prestige, which just means proving my worth in whatever way I can. In other words, I run around doing side quests. But first I brought Karth to a specific room where his long-lost son that he thought was dead is hanging out because he actually joined the Sith, and I have to prove to him that the Sith are evil, which is just a matter of breaking into the principal's office and stealing a data pad. And just like that, when shown evidence that countered his beliefs, little Karth changed his mind in the most unrealistic part of this entire game. To gain prestige, I recited the Sith code, fought through a cave where I fought another Tyrantitech and found Kel Droma robes, which gives me +5 to defense and +2 to wisdom, helping my force powers. There are 4 tombs of ancient Sith lords, and 3 of them are open to me at the moment. In the first, I fought a droid army and leveled up to level 18. In the second, I fought Tukata and talked to the ghost of the Sith Lord Ajunta Paul. Despite being a 100-year-old ghost, he looked exactly the same as all the other Sith I had fought to this point. On my way out, another recruit attacked me. You already know what the result of that was. Then I teamed up with the Draco lady to kill a Tukata mom, only for her to try to take all the credit for herself. So, gentlemen, I regret to inform you that I could not, in fact, fix her. Inside this tomb, I fought my way through more beasts before getting poisoned and kidnapped by the Crypt Keeper, who asked me questions about the Sith code that I intentionally mostly got wrong, so he'd shock me instead of the guy next to me, cause light side. After breaking out and killing him, I convinced Broski to go be a Jedi instead. When I got back to the Sith Academy, I overloaded Mutahar with deeds I had done, so he told me I won the challenge, and him and my new fixer-upper took me to the 4th Sith tomb, which houses the star map. This wanted more of the same with fighting beasts, except for a change-up. I had to take on 2 Tyrantitechs at once, which was actually really tough. I had to menu a lot for med packs, but I actually managed to take them both out first try. Son of a bitch. After killing them both a second time, I came into a room with a puzzle that I actually like a lot where you move light rings around. This one I didn't Google, but instead solved all by myself. In solving this led me to a chamber with the star map, the 4th and final one. Well, actually, I guess the 5th one if you count Dantooine, but I don't know, whatever. Outside of the chamber, Euthura and Uthar were waiting for me, and Master Uthar wanted me to kill Urethra, but instead we teamed up to take him out and dispatched him easily. Then she betrayed me, which went as you'd expect. I let her live though because I was always taught you should never burn a bridge. Korriban was all done. I took care of a couple more party member quests, specifically Candace's on Tatooine where we fought an old Mandalorian guy, then Juhani's where we killed a slaver and I kept her from falling to the dark side again. Ignore a red lightsaber. Using the star maps, we can now pinpoint the location of the Star Forge and started our travel there. Meanwhile, Bastila was still alive but being digital bathed by Malak. We made it to the Star Forge where there were a whole lot of Sith ships as you'd expect. So Karth radioed the Republic for help, but before we could wait for the fleet, the Ebon Hawk flew into a disruptor field and we had to land on a nearby planet. This planet is inhabited by the weird eye people we've seen hinted at previously in the game, but far from a spacefaring species, they appear to be complete savages who run at me with vibro swords without saying a word. Until I entered this area and they tell me that their leader requests an audience. They take me to him and he tells me that his name is The One, bro thinks he's him, and that we've met before and I broke a promise to him to wipe out a neighboring tribe. Given that my character has definitely never set foot on this planet before, I play along despite this being absolute nonsense and make my way to the other enclave. I had a level up to level 19 by the way, where I once again should have gotten improved energy resistance but didn't. While traveling, the native wild species is Rancor. Thankfully though, there are only child Rancors instead of giant ones. I could have ran past most of them, but I wanted to take them out for experience to make sure I hit level 20 this playthrough, which is the max level in KOTOR 1. I fought a few Mandalorians, they stood no chance, and I found myself at the other base, home of the Elder Tribe, and they were like, hey, we know you too. Weird. I got the vibe that they were the good guys and the other guys were evil, so I agreed to go back to the One's house and murder everyone. Which was actually tricky. There are a ton of guys here. Like, just look at this. We got Coneheads, Rancors, more guys in the back just itching to jump in the fold. There's a lot to deal with. I did die once, or rather loaded my previous save because I'd accepted the inevitability of death. Tried to, I cleared the beach. I just needed to take advantage of melee shields. Inside the base, I killed more big head McGillicuddies until I neared the One, who instead of fighting me head up like a man, or whatever he is, fought with 4 Rancors and 2 other guards. I focused on him first, which was fine because he turned out to be weak, then moved on to the Rancors and was having to use med packs literally every turn. This fight is ridiculous, and I wish I could use Force Storm or Wave. I did get my last level up in the middle of it, so that helped for a free heal, plus just letting me get stronger. I unlocked the implant level 3 feat and some Who Cares Force power because I thought I was out of useful ones to get, and after another minute I finished the fight. Back in the Elder Tribe, they told me they could help me lower the disruptor field by getting me inside a temple, but it's very important that I go alone, and under no circumstances could I have allies. Except in the middle of their ceremony, Juhani and Naked Jolie show up to come with me, and the Rakata immediately folded. We cut to the Star Forge, where Malak looks like a World War I veteran, then we're inside the temple, where with my required hired companions, Jolie and Juhani, we absolutely wrecked shop, making this temple look like a joke. I made sure to loot everything I could, mostly to try to find life support packs for healing when I got to the Star Forge. On the lower floor of the temple, I came across a puzzle that annoyed me, but I didn't Google the solution. I binged it. We went to the top of the tower where we found Bastila and her goth girl arc. Just a minute ago, we saw her getting tortured, so in the game universe, I think that means she turned to the dark side in like 6 hours. Unfortunate. We beat her up, then she ran away. We're definitely never gonna see her again. I hit a terminal to lower the disruptor field, returned to the ship, and off we went to the Star Forge. The Republic fleet decided to show up too and contribute something for once, so that was cool. I'll cut to the chase and tell you, the Star Forge was really, really tough. It opens with combat against Dark Jedi, where I was aided by regular Jedi. That's easy enough. Then a few droids show up. They have flamethrowers, but the energy resistance power I did possess helped me with that. There's another fight against Dark Jedi with normal Jedi, except this time the light side losers get smoked and I had to fight the Sith solo, but still, whatever. Then I went to Deck 2. Oh god. The thing about Deck 2 is that the enemies spawn in infinitely. I was stronger than all of them and could take them out if I had my force powers activated. The issue was that with enemies continuously spawning, I was pretty much always in combat. When you're in combat, you don't regenerate force points. So what would happen is I'd be rolling through the Sith, my powers would slowly expire and I'd have to reuse them. I'd run out of force points, they wouldn't regen fast enough, and when the next wave spawned in, I'd be toast. I started using stimulants for the first time since Terrace, but if I was out of force points and couldn't use Master Speed, this is all for naught. Being down to 1 attack instead of having 3 was just a death shot. The strategy I came up with was to kill the current wave of Sith before the next one spawned, beeline it to this room where I didn't know there'd be more Sith inside, unfortunate, get the special robes here that have +5 to defense like my current robes, but also another +2 to all saves and +5 to wisdom, and hide and pray that the Sith didn't find me before my force could regen. And to my shock, this worked. When I left the room, the new wave started coming, but it was too late for them. I used Master Speed and just ran past the rest of them to Deck 3. Deck 3 has more infinitely spawning enemies, and maybe it was just the new robes, but the waves didn't seem as bad. At one point I tried just running past them too and got in a bit of a pickle when I ran into a group of Sith while being chased by the previous enemies, but I took out the new group of Sith, continued rushing, and ran into Bastila, who was doing Dark Jedi things. She wanted a duel, which I was fine with because I had full confidence that I could 1v1 her, and I was correct, it wasn't a contest. After beating her a few times, she surrendered and became good again and was like, "I love you," and I replied with, "Thanks." I ran into Malik, who spawned a bunch of red droids in the most pointless part of the Star Forge. There are 6 different computer terminals, and all you have to do is run to each one and disable its respective droid generator. Easy. Then I made it to the final showdown, me versus Malik, mano-y-mano, where just like earlier, he didn't stand a chance against me. Although instead of 2-shotting him, this time it was more like 4 or 5-shotting. The problem is, after you take down his health, he absorbs the life force from one of the many captive Jedi floating around. If you have offensive force powers, you can just run around and preemptively destroy the rest of the Jedi, not allowing him to regen. The problem is, I didn't. So every time I took his health down, I had to watch helplessly as he simply regen. That didn't make this fight hard. My force regen while he was running off to the next Jedi, so I didn't run out of force points or anything. It just made it really time-consuming and annoying. But finally, after about 9 minutes of fighting, I brought Malik's health down and he was out of Jedi, meaning I won and the Dark Lord was defeated. And what's that in my hand? That's right, a short sword. The only weapon I needed to beat this game. If you like this video, be sure to check out the KOTOR 2 Plasma Torch video, or if you've already seen that one, watch another one of my bangers. Thanks to my patrons like always for supporting the channel. Goodbye. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 is one of the best Star Wars games ever and one of my favorite RPGs ever. I've been playing it since I was like 5 years old and I've beaten it more times than I can count. The very first weapon you unlock in KOTOR 2 is the Plasma Torch, which essentially isn't even a weapon, it's more like a lockpick. It only does 1 to 6 damage. You do more than that unarmed. And immediately after opening the first door with it, you get real weapons, so you're not expected to use it again for anything except opening stuff. But what if you never gave up the Plasma Torch? I'm a frog, and for this video, I wanted to see if I could make it through the entirety of KOTOR 2 only using the Plasma Torch. Here are the rules. I can only inflict damage with the Plasma Torch. No offensive force powers like lightning. I can't use grenades, mines, or other weapons, obviously. I have to do combat encounters solo when possible. There are times when the game forces you to have squad mates, so obviously it's fine then. But also, if I'm just free roaming and doing quests and there's no one to fight, I am allowed to have squad mates then, because that way I can still get influence and stuff, because the completionist in me demands it. I also played on the hardest difficulty. Difficult. So those are the rules. Let's hop in. Like every other RPG, KOTOR 2 begins with you creating a character. Because I was limited on the force powers I could use, I chose the Guardian class, which is less force-focused and more feet-focused. For my portrait, I chose this guy, of course, because any other choice is incorrect. I did have a lot of different ways I could go on the attribute screen. Originally, I was going to give myself almost max strength, but decided to reallocate a couple more to wisdom so I'd have plenty of force points for defensive powers. I also gave myself 16 constitution, which increases health and fortitude saves, and no points in intelligence, making my character an average Twitter user. For skills, this entire playthrough, I'm just putting points into treat injury. And for my first feat, I went with toughness, which gives you 1 extra health point every level up. As for a name, I chose one that felt appropriate given my appearance, and that's my character. We will find out if this dude can beat the whole game with only a plasma torch. Our journey begins with the Ebon Hawk adrift in space after a terrible battle.
The Ebon Hawk is adrift in space.
I just said that! Space Jesus is heard and blah blah blah. I skipped the tutorial like everyone else who plays this game. We cut to a new planet where I'm in a cryotube until I get a bad case of the hiccups, then I wake up and am free to roam around. After unlocking the door to the morgue, I found the plasma torch and was greeted by that lady from the Philosophy of Kreia video. I gave her a light side response since without offensive powers, it was definitely in my interest to be light side. Not to mention I also feel bad about being evil in video games, as I discussed in a video that no one watched. After bashing open the first door, I picked up an actual weapon which I unfortunately couldn't use, then it was time to fight droids with the plasma torch. For this playthrough, I used Flurry, which gives you an extra attack per turn. I usually use Flurry anyway because I like loading up on attacks, and that would be one of my main character building focuses here. A lot of what I'll do is just so that I can get more attacks. Anyway, none of these encounters are hard. You're expected to be solo and have either the plasma torch or something not much better anyway. For my first level up, I got the weapon focus feat for melee weapons, which increases my chance to hit, and I unlock the energy resistance power. What this power does is block the first 6 points of damage from basically all but melee attacks. So a 10-point attack would only do 4 damage to me. I ran around this big room and finished off the rest of the droids, hit a switch, met Atten Rand, who's basically mentally ill Karth, freed him, ran back to the terminal, and contacted Discount R2-D2. There are a number of points in this game where you play as your squad mates. What I decided was that the plasma torch thing doesn't apply to those sections. I see the point of this challenge being to build an MC that can go plasma torch only, not companions who can go plasma torch only. Not to mention that T3 can't use it at all. Speaking of T3, I never even use his blaster. I just abuse a shock arm that has unlimited uses, never misses, and usually does more damage than a blaster. The Ebon Hawk is right outside the window on this level, but we can't get to it yet for plot reasons, so instead as T3 I have to fight my way to the fuel depot, open an emergency hatch for the Exile with this console, and then get murdered. Rip little bro. We cut back to Rand giving my character a long monologue about individualism versus collectivism before setting off to the emergency hatch that T3 opened. Once there I found clothes, shields, headgear, and a belt, so I was now fully loaded. Unfortunately, the skill bonuses that I got for some of these things didn't really matter because my character was an unskilled dummy. But he's good with the plasma torch and that's all that we care about. At this point in the game though, I still wasn't entirely confident with my new playstyle. Like in this fight, for some reason I just didn't use my energy resistance power and took way more damage than I should have. But still, you're expected to be solo and almost unlevel throughout this, so it's not too bad. Like in the middle of this fight, I was having such an easy time that I paused to make sure that I was playing on difficult. And yes, I was. This was just really easy. My next level up saw me get the conditioning feat to improve my saves because I had literally nothing else to pick at this point. But more importantly, I did get to unlock the force power Burst of Speed. The initial speed power is whatever, but the tier 2 and tier 3 versions were essential for me. Also, I'm trying to not sound like a giant nerd when talking about all this stuff, but I feel like I'm failing miserably. There's an easy way to make it so the rest of the droids on the map can't see you at all, which is what I would usually do, but because my character this time is dumb, he couldn't figure it out, and I had to fight them all straight up. It was fine though, I was one-shotting pretty much everyone. I looted some stuff and killed some droids and barely made it out of the tunnels before they exploded and ran into a gray protocol droid whose dialogue I sped through as fast as possible because boy is there a lot. This area has the very first workbench of the game. One of the things I like about KOTOR 2 over the original is that there's a crafting system that lets you make all kinds of upgrades, and you have a lot more freedom with your weapons and armor than in KOTOR 1. So for example, here I put an underlay into my armor that lets me regen health faster. Unfortunately, I'm not able to upgrade the plasma torch. The game did introduce tougher droids in this part, the Mark IIs, but they still drop in one hit. I had a level up that I unlocked Effect Mine with. It lets you do the old "these aren't the droids you're looking for" trick, which wasn't useful at the moment, but I wanted to make sure I had it for when I needed it. Now in outer space, you move at 50 miles per hour because people complain complained about how slow you walked in the first game, but this newfound sense of speed is immediately blown apart by the longest cutscene of all time, where we watch a captured Republic warship, the Harbinger, slowly dock at Paragus because this guy who looks like he listens to 3 Days Grace is coming for me. But in the meantime, I have more droids to take out and lockers to loot, which gets me a bunch of stuff including gloves that give me a 30% immunity to cold attacks. And I definitely needed them because up next I had to fight fire extinguishers. When I was a kid, these things would wreck me if I tried to kill them with a melee weapon. So what I ended up doing and what I've always done is just hang back out of the range and shoot them. I never knew you could successfully rush them until this playthrough. With the gloves and my energy resistance power, they basically couldn't even damage me. I took out some more droids and fire extinguishers. I had a level up to let me get improved flurry and the force valor power, which increases my saving throws and all attributes by 2 while active. If you don't understand how combat works in this game, let me just tell you that that's a pretty substantial buff. Then I paid a visit to the miners that made it to the dormitories, where they were promptly gassed, which is less than ideal, but I did get to loot a bunch of more stuff, including this armor that I decided not to wear. Armor would improve my defense by quite a bit, but the trade-off is that I couldn't use all of my force powers, and I don't think the trade-off is worth it. You'll see why as I go through the game. Anyway, I figured out the code to unlock the door to leave and go back to the main area. Once there, Kreia said howdy do and decided to come with me, as did these guys, so we ran to get Atten, but unfortunately the HK-50 droid from earlier caught wind of our plan and was not happy. Unfortunately for him though, he sucks and is easy to kill. This is an example of an area where you're required to have companions, by the way. So for the rest of Paragus, I have help. We boarded the Republic warship and I made sure to gain influence with Atten over Kreia, because influencing Atten has tangible benefits, whereas influencing Kreia lets me access lore that I've already heard 50 times. Much like the droids, the Sith assassins all over the Harbinger were absolutely no match for the power of the plasma torch, especially since I had Atten and Krey Dog watching my back. I had another level up with no feats, but I did unlock the heal power, so that was cool. You can probably guess what it does based on its name.
Unless you're stupid.
I very intentionally made sure to clear every single Sith encounter on the ship. I didn't want to miss any. They were easy, so there wasn't any reason not to get the extra experience. Eventually, the gang runs out to this part where I got even more influence with Atten, but then Scion showed up behind us and Kreia volunteered to 1v1 him. At another workbench, I gave myself a strength underlay that increases my strength and constitution by 1. Then for some reason, completely unbeknownst to me now in the present, I equipped the armor that restricts my force powers. Why would I do that? Am I stupid? Meanwhile, Kreia's like, I got a sword, and my chemical Sith Lord is like, I got a lightsaber, and he cuts her hand off, which Space Jesus can feel too, because it turns out they have a strong force bond. But he sucked it up and we went back to Paragus, where he found T3M4 still alive and ready to destroy more of his own robot kind. So I continued on, blowing up droids, disabling mines for experience. I got another level up to let me unlock the weapon specialization feat for melee weapons, giving the plasma torch +2 to damage, and the deflection power that lets me deflect blaster bolts without a lightsaber. We're gaming. At this point, we're back to where T3 was earlier, except this time we can actually fight our way through, unlock the door that goes to the Ebon Hawk Tua, kill some more droids, and make it to freedom. Strangely, when you do board the ship, a bunch of regular Sith troopers show up out of nowhere, even though we hadn't seen a single one of them this entire time on board, but who am I to judge? You're supposed to shoot them, but I always let them board the Ebon Hawk because you can fight them on the Ebon Hawk for extra experience and the remains. I was expecting this to be a bit of a challenge, but it actually was really easy. Between the energy resistance power and my deflections, they could barely even damage me. In a weird way, the plasma torch was forcing me to get powers and feats I usually don't to compensate, and this had resulted in me making a pretty good character. If I wasn't limited by my weaponry, I'd be an absolute unit. I did have another level up on the ship that let me get my strength up and unlock Force Barrier, which is like energy resistance except for melee attacks. After killing the last Sith, Kreia randomly appears on board the ship. We fly away, but the Harbinger is in pursuit, so we make the decision to shoot an asteroid, blowing everything else up, including the Harbinger and the planet Paragus, which, as you can see by the look on my character's face, is a decision he's very troubled by. I talked to Kreia again to both progress the story and get free experience points, put the HK part I looted earlier into HK-47, and headed to the bridge.
There were plenty of times back on Paragus where a lightsaber would have been helpful. But I decided to So where's yours?
I'm doing a plasma torch only challenge, Atten. Did you not read the title? Atten flies us to Telos, where upon arriving, we immediately get arrested for blowing up an entire planet, which is honestly understandable. An assassin broke in disguised as security, so I had to fight him unarmed, meaning without the plasma torch. Frog cheating confirmed. We moved to house arrest, where the security promises to keep anyone weird away before allowing a hammerhead man to enter. And I'm now free to roam. You're also not required to have companions here, so I removed them from my party. I am once again solo and finally have peace and quiet. I looted apartments and got a quest to free a slave girl, no big deal. Met with the Ithorian leader, whose dialogue I sped through as fast as possible, and got to this store, which is really important. This store has a random selection of items the first time you interact with them. Call me cheap, but what I do is save and reload over and over again until I'm happy with what his selection is. Specifically, I was wanting Zeeson Shah Initiate Armor, which is fully upgradable and buffs your defense by 4, but doesn't restrict any force powers. I did another combat encounter where I don't have the plasma torch back yet. I took a second to unwind at the canteen and play Pazak. But I became the swoop racing champion for extra credits and freed the slave girl for experience. And cause freeing slaves is good. But mostly for the experience. I got all my stuff back, including the plasma torch, which signaled the end of my brief unarmed era. I did a couple side quests involving bounties, went to the Ithorian hangar and fought a bunch of bad guys who posed zero threat to me at all. Oh my god, are those the escaped criminals? Hello, Batono, it is I, Frogar Kist, also known by illiterate people as Frogar Christ. My next level up, by the way, got me Master Flurry and improved energy resistance. Why yes, I will help you smuggle black market goods and not turn you into the space police. Yo, Lieutenant Grin, guess what? I went to the exchange house to kill everybody, taxi driver style. At this point in the game, I still did not have the hang of this playstyle. And I think this exchange fight kind of illustrates that. Like, once again, I'm just not even using the powers that I invested in, and I'm taking way more damage than I should be taking. And then I had my first death of the playthrough in the final boss room, if you want to call it that. Rip the Deathless run. My second attempt at this fight, I just used a melee shield, which made everything Gucci. Then after killing Luxa, I turned my attention to the Lovecraftian monster standing behind the desk and took care of him as well. And by take care of, I mean I bashed his head in with my plasma torch. The last quest for the Ithorians involved me hacking Zerka's droid and stealing their data, and that was that. Chode Habit thanks me by increasing my force points and giving me a shuttle I can use since the Ebon Hawk was stolen. It's finally time to leave the station, but oh no, Zerka sent mercenaries to assault the Ithorian compound, and I gotta go save the day. This was like fighting the Sith on the Ebon Hawk, where I expected it to be a lot harder than it was. I did get kind of low on health, but I managed to kill the last mercenary, and I could use my new level up to unlock Night Speed, which gives me an extra attack each turn. So combined with Flurry, that would give me 3 attacks in one turn. I killed the mercenary leader, who was a complete bum. Then Chodo was like, we're funded by the Republic and in charge of restoring the entire planet, but I don't have a single dollar I can give you for saving us. So my reward for doing all that was nothing. I may be a Jedi, but I also have bills to pay. Have you heard of RP Grand? It's a new, really cool open world game that you can start playing for free right now on your phone. Like, look at this open world. This is all in a mobile game. It's amazing. Step 1 is creating your character. RP Grand for sponsoring this video. Anyway, the shuttle the Ithorians gave us gets shot down and we crash in a grassy field where we're met by Mormon Darth Maul. He's a required companion here, so I once again was not alone. All of this combat out here when I was a child I thought was so hard. And that kind of makes it sad how easy I found it with just the plasma torch. It really does highlight the importance of character building and prepping for fights rather than just charging in without a plan. Especially in this part right outside of the research base. This is legitimately really tough if you just charge right in. You basically just have to make sure to take out each individual group separately rather than trying to take on the whole base at once. Inside the old research base, it's droid and turrets galore. Unfortunately for them, I have many ways of dealing with blasters and I spent the whole time giving them the business. The research base also includes the worst thing in the entire game where you have to lead this Twi'lek out for light side points, but the problem is he's really dumb and gets stuck a lot. Move! I had a level up that let me get improved force heal. Wow, look at that big old droid. I bet he'll be tough to deal with. He did 0 damage to me. Oh my god, our shuttle crashed again, and this time we have to fight 3 HK-50 droids. Maybe this is disrespectful, but I didn't even bother to level up Crayon Atten this time. I knew I had it in the bag. We went into a Jedi temple hidden in the snow and were greeted by a bunch of women who look like Anderson Cooper, only to meet their leader, who was one of the Jedi Masters that cast me out of the Order, but is secretly evil at this point, even though that's not revealed yet. Spoiler alert. The best thing about Telos is that you get to spar the Handmaiden sisters, starting off easy and then getting progressively harder. And you may be wondering, why is it the best thing? Well, So after 3 rounds, they pair up and you take 2 of the women at the same time. As you can see, this was actually really hard for me and they almost took me out. Nonetheless, when asked if I wanted to take on all 5 at once, I said yes, of course. How am I supposed to take on 5 at once when I could barely take on 2? Well, if you just walk into one of them like this, they back up and you can push them off the mat. So that's what I did. I pushed each one off the mat until it was a 1v1. And hey, look at that, I beat all 5 of them. I'm not cheating, you're cheating. I freed my friends and gained influence with Bayo Dur and then with Adam by asking him about his Achani training. Yo, what up, T3? Don't mind if I just gain influence with you too. Now on the Ebonhawk, we watch a security camera of the Exiles trial, then find a list of which planets all the masters in the trial fled to. Azula from Avatar also joins the gang.
Is there a reason you don't carry a lightsaber anymore?
My brother in Christ, I'm doing a plasma torch challenge. The Handmaiden is a little strange because you build influence with her by sparring with her in your underwear, which my main character doesn't take as a sign of anything, presumably because he has autism, but after taking a pit stop to Telos to turn in one of the bounties, I travel to the first of 4 planets in the free roam section, Nar Shaddaa. Oh cool, story. Skip, 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 skip. I like doing Nar Shaddaa first because you get a couple new companions, there's lots of influence opportunities, and you can get the last lightsaber parts to construct a new one pretty quick. That doesn't really apply to this playthrough, but whatever. I did break one of my own rules and had the Handmaiden with me for a few fights here at the start because I knew one of them got me influence, but couldn't remember which. But whenever I found the right one and increased her influence, I immediately removed her. I gave money to a homeless guy for light side points and got told by Kreia that charity can actually be a bad thing and create even more suffering. I personally disagree with this because whenever I've given homeless people money in real life, the meth they buy with it seems to make them much happier. I ran around and collected some side quests like one to return an astromech droid to a shop. I stood around for a solid 10 minutes and had an existential crisis about whether or not this would be a good video and if I should just do something else instead. Kreia talked to me telepathically again and I broke up a drug deal gone bad. Don't deal drugs, kids, or else a space wizard that looks like Jesus might beat you to death with a torch. The way Nar Shaddaa works is basically that once you do enough stuff, you get locked into a planet-specific quest line and lose all autonomy. So the way I deal with Nar Shaddaa is by doing literally everything I possibly can before ever returning to the Ebonhawk. So after talking to everyone in the flop house and getting all their quests started, I ran to the refugee sector that has a bunch of its own missions, and a few of them you kind of solve together. Like these guys need a pilot, and this dude Otis in the refugee sector is a pilot, so you can hook them all up. I did bring along 2 party members here at first, Handmaiden and Atten. Handmaiden because there's an easy influence opportunity by healing a sick dude, and Atten because having him here triggers these 2 Twi'leks to spot him, and long story short, if you have enough influence, you can actually turn Atten into a Jedi. After doing these 2 things, though, I removed them both from the party because I had a lot of killing to do here. First, it was the Serico thugs, which there's a lot of, but I was gaining a better understanding of how best to use my character at this point, and they weren't an issue at all. Then there was the Exchange, who absolutely wrecked me my first attempt because I was using an energy shield even though they all had melee weapons. Not my smartest moment, but my second attempt at this fight featured a melee shield, which was the edge I needed to get through them. I resolved almost every side quest I had. The only one I was missing was to break into Vaga's treasure room, which I couldn't do because I needed certain party members that I didn't have currently. The reason I couldn't switch to the right party members was because, oh no, the Ebonhawk has been taken over by lizard people. I did have Kreia and Bayo Dur in my party at this point for influence and side quest reasons, but these guys weren't that tough anyway. The hardest fight is definitely against their leader, but something weird happened, so immediately after I killed him, I got experience and stuff, and the game saved and loaded, and I immediately next had to fight Visas. The Ebonhawk can't catch a break, it's just one thing after another. So yeah, I wasn't ready for Visas at all. I wasn't full health and had no plan, and she actually kind of wrecked me. Look at my health. Look at her health. I'll just let you watch how this played out. I don't know how I survived that. Afterwards, I turned Bayo Durka into a Jedi, and we were supposed to meditate, but my guy had a bit of an issue getting into position. What is bro doing? I leveled up again and got improved toughness and master speed, then talked to Kreia about getting a prestige class, which leveled me up again, and here are my stats. After beating up Handmaiden again, talking to Visas about nonsense, and doing force lessons with Kreia, I left the Ebonhawk and received a phone call from the Exchange, which starts the big Nar Shaddaa mission that I'm locked into for the next couple hours of the game. I have to go to a cantina called the Jek Tara by myself, but on my way there, a redhead shows up and is like, "Don't believe the stereotype, I'm not crazy," and then she chloroforms you. Meanwhile, as that, and you get attacked by 2 Rule 34s you can cheese by just hiding behind the bar. Danger Zone gets herself captured, and we're back as the main character with basically the same objective as before, go to the Jek Tara by myself and find the Exchange leader. The problem is that there's a lot of bad guys in the Jek Tara. The entirety of the place is trying to kill you because there's a large bounty on Jedi. However, and this seems to be a running theme, with all my powers and abilities active, they weren't really an issue. There's a couple rooms that are entirely full of just the Gand, which are bug people, and they literally do nothing. They're almost all unarmed, and with my force barrier power, they couldn't even damage me at all. My next level up, I got Master Valor, which increases all my attributes and saving throws by 5 while active, which is actually insane. I went through these tunnels where the map is disabled, and it's kind of like a maze, but I used the tried and true strategy of just always going left. I also found a second plasma torch that unfortunately I couldn't dual wield. My disappointment was immeasurable and my day was ruined. After finding the entrance to the super secret bad guy base, the game cuts to you as Kathy Griffin, and this is one of the hardest parts of the entire game because you have to fight Hanhar the Wookiee, who's slightly more powerful than a skinny 5'6" woman. I leveled up Mira all the way. I just got her basic scoundrel stuff, nothing too special. Even fully leveled, she still isn't really a match for Hoo-Hot straight up, so my strategy was to run around and try to get him to chase me into the mines placed around the arena. That worked in the sense that he did run into the mines, but I still got smoked. So my second attempt, I made things simpler and just abused melee shields and slowly got his health down all the way. Next, I had to fight Kath Hounds and escape where there are a bunch of Ubis guards, which is a dumb name even by Star Wars standards. They're really tough though, and in my experience, Mira just isn't strong enough to fight them. Like, they've always wrecked her when I've tried. So what I always do is just beeline it to a console that opens the door my main character is at, which switches the perspective back to him. We are so back. I would say this is the point in the game where my character really started coming into his own. The guards that I didn't want to fight as Mira, I just completely destroyed. Part of this was obviously me continuing to level up my guy and get stronger, but also just me having a better understanding of the importance of my powers. No longer will you see me go into an encounter and not, at least to begin with, have all my buffs active. So I cleared the entire base and looted a bunch of stuff that I'll never use before going to the main area to confront the big bad. Then something I wasn't ready for happened, which was the game cut away from there to my companions. I was playing on the restored content mod for the first time in years, and this is a section it adds. I completely forgot about it. But yeah, I just mained Visas and tore my way through the bounty hunters. Meanwhile, my guy was having a casual conversation with Octopus Man before getting captured by Goto, the head of the exchange. Kreia heals the Wookiee and makes him her slave, and you switch to T3 trying to get codes or something to find Goto's ship. Oh hey, a puzzle. But yeah, there's the T3 part, then a completely pointless restored content section of you as the companions fighting through bounty hunters that the original game is better for not having. We find this guy who looks like my 9th grade history teacher, and we're now on Goto's ship trying to rescue me. I chose Visas and Aden as a rescue party, Visas because she was the strongest party member at this point, although not for much longer, and Aden because he has skills and more force levels than Bayo Dur. And boy was this a good decision because the two of them dominated Goto's robot army. This was a section that I remembered being tough, but I guess in past playthroughs I was just really bad at character building because this was a breeze. After finding my main character, the rest of this was even easier. I didn't actively switch to Aden or Visas to use their powers or anything during combat sections, but with them just backing me up, we were cruising. I think I've said this before in another video, but when I was a really little kid, my dad would give me the second Xbox controller and tell me I was one of the party members. So we went to the bridge and did some stuff, and oh no, other bounty hunters boarded. We gotta escape, And that's pretty much the Nar Shaddaa questline. We get one of Goto's robots as a companion who definitely isn't actually Goto himself. The guy who voices the commercials for the Marines tells us about why we were kicked out of the Jedi and teaches me a new lightsaber form. On my way out, I got jump scared by an HK-50 encounter that's not in the original game, and I just had a couple more things to finish up. I talked to Vaga the Hutt about sending fuel to the Republic, then I broke into his vault and stole everything he had, then tried my hardest to become a Pazak champion. He has a tiebreak card, that is such BS, dude. After beating up Handmaiden again, she told me she wanted to become a Jedi, and my guy was like, okay. So she turned into a Jedi, and from this point forward, she is the most powerful of all of my companions in a landslide. Mira was the only party member I had left to convert to Jediism, but I needed more awareness points, so before worrying about her, I flew to the next planet, Dantooine. Dantooine is a lot shorter than Nar Shaddaa, which is probably the longest planet. It's basically the same environment as in KOTOR 1, except now everyone hates Jedi and thinks they're the same as the Sith, even though the Jedi protected the planet for eons and the Sith bombed the planet and killed everyone. In a normal playthrough, I actually would have stopped here just to go into the Crystal Cave before then flying to Nar Shaddaa and doing all that stuff, but lightsaber crystals aren't all that important for me now, so I thought I could wait. But I did go ahead and grab all the lightsaber crystals, including mine. There's one specific crystal that's named after your character that gives you a bunch of different attribute upgrades, including to wisdom, which I really needed. I needed it for kind of a cheat reason. If I had a lightsaber equipped with my named crystal in it, it would boost my awareness enough to where I could go through Mira's dialogue and give her the Jedi talk. So I did have a lightsaber equipped here, but I didn't kill anyone with it, and that's what really matters. So boom, we went back to Nar Shaddaa for 2 seconds and she's a Jedi now. I will literally only use her one time the rest of the game, and it's because I'll have to. But I couldn't just not make everyone in my party be a Jedi. That would trigger extreme KOTOR 2 OCD in me. Anyway, on Dantooine, I talked to the ugly colony administrator who told me I could go into the Jedi Enclave ruins to find Jedi Master Vrook, and off I went. I fought some Cath Hounds and talked to some shady people, and into the ruins I went. The ruins were populated by Lagrix, which were another enemy that I remember thinking as a kid were crazy tough. But my Plasma Torch build was unironically sick at this point, and I shredded them. 4 attacks. Another restored content thing is this Padawan who's been hiding in the ruins, stealing from settlers, and apparently controls the Lagrix.
My Lagrix! You've killed them. They're my pets.
Unfortunately, she's even worse at voice acting than I am.
Flash! Holy they just shot at us.
I fought my way through the ruins, killing Lagrix. I set off a terminal and blew myself up by accident at one point, until I ran into the worst character in the game who single-handedly makes me never want to play as a female. More importantly, I found evidence that Vrook was being held captive in the Crystal Cave. Look at this idiot. With all my powers and buffs, the mercenaries holding Vrook couldn't even damage me. Literally nothing can stop me at this point. A bunch of mercenaries outside the cave? Whatever. Oh my god, look at what they just did to me. Individually, I was more than capable of taking them out, so I employed the old strat of getting them to split up so I could take them out individually or in groups of 2. It's kind of like the ending in Pale Rider when Clint Eastwood solos all the deputies. That's a boomer reference. All the mercenaries are supposed to assault the base, so it's my job to reinforce it. One thing I was completely unprepared for was another restored content thing. Usually the mercenaries' initial assault just plays out in a cutscene. In this, I actually had to take part and fight, the problem being I had 0 companions, and the militia on my side was completely outmatched, which meant the fight very quickly devolved into me having to take on an entire army myself. I did have a moment of panic where I thought this just wasn't going to be doable and I'd have to add my companions or do something to cheat and get around it. But before that point, I tried a bunch of different things. I gave a motivational speech, except I didn't have Persuade and basically just told the troops to kill themselves in Minecraft. I tried running away, but the game wouldn't let me. When all hope was lost, I was saved by the game deciding, nah, that's enough, and just jumping to the final phase, the fight inside, which is extraordinarily easy because I have assault droids on my side and like a third of the mercenaries to deal with. So I got completely bailed out, and that was Dantooine. Like I said, very short planet. Next up was Onderon, which as a kid I would always do first because it's by far my favorite. Not really because of the Onderon stuff though. Before even getting to Onderon, we get shot down by the military and end up on the forest moon of Duxon. Duxon begins with me poaching wild animals who were no match for the power of the plasma torch. I fought more of the Star Wars guys who are literally just stereotypical aliens because I guess George was running out of ideas. I came across a recently dead Mandalorian, then was greeted by currently alive Mandalorians who wanted to take me to their base. I spoke to their leader, who sounds exactly like Canderous from KOTOR 1, hint hint wink wink, and he sets me loose to build prestige. Basically, you just go around the base, completing quests and helping out, and after you do enough, he flies you to Onderon. One of these things was the battle circle, where I fought Mandalorians unarmed, which really highlighted how much I was being held back by the plasma torch. Like, look at the damage disparity. I do 20 to 38 damage with no weapon at all, and only 20 to 25 with the plasma torch. This quite literally would have been an easier challenge if I got to play the whole game with no weapon at all. Back in the wilderness, I slaughtered more wildlife, including these strange humanoid creatures called scouts, got taught a new force power by Kreia that I'll never use, rescued this Mandalorian who was stuck on a ridge, killed a giant turtle, set off explosives which alerted every single living thing in the jungle of my presence, and fought the last couple battle circle champions. That was all the stuff I had to do to go to Onderon. Kreia asked to speak to Canderous' manager. Some Sith assassins showed up who had weirdly high health. Like, I'm doing about 100 damage per turn and he's barely even going down. It's weird. But after taking an hour to clear the base, it was Onderon time. You're required to have Mandalorian explore with you through Onderon, so he stuck around for the entirety of the planet. Listen, I'm not trying to be a space racist, but anyone who looks like this has gotta be evil, right? Like, come on. Onderon is a couple of fights against big gangs of bounty hunters who try to kill you despite the bounty clearly stating they want a live Jedi. But with this first group, I could one-shot everyone, and Pedro Pascal took a lot of their damage for me. Basically, Onderon is all about finding his friend Dagon Gint, who can get us in touch with the Jedi, but come to find out, he's the prime suspect in a murder trial. So after taking on another group of bounty hunters who were no match for the plasma torch, I shifted my focus to proving Dagon's innocence. Hello, weirdest looking person I've ever seen in a video game. What do you know about the murder? I went around asking everyone what they knew about the murder and investigating outside and yada yada yada. I went into the Treyas Corps to kill Darth Treya. Actually, let me back up. That was way too many yada yadas. I found a recording from a destroyed droid that clears Dagon Gint, so me and weird-faced McGillicuddy brought it to the captain in charge of the investigation and got Dagon freed. Dagon James Keenan tells me he can get in contact with the Jedi, but first I gotta get stuff from Bakel back in the cantina, and let me just tell you that all this stuff is way more tolerable on a modern PC than on my old original Xbox, where every time I went into a new area it would take 20 minutes to load. But I got the stuff he needed and finished up a couple quests, and Master Kavar showed up at the bar where he shared stories from his frat days before joining the Order, until suddenly generic evil guy showed up with some of the Onderonian military, and the rest of the planet involves fighting our way back to the ship. The planet of Onderon is approaching a civil war where the light side option is to side with the Monarch, who wants Onderon to stay part of the incredibly weak Republic that provides nothing, while the dark side option is to side with the General, who's beloved by Onderon's people and wants the planet to regain independence. More importantly, after fighting through everyone, including another random HK-50 encounter, we made it back to the shuttle and flew to Duxon, and that's 3 of the 4 planets completed. Well, more like 2.5, but whatever, on to Korriban. Every other planet in the game is a multi-hour experience, but Korriban, looking at my recording, took me about 1 hour exactly. It's really short. You go into the Sith Academy that you studied at in the first game, except now it's run down and everyone except Darth Simon is dead. Also, feat update, at this point I was completely out of worthwhile feats to pick. I started upgrading dueling, even though I'm pretty sure it didn't do anything for the plasma torch. I ran around the academy killing assassins and Tukata. I had to take a written test about the Sith. Which of the following Sith Lords does not possess a tomb on Korriban? I don't know, let me consult Wikipedia. The next test was a fight against starving Tukatas, which apparently I did poorly at, so next it sent me off to the torture chamber where Master Vash spilled a glass of wine and passed out. The academy ends with a fight against Darth Zion Williamson, and my first attempt I got demolished. But using what I learned from that fight, I went into my second attempt much better prepared and was able to best him. I even got an achievement for it. For the main quest line, that's it for Korriban. But the real main attraction for Korriban can be found in the Chirac Cave. After going through and killing a bunch of dogs and giant bats, I found an ancient Sith tomb that Kreia tells me is very dangerous. Upon entry, I saw a vision of Malik trying to recruit Jedi to follow him and Revan to the Mandalorian Wars. And after I told him that I wouldn't follow him to the dark side, him and the rest of the Jedi turned on me. I got Malik down to 1 hit, but they ended up beating me. My second attempt, I tried using a shield to buy myself time to use power-ups before focusing on Malik, but that failed too. But then on my third attempt, I did kind of the same thing, and this time it actually worked. Such is the way of a game where combat is based on dice rolls. I went around the tomb